I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Transactions and Planning. As soon as Lin Xiao entered seclusion, he immediately took the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. After taking a mouthful of the pill, Lin Xiao immediately mobilized his profound energy to refine the pill, and a huge amount of vital energy surged out. The reason why the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill was so powerful was that this pill provided a large amount of vital energy instead of profound energy, which could be directly absorbed by the cultivator. The advantages of the divine quality technique were once again reflected. The chaotic pattern and the danshan appeared again, and it started to operate frantically, absorbing the huge amount of vital energy quickly. Lin Xiao separated his soul and used the profound energy to nourish his soul. The soul grew rapidly under the nourishment of the vital energy. Lin Xiao then operated the 10,000 gods technique to condense his soul and make it stronger. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Xiao was improving the strength of his soul. After 10 days, the strength of his soul was much higher than that of his body. If he continued to refine it, it would cause a disharmony between his body and soul. So Lin Xiao began to stop improving the strength of his soul and used his soul to mobilize the vital energy to temper the membrane of his body. In the previous decades of hard training, Lin Xiao had already completed the tempering of the membranes of the heart and danshan. Now Lin Xiao was tempering all the membranes of the front abdomen. Day after day, another 20 days passed, and the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill was completely refined. Lin Xiao's membrane tempering had already tempered the entire body, and was tempering down to the legs, and had completed the tempering of the thighs. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, if he was given 2 more 9-aperture divine silkworm pills, he could complete the tempering of his legs and hands, and then only the membrane tempering of the head above the neck would remain. This process would only take a few decades at most, which was similar to Lin Xiao's previous estimate. The tempering of the entire membrane only took about 400 years, and the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill could reduce the hard training by 200 years. After a month of retreat, Lin Xiao picked up the golden pill that the system awarded. At this moment, the golden pill can be used as a strategic resource for the spiritual light stage to break through the Shengsu stage, and the Shengsu stage to break through the Jinshan stage. Its value is even higher than the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. If taken, Lin Xiao can directly refine the membrane, and even refine part of the tendons and bones, and the strength of the soul can also be improved, reducing the hard training of 200 or 300 years. However, Lin Xiao did not do so, because the matter of Tiansheng Sect has not been resolved. If Li Dinghe does not appear, then Lin Xiao will have to solve the trouble of Tiansheng Sect at the cost of this golden pill. Lin Xiao came out of the retreat cave and looked at the next door. Li Muxu had not come out yet. She had injured her meridians before, and the speed of refining the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill was slower than Lin Xiao, and it would take some time. Lin Xiao went to see Tang Xuan on purpose, on the grounds of thanking Su Yuzong for borrowing the cave for a treat. Tang Xuan also met Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao has now connected with the Li family, so this face should be given. Thank you, Senior Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this is not the first day we have known each other, so you don't have to be so polite. In fact, Lin Xiao has one more thing to ask Senior. No problem, please go ahead. Senior, you should know that a few months ago, King 9 of the Blackwater platform of the Tiansheng Sect and I had a big battle. My apprentice Li Muxu and I killed 4 of their Shengsu period cultivators and more than 1,000 Lingguang and below cultivators. If it weren't for the Li family, I'm afraid the army of the Tiansheng Sect would have already reached the sky above Minanshao Kingdom. I won't say much about the right or wrong of this matter, it's meaningless. The key now is to solve this matter, so I would like to ask the senior to help. Ask me to help. Lin Xiao, you don't trust the Li family. Although the Li family values Li Muxu, they don't value my Wu Kingdom. Naturally, I have to consider the Wu Kingdom, so the Li family alone is not reliable, and I need a stronger force to help me. Then tell me, how are you going to solve it? I won't pay a price. I won't even apologize. I can use the captives to exchange my people and solve this matter. You are very courageous. Unfortunately, Tiansheng Sect will definitely not agree to such harsh conditions. If they agree, it means that they think King Nian is wrong. King Nian has a high status in Tiansheng Sect. If you do this, I'm afraid they will not be convinced. King Nian's master is Chen Kaixing, who has a very bad temper, and it will be difficult for him to agree. So I need to force Chen Kaixing to agree. Force, TSK, really, I don't know how to put it to you. Tang Xuan was also speechless. Lin Xiao was too whimsical. Chen Kaixing was not an ordinary cultivator. He was an elder of the 8th realm of Tiansheng Sect, and had a very high status in the sect, almost the same as Tang Xuan, and could almost represent Tiansheng Sect. It was no small matter to want to coerce Tiansheng Sect. Senior, I know this is quite difficult, so if you need to do it, I hope you can help. Lin Xiao has a generous gift for you. Lin Xiao said with a bow, and then took out the brocade box. After opening it, the golden elixir was revealed. Tang Xuan's eyes lit up immediately, and he stretched out his hand and sucked the golden elixir away. The golden elixir of the 8th realm cultivator. Lin Xiao, you are so capable, Tang Xuan said coldly. The golden elixir is the essence of the whole body of cultivators above the 7th realm. Basically, this is only done when they are dying. It is very unexpected that Lin Xiao can have this golden elixir, because even Tang Xuan himself cannot take out such a treasure. Su Yuzhang has a golden elixir of this level, but this kind of treasure is also ranked first in the Su Yuzhang. It is not something he can decide alone. Either all the 8th realm cultivators discuss together, or the Supreme One personally takes action. Moreover, this golden elixir also has great significance for Tang Xuan. Every cultivator comprehends different laws of heaven. If he eats this golden elixir, he can also gain great benefits. It's just an accidental gain. Haha, Lin Xiao, why don't you let the forces behind you take action? Tang Xuan shook his head. He would definitely not take it seriously. Moreover, he has already determined that there must be a stronger force behind Lin Xiao, which may not be worse than Su Yuzhang. It's just inconvenient. What do you think of the reward? Regardless of whether I take action or not, this golden elixir will be given to you. I'll take it. Such a treasure, how can I miss it? Thank you, senior. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. The strength of Tiansheng Sect is not inferior to Suyu Sect, so I must be cautious about this matter. The other ancestors of the sect must also be consulted. I'm afraid it will take some time to really tell you. Then wait a few more days. Anyway, Muzu hasn't come out of retreat yet. I will discuss with Tiansheng Sect and set up the negotiation place outside Tiansheng City. Okay, I will give you an answer within 5 days. Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave. Lin Xiao bowed, saluted, and took his leave. After seeing that everyone left, Tang Xuan immediately sent messages to several 8th level ancestors of Suyu Sect, and even the Supreme. Lin Xiao may not understand, but Tang Xuan would know the significance of this golden elixir, especially the golden elixir left by the 8th realm cultivator. It is a treasure. There are not many in the entire cultivation world, which is enough to be comparable to the treasure of Suyu Sect. Tang Xuan can't easily agree. Lin Xiao left Suyu Sect and soon went to Tiansheng City, where he met Li Dinghe and his group who lived in seclusion. They lived in Tiansheng City and rarely went out. Ordinary people didn't know they existed at all. Fellow Daoist Lin has improved a lot in cultivation. This is cause for celebration. Senior, please don't laugh at Lin Xiao. It's Lin Xiao's fault for keeping you waiting for so long. It doesn't matter. I haven't been to the world of immortal cultivation for many years. It's a good opportunity to take a look. I've been to Gile Villa. You've done very well. There are too few spiritual entertainment things in the world of immortal cultivation. There is great potential for this. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Lin Xiao came out of seclusion this time to resolve some issues in the Wu Kingdom. Could you please come forward and set the negotiation with the Tiansheng Sect in a certain place within the scope of Tiansheng City? Why do you want to do that? Are you worried that the Tiansheng Sect will attack you? Yes, I'm worried. The Tiansheng Sect needs to appease its disciples. Taking my head is the best way, so I'm a little worried. Don't worry, actually. With me here, the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect dare not act presumptuously. It is easy for our Li family to protect one person. In fact, I'm not going to apologize or pay the price this time. I still have captives of the Tiansheng Sect cultivators. I want to use the captives to resolve this matter in exchange for some of my people. This. Leading He was also stunned. His reaction was the same as Tang Xuan's. Lin Xiao was crazy. The appearance of the Li family was to give Tiansheng Sect a way out. As long as Lin Xiao was willing to apologize and pay a certain price, he was 100% sure that the matter could be resolved. But wouldn't Lin Xiao's words force Tiansheng Sect to turn against him? Senior, you already know the right and wrong. My fault in this matter is not big. King Nian can't come to kill me, and I can't fight back. I was beaten to death in the fight, and the Tiansheng Sect should consider it as bad luck. It's useless for you to tell me this. It will only be useful if the Tiansheng Sect can admit it. Then we can talk about it then. Lin Xiao is willing to convince people with reason. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Okay, then I can only try my best, but I can't guarantee the result. Besides, Li Muxu must not be involved in this matter. Leading He said. He had sent the matter of Li Muxu back to the Li family. Even the Supreme had personally inquired about it. He wanted to give Li Muxu a family tree and bring Li Muxu back to the Li family safely. So no matter what, he must not let Li Muxu get into trouble. Of course, Senior can take Li Muxu away in advance. I will take care of Li Muxu's side. She will listen to me. Really? Really? Once a teacher, always a father. Li Muxu must listen to me. Okay, in that case, I promise you, Lin Xiao, my Li family is not a heartless family. Since you have sacrificed yourself like this, I also promise you that, even if the Tiansheng Sect and your Tiansheng Sect fall out, I will save your life. At that time, the senior members of your Tiansheng Sect can go to the Li family for refuge. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xiao is relieved. No need, this is a cooperation between you and me. Leading He shook his head. This was a very fair deal. Lin Xiao let the Li family have a genius disciple. Naturally, the Li family must give something in return. What's more, Leading He also felt that he had to weigh the strength of the Tiansheng Sect. The Li family had been in seclusion for a long time, and there were many people in the family who wanted to come out. It would be good to test the waters. Chapter 527, Li Family Tree. After Leading He agreed to Lin Xiao, he sent a letter to Tiansheng Sect, saying that he wanted to resolve the issues that had not been resolved in the previous negotiations, and the negotiators joined Lin Xiao to form a tripartite forum. In fact, the Li family also gave up the position to Lin Xiao. This was the negotiation between Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect. The letter also said that, because of his weak strength, Lin Xiao was afraid that Tiansheng Sect would suddenly take action, and asked to set the negotiation location outside Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao decided the location, and the time and number of people were determined by Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect naturally did not agree at first, but Leading He also played rogue, threatening that if Tiansheng Sect did not agree to negotiate and insisted on killing Lin Xiao, Leading He would take Lin Xiao and Li Muxu away and bring them back to the Li family, so that Tiansheng Sect would have the ability to come to the Li family to rob people. If the Li family cheated, the Tiansheng Sect really had no good solution. They could either destroy the Wu Kingdom or go to the Li family to rob people, but this was impossible. The Wu Kingdom was a country located on the front line of the human race in the wilderness, and it was the frontline force against the demon race. The Tiansheng Sect could kill a few leaders, but if they really wanted to destroy a country, the entire cultivation world would not agree. If they went to the Li family, it would be a war to destroy the sect, and the Tiansheng Sect would not do such a thing easily. So after urgent consultations within the Tiansheng Sect, the Tiansheng Sect had to pinch their noses and admit it. After discussion, it was decided that Chen Kaixing would lead the team to negotiate with the Suiyu sect, and the bottom line of the sect was also discussed. The Tiansheng Sect team was extremely strong. In addition to Chen Kaixing, there was also an 8th level cultivator named Liang Wendao. This person was the one that Yu Zhao deliberately slandered as the Lord of the Thorn God. He was a naturalized cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect and did not hold real power, but this also made his combat power stronger. In addition to these two 8th level cultivators, there is also the great commander of Hishite, Zhu Wei. Although Zhu Wei is at the Golden Body realm, his cultivation is unfathomable, and he is an absolute strong man in the Golden Body realm. In addition, there are many cultivators at the Shengsu and Golden Body stages in the entourage. Except for a few servants and maids with lower cultivation, the group of more than 30 people are all masters. However, this matter is of great importance, and Tiansheng Sect cannot reach Xiansu city for a while, and Li Muxu also came out of retreat on the 3rd day after Lin Xiao came out of retreat. When Li Muxu returned to Xiansu city, Li Dinghe immediately went to find Li Muxu. Firstly to confirm Li Muxu's identity, and secondly, according to the agreement between him and Lin Xiao, let Li Muxu leave this place of right and wrong. Let me go to the Li family. Master, how can I leave at this time? I won't go. Why not go? I want to stay and help you. I'm willing to live and die with master. If I leave like this, what's the difference between me and a deserter? And how is I different from Yang Yanchang and the others? Of course there is a difference. I ordered you to leave. It's not a betrayal. No, I won't go. Master, you are lying to me. What did I lie to you about? Come here. I want to tell you something confidential. Lin Xiao waved his hand for Li Muxu to come over. Lin Xiao then said, Muxu, you go back with Li Dinghe first. Remember, you are the most important part of my plan. When the negotiation comes, I will reveal the secret of your King Mu holy body. It's very dangerous, but it must be done. King Mu holy body plus withering and flourishing art. What a combination. This is the resurrection of the King Emperor. Think about how the King Emperor was so powerful back then. So by then you will be a strategic weapon to intimidate the Tiansheng Sect. As long as you are killed by them, they will have to consider that a figure similar to the King Emperor hates the Tiansheng Sect. Do you think the Tiansheng Sect dares to take this risk unless he wants to destroy the Li family together? But this is the biggest reason. Another reason is that you and I are consuming more and more resources now, and in the future, Xiangxiang and others will also need my support. After breaking through the Shengsu period, it's also difficult to be a master. I can't afford so many people. If you go to the Li family, you can naturally get some resources and speed up your practice. Isn't it wonderful? Yes, but I don't have a sense of belonging to the Li family. I know, you don't need to have a sense of belonging. Remember to make it clear after you go. A favor and a kindness. You have the confidence to negotiate with them. The Li family has been passed down for millions of years. It looks glorious on the surface, but there must be many problems in the interior. When you grow up, the Li family will rely on you. You just need to remember this point. It's enough, okay, but I don't say, but it's decided like this. Don't you even have the courage to let me announce my qualifications? No, master, no, that's it. The Li family will arrive tomorrow. Remember to be careful. The Li family is unreliable. Lin Xiao said decisively. After a round of deception, Li Muxu was completely defeated. However, Lin Xiao's words were not necessarily unreasonable. The King Emperor was so powerful that many geniuses and young talents tried to reach the level of the King Emperor in those tens of thousands of years, but all failed. Now Li Muxu has the physique of the King Mu saint body, the withering and flourishing art in hand, and has practiced to the Shengsu period. This is a threat. Unless the Tiansheng Sect is sure to kill him, it will never act easily. Seeing that Lin Xiao had convinced Li Muxu, Li Dinghe was both happy and angry. He was happy that Li Muxu was willing to go to the Li family to recognize her ancestry, and he was angry that Lin Xiao's position in Li Muxu's heart was too important, which was very detrimental to Li Muxu's loyalty to the Li family. Muxu, since you have decided to recognize your ancestors and return to your roots, let me tell you about some things about the Li family, starting with the family tree and the arrangement of characters. My Li family has a heritage of more than 1.2 million, and it has been passed down for a long time before our ancestor King Di. From ancient times to the present, there are a total of 7 groups of characters. The characters used by our Li family now were determined by a supreme being 30,000 years ago, Khaled Bao Chan Cheo Chenkan, Ding Dong Fu Gong Wan, Wang Jiuo Han Han, who are among this group of characters. The two with the oldest generations are those of the Cheo generation. One is the Li family supreme. The name of the supreme cannot be passed on lightly, so I won't talk about it. The other is called Li Xiao, who is also a cultivator of the 8th realm, but his lifespan is not long, and he has been sitting in the family. I'm of the Ding generation, and there are a total of 136 people in my generation. The lowest level of cultivation is the Lingguang stage, but now there are less than 10 people left, and they are basically all in the Jinshan stage. I'm the only one in the 8th realm for the time being. The youngest generation in the family has been passed down to the Jiuo generation. There were more than 30 people in the Jiuo generation before I came out, and there are many talents. More than 1 million years, 7 groups of generations. Is it difficult for the Li family to advance into a new generation? That's right. The Li family was once the hegemon of the immortal cultivation world. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators and tens of millions of ordinary people. Naturally, not everyone can advance into a new generation. According to the rules of our Li family, if you want to advance into a new generation, you must have outstanding qualifications and extraordinary comprehension, and have made great contributions to the family within 3 generations, or be able to show enough potential. Entering a generation name is just like the core disciples of the sect. Not everyone can be a core disciple. There is internal competition, which is the reason why our force can last for a long time. Leading He replied. This is indeed the characteristic of the Li family. It is also a double-edged sword, with advantages and disadvantages. However, the Li family has used it for so long, and there must be more advantages than disadvantages. At least it can be used to screen out outstanding talents, to preserve the inheritance of the Li family. What about me? What generation name are you going to give me? It can't be the character Han after the character Jiuo, right? No, the Supreme has already sent an order. Your generation name is Dang, and your clan name is Li Dangyan. You are second only to me. You are also a backbone of the Dang generation in the clan. Those with good qualifications have reached the golden body stage, and most of them are in the Shengsu stage, which is just right for you. Li Dangyan, it's a bit masculine, but it doesn't matter. Muzu, do you think it's right? Whatever, the name is just a code name. There is no difference between Muzu and Dangyan. Okay, that's good. Let me talk about the situation at home. Leading He nodded. Li Muzu was in a good mood. Lin Xiao was very good at it. He already knew that the other 3 disciples of Lin Xiao were also in the Lingguang stage. It was very good for a small force in Nansha to allow disciples to achieve this achievement. Leading He talked about the general situation of the Li family. This was not a secret, so he let Lin Xiao listen together. The Li family was now hiding in the East China Sea. There was a huge secret realm there. How big was it? The radius was no less than 10,000 miles. It was simply a small continent. Although there were not many cultivators in the Li family, only 50,000 to 60,000 people, and the core personnel, that is, those with names, only added up to 1,000 to 2,000 people. The Li family implemented an elite training method. There were many masters above the Shengsu stage. Leading He would not say how many there were. Anyway, the Jinshan stage was not special in the Li family. The real special ones were those above the 8th stage, because it was extremely difficult for the Jinshan stage to break through the 8th stage. Leading He emphasized this point, and Lin Xiao remembered what Tang Xuan replied to him a few days ago, and realized that he had suffered a loss. The importance of the golden pill was far beyond his imagination. If this golden elixir is given to Leading He, maybe Leading He dares to fight directly with Tiansheng Sect, and he even has a reason. Just use Li Muxu as an example. The Li family also has millions of mortals, but the population of mortals has reached its peak, and it is difficult to increase. The dilemma of the Li family is how to improve the bloodline of mortals. Because of the seclusion, the Li family has few outsiders, so it is easy to have the phenomenon of inbreeding, which is also a bad side. Another reason is that the Li family has always sent people to travel abroad, but most of them are elites. This has also led to the continuous decline of the level of ordinary Li family cultivators, and they are obsessed with the glory of the past and cannot extricate themselves. They are too arrogant, which makes the top leaders of the Li family very worried. When Lin Xiao heard Li Dinghe say this, he knew that his previous guess was correct. It seems that there are still voices in the Li family who want to leave the world, and even this voice is not small. It is definitely a certain degree of power. This time Li Dinghe may appear to test the bottom, and by the way, find out the strength and attitude of the major sects in the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 528 Negotiation. Li Dinghe was very fond of Li Muxu, and told her all about the Li family. The next day, another team of Li family monks quietly came to Tiansheng City, led by Li Xiao, whom Li Dinghe had mentioned. Li Xiaoxin's lifespan was over 9,000 years old, and he was only a few hundred years away from the 10,000 year mark of the 8th realm. However, his cultivation had also reached the peak of the 8th realm. His combat power was second only to the supreme in the Li family. With him leading the team, everything would be safe. Li Xiaoxin was very excited after meeting Li Muxu, and tested Li Muxu's physique again. After confirming it again and again, Li Xiaoxin almost burst into tears. The reason why the Li family was in seclusion was that they had encountered a crisis in the past. The family's strength was greatly damaged, and they had not grown much in the past years of seclusion. Although the Li family had produced many talented disciples throughout the ages, they could not reach the peak of the past. Now that the King Mu Saint body has reappeared, it is very likely to bring the Li family back to glory. Li Xiaoxin was naturally very excited. Li Xiaoxin didn't stay in Tiansheng City for long, and soon followed Li Muxu. They would return to the Li family and formally include Li Muxu in the family tree, recognizing their ancestors. However, according to the previous agreement, Li Muxu is still a disciple of Tiansheng Sect and Lin Xiao's apprentice. This will not change, otherwise Li Muxu would not agree. The Li family also agreed to this condition. At present, there will be no conflict between Tiansheng Sect and Li family. The two families can even form an alliance. Li Muxu is just a bridge. 3 days later, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect also arrived. Chen Kaixing led the team, Liang Wendao assisted, and there were more than 30 people. An extremely powerful force appeared in Tiansheng City. The first thing they did was to pay homage to the mountain gate. Tang Xuan of Suayu sect came forward to receive Chen Kaixing and his party. On the second day, Chen Kaixing and his party came to a small hill 100 miles away from Tiansheng City. The hill had been flattened, and there was nothing else on it, except a few stone tables and stone benches. Chen Kaixing and Lin Xiao arrived at almost the same time. Lin Xiao and Li Dinghe sat on one side, Liang Wendao, Chen Kaixing and Zhu Wei sat on the other side, and the rest of the people were divided into two sides. You are Lin Xiao meets Commander Zhu Wei. It seems that you know me. In fact, I really want to meet Li Nanayu, your disciple. If we are destined to know each other, we will know each other. That's right. What a pity. Zhu Wei shook his head and said, as the commander of the Blackwater Station, he naturally wanted to see the style of his colleagues. Although Yi Nanayu's cultivation was not as good as his level seemed to be higher than his. If you are interested, you can consult with Lin in private. Now, we should hurry up to resolve the dispute. What do you think, Chen Daoist? That's right. In that case, let's start. Let's talk about the cause of the matter first, and then we'll talk about the grievances and hatreds of the matter. The cause of the matter was more than 100 years ago, when the personnel of the Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhao came to Zuanyang city of the Tiansheng Sect. Because they fell in love with Luo Yun, the concubine of the Tiansheng Sect, they offended the Tiansheng Sect. The Blackwater Station was ordered to capture the Tiansheng Sect cultivator Tyruxin, but they captured Tyruxin's men. In the end, Tyruxin took the initiative to surrender, and asked for his men in return. Since then, Tyruxin has been trapped in the Tiansheng Sect for decades. During these decades, Tyruxin taught the Blackwater Station personnel their respective professional skills, and helped Tiansheng Sect to search and confiscate countless secret agents from various sects in Zuanyang City. Decades later, an accident occurred in the Shianyuan mountain mine, and Tyruxin escaped. King Nian, who had always regarded Tyruxin as a plaything in his hands, was furious and took it as a great shame. In the subsequent investigation of the Blackwater Station, he regarded Tiansheng Sect as a Thorn God organization, and took the initiative to hunt it down. Of course, there were also misunderstandings, such as Liang Daoyao was also considered to be the master of the Thorn God. King Nian went to Nanzhao and found Tyruxin, who had escaped, so he hunted him down for 10 years. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Xiao, who broke through his cultivation. King Nian fled back to Tiansheng Sect in a panic, and this matter became a demon in his heart. The matter could have ended there, but unexpectedly, 2 years ago, he Shite captured the traitors of Tiansheng Sect, Sun Weili and Yang Yanchang. Since then, they have learned countless secrets of Tiansheng Sect, especially the secrets of Tiansheng Sect's Night Owl. King Nian knew that Night Owl's various methods were more sophisticated than he Shite's, and wanted to obtain these methods, so he secretly attacked Night Owl's various divisions in Zhangzhou, causing a large number of casualties and prisoners. In order to rescue his disciples, Lin Xiao had to snipe the Tiansheng Sect monks, causing the death of a Shengsu period monk. At this time, King Nian already knew that Tiansheng Sect was not a stabbing organization, but for his own selfish reasons, he still reported the matter to Tiansheng Sect and requested to conquer Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect did not agree, so King Nian, who was angry, gathered his 3 brothers in the Shengsu period and a group of nephews, and used their interests to win over the vassal families, a total of 3,000 people, to go to Nanzhao, and in Zuanshanmen, he promised Zuanshanmen great benefits with the interests of the sect, such as helping them obtain more treasures for promotion to the Golden Body period. And let Zuanshanmen send 2,000 troops. After that, 5,000 troops gathered outside Xianyang city of Zuanshanmen for training, but unexpectedly, this news was discovered by Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao fought a desperate battle, and only used the power of 2 Shengsu period monks and more than 20 Lingguan monks to raid King Nian's camp. In the end, he killed King Nian and 4 other Shengsu period monks, and the rest of the troops dispersed. This is the process of everything, and then my Li family appeared. If there is anything wrong with what I said, you can point it out, and we will talk slowly, and analyze it slowly. By the way, Lin Xiao can produce evidence for all the above. Leading He told the whole story, and all the people of Tiansheng Sect turned black, and were very unhappy. The reason they were unhappy was that this passage was written by Lin Xiao himself, and there were many private goods hidden in it. If you understand it according to this passage, the Shengzang was too wronged that day, and King Nian was too wronged, and all the blame was thrown on the dead. These words were written by Lin Xiao, based on past events and the captives of Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao can swear that everything here is true, but Lin Xiao omitted what should be omitted and highlighted what should be highlighted. Only true lies can make people feel terrible. The information Qin Kaixin got was similar to what Leading He said, but he still sent a secret message to Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment and answered. Although he felt something was wrong, and felt that there was a trap, he didn't know the power of this kind of word game, and he had never played this kind of word game, so he didn't know how to deal with it. Fellow Daoists, you can ask questions. If I said something wrong, or if you need evidence, you can ask. Fellow Daoist Lin, you keep saying that King Nian is dealing with the Tiansheng Sect out of personal gain. Do you have any evidence? Of course, King Nian has always regarded our Tiansheng Sect as a god assassin organization, and has applied to your sect to send out a large army to attack. However, our Tiansheng Sect is not a god assassin. Isn't that enough? My Tiansheng Sect disciples and dozens of captives are in your Hishite. You should know that when King Nian went to Nanzhao, the first thing he did was to go to Zuanshan Sect. Zuanshan Sect is a major sect in Nanzhao. Don't Zuanshan Sect know about it? But he still gathered troops to train. Isn't it for personal gain? Then why didn't you take the initiative to inform, but chose a surprise attack? When a very powerful robber is sharpening his knife in front of your house, do you choose to fight the robber or step forward to judge? How dare you say that the Tiansheng Sect is a robber? Sorry, it's just a metaphor. Senior Chen, there's no need to scare me like this. HMPH, no matter what, you killed 4, no, 5 of my Tiansheng Sect's Shengsu period cultivators. This is not wrong, right? Killing someone means paying with one's life, which is only natural. What a good way to pay with one's life. Tiansheng Sect also killed people when it broke through my Tiansheng Sect's disciple base in Zhangzhou, so it's not wrong for Lin to be just and righteous, right? You are sharp-tongued, and you, the Tiansheng Sect, sent spies into my Tiansheng Sect, so you deserve to die. Really? Then the Heshite spies are all over the world, so they also deserve to die. Lin Xiao was sharp and pointed, not weak at all. Sending spies is an unspoken rule tacitly agreed by all sects. Everyone does this, and you dare to point it out. Then don't blame anyone if your Heshite personnel are attacked and killed in the future. After a debate, Lin Xiao won completely, and all the reasons were extremely sufficient. The people of Tiansheng Sect were furious, but they didn't know how to break through, which made everyone feel terrible, and they were almost completely defeated in the debate. In that case, let me say something. Decades ago, someone said that I was the god of assassination. This rumor was spread by Yi Xiao of your Tiansheng Sect, right? No, even if they denied it, your disciples of Tiansheng Sect have already admitted it under torture. Any confession can be obtained. We also have disciples of Tiansheng Sect in our Tiansheng Sect. If you need it senior, I can let them point out that Tiansheng Sect is the headquarters of assassination. How bold of him. Fellow Daoist Liang, calm down. We can analyze this matter slowly. Lin Xiao, don't be willful. What do you think of the stigma against fellow Daoist Liang? I think it's a conspiracy of assassination senior. The reason why assassination survived the repeated encirclement and suppression in Zhangzhou is because their top leaders were hiding in various sects. Decades ago, assassination offended someone unknown, and the undercover personnel were exposed. The identities of the 6th Shengsu period were leaked, causing various sects to conduct strict investigations on their own cultivators. The assassin god must have been very panicked at that time. They must have high-ranking people lurking in various sects. In order to protect these people, it is normal to spread some rumors. After all, as long as there are more rumors, the truth can be preserved. It seems to make some sense. The result of the matter seems to have been that the various sects have been much quieter since then. The assassin godlord has indeed not found out. Fellow Daoist Liang, what do you think? Nothing. I only believe what the Tiansheng Sect says. They told me that this was done by Night Owl, so it was done by Night Owl. Liang Wendao began to act arrogantly under Zhu Wei's guidance because they found that they seemed to be unable to win over Lin Xiao by reasoning. If they had known earlier, they would have found a few eloquent people to come. So Zhu Wei decided to find a breakthrough in the matter of Liang Wendao. As long as they hold on to this matter, no matter how reasonable Lin Xiao is, they can find an excuse to act. This is the power of power. If they want to move you, they will move you. The excuse is just a fig leaf. They will cover it up when they need it, and they don't need to cover it up if they really don't need it. Chapter 529, The Essence of Negotiation. When Liang Wendao answered this, Lin Xiao realized that the Tiansheng Sect would not give up, and they might have already thought about using force against him. In the previous life, Lin Xiao participated in several business negotiations, and his experience was not rich, but in this life, Lin Xiao participated in many things. The best negotiations require equal or similar forces, which is the true essence of negotiations. If the strength is not equal, no matter how reasonable you are, or how eloquent you are, it is useless. Strength is the foundation. Strength is respected not only in the previous life, but also in the world of immortal cultivation. Fellow Daoist Liang, you are going too far. Who are you going to find to spread rumors about you? Do you have to do this now? Leading He, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Isn't it the Tiansheng Sect that spread rumors about me? Li Muxu of the Tiansheng Sect is a member of my Li family who was left behind. How can it have nothing to do with me? Lin Xiao has already said that the one who spread rumors about you is Ci Shen, and your stigma is also Ci Shen. If you have the ability, go find Ci Shen. What's the point of bullying the younger generation? Leading He, is your Li family going to forcefully take the lead? So what? Leading He also directly pushed back. He was originally a proud and arrogant person. He was always peaceful and charitable before, because he didn't understand the matter clearly, and didn't know the current affairs. But now it's different. Li Muxu is already the King Mu holy body, which is extremely important to the Li family. Even if it counts Li Muxu's relationship, he will get involved to the end. Then you are looking for death. Others may be afraid of your Li family, but I'm not. The worst that can happen is that I will continue to be a casual cultivator. Okay, then let me learn from Brother Liang's skills. Wait, Brother Li, are you sure you want to fight for the Tiansheng Sect and my Tiansheng Sect? We are not joking this time. Once we identify the enemy, we will crush it with our last strength, Chen Kaixing replied. If it was just the Tiansheng Sect, he could destroy it, but when it came to the Li family, Chen Kaixing was really unwilling to be their enemy. A family that has been passed down for millions of years is not something that everyone can be hostile to. Even the Tiansheng Sect has to be cautious. My Li family has never been afraid of trouble. This has nothing to do with who the enemy is. Fellow Daoist Chen, we are talking about reason now, so sit down and talk slowly. If you are not prepared to talk about reason, then we are not afraid. Okay, then continue to talk about reason. Fellow Daoist Lin Xiao, how do you think this matter should be resolved satisfactorily? Lin Xiao, what do you think? Senior Li, I think it depends on the opinion of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao shook his head. The most taboo thing in negotiation is to make the first offer. This is a very wrong approach. One must avoid making the offer first and then bargaining. Fellow Daoist Chen, I also think it would be better for you to talk about how to solve it first. After all, you have great power. It would not be good if the conditions of Tiansheng Sect cannot be met by you, right? Okay, then let's talk about our demands. First, Lin Xiao must apologize on behalf of Tiansheng Sect and kowtow in front of the graves of King Nan and other disciples to admit his mistakes. Second, release all captured disciples. Third, hand over Yinan Naidu and other high-ranking members of Yixiao. Fourth, compensate for the losses, and the price must be no less than 1 billion Zuan crystals. If you can't pay it back, you can pay it back in 20 to 50 years. My Tiansheng Sect will send disciples to the Tiansheng Sect in Nanzhao Wuguo to supervise. Impossible, Lin Xiao shouted immediately. Lin Xiao would not agree to any of these 4 conditions. Asking him to kowtow and apologize was impossible. The captive disciples had to be exchanged. Yinan Naidu and other high-ranking members of Tiansheng Sect were even less likely to give it. As for the compensation of 1 billion Zuan crystals, don't even think about it. Tiansheng Sect only has an annual income of more than 30 million, and it will take 30 years to pay off the net income, which is enough to make Tiansheng Sect go bankrupt immediately. Impossible. Then we'll destroy your Tiansheng Sect. At worst, my Tiansheng Sect can resist the front line in the wilderness. If that doesn't work, we can even destroy you Jialang. It's considered a contribution to the human race. Fellow Daoist Chen, your conditions are too harsh. Harsh. 4 Shengsu period cultivators, more than 1,000 spiritual lights and a little bit. Is this still harsh? This is already for the sake of fellow Daoist Li, otherwise, how could he live until now? Let me tell you my conditions. Apologies. It's impossible. My Tiansheng Sect did nothing wrong in this matter. It was your Tiansheng Sect that went too far and went to Nanzhao to kill me. I fought back. Can't I fight back and just sit and wait to die? As for the high level leaders of my Tiansheng Sect, I would rather die in battle than hand them over easily. There will be no compensation. As for the prisoners, they can be exchanged. If you don't want them, then I will exchange a group of Dao Gang for a group of your spiritual lights. These are my conditions. Accept them if you want. Looking for death boom, the two of them were not on the same page and could no longer negotiate. Liang Wendao was furious and slapped Lin Xiao with his palm. Li Dinghe waved his hand and blocked Liang Wendao's attack. Liang Wendao, do you dare to do it? Why not? Kill him. Do it. Defend. Boom, 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 boom. The Tiansheng Sect had already prepared for action and immediately launched a series of strong attacks. Li Dinghe, Lin Xiao and several members of the Li family worked together to resist and defend with all their strength. Why don't you do it? Lin Xiao shouted angrily. In an instant, the void on the top of the mountain cracked, and a figure appeared. In front of the figure, several swords appeared, and split several Tiansheng Sect disciples apart. The mysterious light on the mountain fell in large areas. Who is it? Chen Kaixing roared. The sudden attack of the 8th realm cultivator caused heavy losses to the Tiansheng Sect. Even Zhu Wei's golden body was broken, and he was spitting blood. Tang Xuan floated in the air, and several figures appeared around him. They were all monks in the golden body stage. They all wore masks and special robes to avoid being seen. Who are you? How dare you attack my Tiansheng Sect? Get lost, or you will all stay. Tang Xuan said indifferently. He refused to say anything else except this sentence, and exuded a cold murderous intent. Lin Xiao, is this your man? Really? I have been prepared for this trick of his. Okay, haha, well done. Leading Hale laughed. Although he didn't know where Lin Xiao found these people, at present, they have already taken the advantage. If they are willing to pay the price, they can really keep everyone here, and the Tiansheng Sect will be seriously injured. Chen Kaixing, have you figured out how to solve it? Leading He, your Li family will regret it. That's for the future. Come to the East China Sea, if you have the guts. My Li family's secret realm is in the East China Sea. Do you dare to come? HMPH fellow Daoist, you better think it through. There is no good ending for those who go against my Tiansheng Sect. Chen Kaixing, either agree to my conditions or fight to the end. Today, I will risk everything. I will first cripple the Tiansheng Sect, and talk about it, Lin Xiao shouted, and at this time he was also extremely rampant, with the momentum to destroy the Tiansheng Sect. What a joke, my Tiansheng Sect has gone through hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to say that they can cripple the Tiansheng Sect. Who do you think you are? When my Tiansheng Sect army arrives, let the Wu Kingdom be wiped out first. Come, if you have the guts, do it. It's time to be loyal to the sect. The cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect kept clamoring, and many of them were ready to move. They were not afraid of threats at all. Instead, they felt that this was a great shame and humiliation, and they wanted to take revenge. The cultivators here were all die-hard fans of the Tiansheng Sect, and were not afraid of fighting at all. Chen Kaixing, let me tell you a secret. Lin Xiao's apprentice Li Muxu is the King Mu holy body. You'd better think about it carefully. Leading He whispered to Chen Kaixing. If they really fought to the death, their side would actually be at a disadvantage. Leading He was willing to help, but he was not willing to use the Li family to protect the Tiansheng Sect from disaster. What he wanted was a perfect solution to the matter. As for the future, he could not control it. What's more, after Li Muxu grew up, the matter would naturally be resolved by Li Muxu. What? King Mu Saint body? Leading He, you are not lying to me. Why should I lie to you? Otherwise, do you think my Li family will come forward for this? If it weren't for the King Mu Saint body, would Lin Xiao be able to invite me? I advise you to stop. Li Muxu is already a cultivator in the Shengsu period, and my Li family's supreme has decided to accept Li Muxu as a close disciple. Within 1,000 years, Li Muxu will at least be in the 8th realm. The chance of stepping into the supreme in this life is much greater than you and me. If you, Tiansheng Sect, have the ability to destroy my entire Li family, then do it. If not, I advise you to think about it carefully. You. Chen Kaixing was extremely shocked. The constantly weakening Li family was actually nothing. What he was afraid of was the Li family with the King Mu Saint body. They didn't know when the King Emperor was dominating the world, but they had seen it from the records. Stop. Continue talking. Chen Kaixing thought for a moment and stopped. He couldn't make this decision. The King Mu Saint body was of extraordinary significance, not to mention that he was a disciple of the Li family. This was a huge potential threat. Okay, let's continue talking. Leading He, this matter involves a dispute between two sects. If that's the case, let's talk slowly. I also have to go back to discuss with the sect. This is not something I can decide alone. Of course, you can go back first. What about you? Do you dare to tell us your names? They are my people. Senior Chen, do you have any questions? Lin Xiao didn't know what Leading He had conveyed to Chen Kaixing, but he couldn't let Tang Xuan be exposed, so he came forward. Okay, very good. Lin Xiao, you can't tell. Chen Kaixing said coldly, then rolled up several corpses with his big hand, and then sacrificed a flying boat, and everyone flew on the flying boat. Brother Chen, why don't you take action? We may not lose. Li Dinghe told me that Lin Xiao's apprentice Li Muxu is the King Mu holy body. He has been taken away by the Li family's supreme master, and accepted as a close disciple. King Mu holy body, how is this possible? I don't think it's possible, but the probability is very high. Li Muxu had no connection with the Li family before. She just performed the withering and flourishing art. But the Li family is willing to offend our Tiansheng Sect for Li Muxu. This is unusual. Although the Li family has been in seclusion for millions of years, their people have been moving around in the world of immortal cultivation. Maybe she is the illegitimate daughter of a traveling disciple. In short, when it comes to the King Mu holy body, this matter is not something new, and I can decide. The Supreme Master must come forward. I see. It seems that Lin Xiao's background is not simple either. Liang Wendao nodded. He did not have much power in the Tiansheng Sect, and it was not his turn to make decisions. He could only listen to the sect's dispatch. I hope the sect can make the right decision. Chapter 530, Li's Secret Realm. Seeing the Tiansheng Sect monks leaving in a hurry, Li Dinghe's eyes were very complicated, especially when he looked at the group of strange monks on the side. He was full of fear. I'm leaving. Tang Xuan glanced at Li Dinghe, then broke through the void again and left, disappearing without a trace. Lin Xiao looked at Tang Xuan's figure with some envy. In theory, the Shengsu period can also break through the void, but basically no one would do so, except when it was life-threatening, because the void was very dangerous, and the Shengsu period monks might not be able to withstand the danger in the void, so few people would do so. At least they had to be strong enough after the Jinshan period to do so. Senior, let's go back to the city. Okay, but I can't stay for a few days. Lin Xiao, do you want to visit my Li family? It's Milner. How about we leave together, after I finish my business? Of course, 3 days is enough. Enough. Lin Xiao nodded, and then they left together, and returned to Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao passed the news back to Wu Kingdom through the channel of Lin Xiao, asking Tiansheng Sect to lift martial law, and then let Yinanyu and other high-level Lin Xiao hide for a while. Under this situation, Tiansheng Sect will definitely not launch a large-scale expedition to Wu Kingdom, but it may not be a surprise attack on the high-level Lin Xiao, so Yinanyu and others must hide for a while. Then Lin Xiao arranged some things in the city, and went to Suayu Sect to meet Tang Xuan. This time, it was also thanks to Tang Xuan who forced Tiansheng Sect to retreat. If there was only one Li Dinghe, they would definitely not give up easily. Maybe they would take the opportunity to encircle Li Dinghe and explore the details of the Li family. After arranging things, Lin Xiao followed Li Dinghe back to the Li family. Only after boarding the Li family's flying boat could Lin Xiao get a glimpse of the glory of the Li family in those days. According to Li Dinghe, there were dozens of flying boats of this level in the Li family in those days, and the most powerful one was the King Emperor's Ride. It was an 8th grade flying boat, which was made of a large number of empty stones. It could carry tens of thousands of people at a time, and it was very perfect in terms of attack, defense and speed. It was a treasure of the Li family. However, it was destroyed in a counterattack by the demons after the King Emperor ascended. At that time, the Li family was the real leader of the cultivation world and a thorn in the eyes of the demons. The Li family fought back several times by the demons, and countless people were killed and injured. Lin Xiao also consulted Li Dinghe on the way about what he said to Chen Kaixing at that time. Li Dinghe admitted that he had told Chen Kaixing about Li Muxu's King Mu holy body at that time. This made Lin Xiao a little angry, but he didn't say it to her face. According to Lin Xiao's plan, he would not say this matter. Even if they had a fight at that time, it would not matter. In this way, the threat to Li Muxu would be much greater. King Mu saint body, plus the withered glory art in the Li family, although they forced the Tiansheng Sect to retreat, it also made it difficult to keep this matter secret. Li Muxu's potential is also a threat to the various sects in Zhongzhou. It is inevitable that Zhongzhou will launch some conspiracies against Li Muxu. At that time, perhaps the Suayu sect will take action. After all, a re-emerging Li family is something that all sects don't want to see, and it is also very likely that they will join forces to strangle a potential opponent. But leading He is for the good of the Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao is not convenient to directly express his concerns. This time, going to the Li family also has the factor of investigating the strength of the Li family. If the Li family has the strength to protect Li Muxu, then Lin Xiao will be much more relieved. If not, then he will have to rethink. Leading He was not in a hurry to fly back to the Li family, so the speed was not fast. It took 7 days to fly to the surface of the East China Sea, and then went to the islands outside the East China Sea. The level of cultivation on these islands is very low. Basically, the highest level of cultivation is the Daogang level. In addition to the level of cultivation, the cultivation technology is low. Treasure ships are also used here, but because of the scarcity of resources, the number and grade of treasure ships are also very low. There are even cultivators who go out to sea on ordinary ships. However, this archipelago is very safe within 10,000 to 20,000 miles. Monsters are rarely seen. As long as the cultivators do not go to the deep sea to commit suicide, the risk of being killed by monsters is very small. This is the entrance to the Li family. The people who control this island are also the outer cultivators of my Li family. Finally, leading He and his party came to an island with a radius of 1,000 miles. This island is where the Li family arranges mortals. There are about 1 million people. However, many of the mortals here have very weak blood ties with the Li family. Those who are close to the blood are in the secret realm. Among the important places of the family on the island is the entrance and exit of the Li family secret realm. There are golden body level cultivators who are specially guarding and sitting. After entering the entrance, a strong mysterious energy rushes towards you. The Li family secret realm is 10,000 miles in radius, with hundreds of spiritual veins in total, and more than 10 spiritual veins above the 6th level, so the cultivation environment here is very good, not lower than any big city or secret realm in the cultivation world. Even the mortals here can live to be 140 or 50 years old, which is very long lived. Leading He took Lin Xiao to the Li family land, and explained to Lin Xiao on the way. Lin Xiao listened to Leading He's explanation, while observing for himself. The Li family also has a strict rule among mortals, and even a stricter management system than the Wu Kingdom. There are government offices that strictly control mortals. Ordinary mortals are not much different from the outside world. In fact, the Li family has been passed down for so many generations, and many people's blood is really thin. There are also several cultivation cities in the secret realm. These cities are also mainly for cultivators to live. There are large tracts of spiritual fields outside the city, planting countless spiritual medicines, even more than the Tiansheng Sect. The Li family is located in the center of the secret realm, where the mountains are undulating, and the spiritual veins are of extremely high level. There are even some places where the mysterious energy turns into rain and precious medicines are floating. If they were taken outside, they would definitely shock the world of immortal cultivation. These are the foundation of our Li family. Back then, the family decided to retire and took away all the resources, including various rare spiritual medicines. After years of cultivation, many of these spiritual medicines have matured. Fellow Daoist Lin, please look, this is a blood ginseng, which is at least 3,000 years old. If you take it outside, you can't buy it without millions of black crystals, but the Li family has at least dozens of acres of this blood ginseng planted. The Li family should never really live in seclusion, right? Of course there are many secluded families in the world of immortal cultivation, but no one will really live in seclusion. If they don't keep up with the mainstream world of immortal cultivation, the family will sooner or later fall. Therefore, the core disciples of the Li family will go out to travel when they reach a certain level of cultivation. Even now, there are thousands of disciples outside, but no one uses their real names. The location of the Li family's secret realm is strictly confidential. Everyone has restrictions in their souls. Once there is a danger of exposure, they will actively destroy it. So that's how it is. The Li family has been able to be passed down for millions of years without decline. There really is a reason for it. Lin Xiao admires it. Haha, brother Lin, thank you for the compliment. Come this way, I will take you to meet the Li family. You are the first cultivator from another family to visit our home in nearly 10,000 years. Lin Xiao laughed and soon went to the Li family's main hall, which was also the ancestral hall. Many cultivators had already gathered there, and Lin Xiao had already sent back the news. Li Muxu was also waiting there. When she saw Lin Xiao, she was quite excited and took the initiative to greet him. Master, are you okay? I have something to say. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? How are you doing in the Li family? Very well. The Li family treats me very well. Li Muxu replied. Coming to the Li family, she felt the enthusiasm of the Li family. Almost all high-level cultivators were very enthusiastic about her and had high hopes for her. Lin Xiao took Lin Xiao to meet the senior leaders of the Li family one by one. Lin Xiao also saluted one by one. After the salutations, Lin Xiao dismissed everyone and only left a few senior leaders. Li Xiao, how has Muxu performed recently? Very good. Muxu's understanding of the withering and flourishing art is very profound, and the Supreme has praised her several times. Really? That's good. With the support of my Li family, Muxu can quickly break through to the golden body stage. Haha, Lin Xiao, you don't know yet. Muxu is not an ordinary genius. She chose to practice both the soul and the golden body. What? Why? Muxu, how can you be so reckless? Lin Xiao was shocked. The lifespan of a cultivator in the Shengsu stage is not long, only 2000 years, and it is very difficult to walk the path of the soul and the golden body at the same time. Throughout the history, there are very few geniuses who can succeed in doing so, and most of them have suffered. It's okay, Lin Xiao, you still underestimated Muxu. She is only about 400 years old this year, and her skin membrane has almost been tempered. It's no problem to temper her muscles and bones before she is 1000 years old. Her chance of success is not less than 80%. This is what the Supreme said. Li Xiao shook his head. Outside, Li Muxu's resources for cultivation are not lacking, and she even has more than ordinary geniuses. At least ordinary geniuses can't get precious pills like the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. Now Li Muxu has reduced 100 years of hard cultivation. With the support of the Li family, she can get treasures similar to the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. In this case, then I'm relieved. Is the dinner ready? We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. Fellow Daoist Lin, our Li family's fine wine is not worse than that of the Jiuxinmen. That's something I have to ask for advice. Lin is also a wine lover. Lin Xiao bowed and replied. The Li family is very knowledgeable in food, clothing, housing and transportation, and pays attention to luxury, that is, aristocratic style. If Lin Xiao says it's not bad, then it must be not bad. Soon, the dinner began. The Li family's dinner was indeed luxurious, with singing and dancing to liven up the atmosphere. The spiritual food and fine wine were also unique in flavor, and the medicinal effects and taste were no worse than those in Tiansheng City. At the banquet, Lin Xiao praised Lin Xiao a lot, and told everyone about some of Lin Xiao's deeds outside, especially outside Tiansheng City not long ago, but he had made the Tiansheng Sect monks speechless, and could only cheat. And Lin Xiao had already planned it clearly. Suddenly, reinforcement appeared and killed several monks of the Tiansheng Sect. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and leave in disgrace. Lin Xiao naturally did not dare to accept these compliments. If he accepted them, Lin Xiao was also afraid that they would flatter him. After the dinner, Lin Xiao chatted with Li Muxu privately for a while. Li Muxu had been in the Li family for half a month. Lin Xiao wanted to know the real situation of Li Muxu in the Li family. Lin Xiao believed that with Li Muxu's ability, he could see through the essence. Some of the actions of the Li family are very purposeful. Lin Xiao said this when he was in Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao had just arrived, and the Li family was wary of Lin Xiao, so there might not be a chance. Li Muxu did have this opportunity. Chapter 531, The Current Situation of the Li Family. As Lin Xiao's favorite student, Li Muxu didn't give much guidance on cultivation, but Lin Xiao still gave her many special skills, such as dialectics, psychological tactics, and other things that she thought were advanced in her previous life. Li Muxu had also learned how to observe the details of a force, so when Lin Xiao asked about it, Li Muxu could answer it clearly. According to my observation, the high-end combat power of the Li family is not weak, and it is not weaker than first-class sects such as Tiansheng Sect or SYNOPSIS Sect, but the overall strength is much weaker. This is also caused by the Li family's elite training strategy. The competition within the Li family is very fierce, and the resources are limited. Only excellent disciples can practice. Maybe they are slightly weaker, but the treatment is very different. Master has seen many precious spiritual medicines along the way. Maybe Master will think that the Li family is not short of resources. In fact, this is not the case. These are the so-called foundation of the Li family, but in fact, there are very few people who can use them. Another point about resources is that they are not complementary. The Zhuanang city and Tiansheng city outside are both the leading cities in the world of cultivation. The population of cultivators exceeds 1 million, and there are more than 100,000 floating population every day. This makes the resources of these cities very complementary and the mobility is very large, which can make up for their own shortcomings. But the Li family does not have it. Although the Li family took away countless treasures back then, the Li family is limited in strength. Now even if there are still people in the Li family traveling outside and bringing some resources, it is still insufficient. At the same time, this shortcoming also involves inheritance. The Li family has been passed down for millions of years, but the world of immortal cultivation is developing and constantly changing with each passing day. New methods of alchemy, talisman making skills, array structures, and equipment refining techniques cannot be said to have changed in decades, but there have always been thousands or tens of thousands of years. The Li family is certainly better than the outside world in high-end techniques, such as the withering and flourishing techniques, but cultivation cannot rely solely on high-end things. If the foundation is not complete, it will go astray, just like a person missing a leg. Then there is the problem of the Li family's ideology. The Li family has been passed down for millions of years, and has been in the Li family secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the Li family members have never left the secret realm in their lives. This is not only the secret realm, but also the cultivators. Some people indulge in the glory of the Li family in the past, and from generation to generation, their personalities have become narrow and arrogant. Some people are full of curiosity about the outside world and want to go out and explore the world. Some people even want to completely close the secret realm and cut off all external exchanges, causing confusion in the Li family's thoughts. Now everything is suppressed by the top leaders, but once it can't be suppressed, the Li family may erupt in a very serious civil strife. Li Muxu summed up the disadvantages of the Li family. The advantages of the Li family are obvious, but the disadvantages of the Li family are not visible to everyone. Maybe some people in the top leaders already know it, but they have no ability to change this situation. All they can do is delay. No matter how long a cultivator's life is, it has an end. High-level cultivators live much longer than low-level cultivators. For example, cultivators in the 8th realm can live for a very long time. Even cultivators in the Shengsu period can drag 4 or 5 generations to death, which is enough to drag some things to the end, but this is still a superficial solution. It seems that the Li family's seclusion is still very serious, and most of the Li family have gone off track with the mainstream of the immortal cultivation world. That's true, so I suspect that the Li family has the intention of taking advantage of this incident to re-enter the immortal cultivation world. No. Why? Because of the situation, the Li family is not a small force. If they want to come out, they must occupy a large part of the interests to ensure their own development. Otherwise, it would be better to stay in the secret realm. In the entire immortal cultivation world, only Zhongzhou meets their requirements. Have you seen the map of Zhongzhou? There are 3 top forces and 7 first-rate forces. They have divided up the interests of Zhongzhou. Second-rate forces are mixed in, and those below the second-rate are all vassals. The appearance of the Li family must swallow up 2 second-rate forces or 1 first-rate force. And the Li family was too glorious in history. During the years when the Green Emperor was in the world of immortal cultivation, they had suppressed the entire world of immortal cultivation for more than 100,000 years. It is well known that the Li family is too arrogant. Once the Li family is born, the first to disagree are the first-rate and top sects. Although the Li family has supreme level cultivators, it is still not as good as the current sects in the world of immortal cultivation. Master, do you mean that they are counting on me? Yes, the King Mu holy body was once the pinnacle of the Li family's glory. As long as you can reach 50% of the level of the Green Emperor, you will be able to suppress the first-rate sects. That will be the opportunity for the Li family to be born. Then what should I do? I don't know, Master, I really don't know. The birth of the Li family has both advantages and disadvantages for the Wu Kingdom and the Tiansheng Sect. It is difficult to say how to act and how to obtain the benefits of Zhongzhao. Things require an opportunity other than you. Master, are you referring to the crisis in the world of immortal cultivation? Maybe it is, maybe not. But this has nothing to do with our Tiansheng Sect. What we need to do is to develop our strength. Only when the Tiansheng Sect system is developed can we sit in the position of the chess player instead of becoming a chess piece. Now our strength is still far from enough. Lin Xiao shook his head. The entire world of immortal cultivation is a chess game. The real chess players are only these 10 first-rate sects. The Li family can only be considered half a chess player now. Although the Tiansheng Sect has suppressed the Tiansheng Sect this time, the price is very high. Many secrets of the Tiansheng Sect have been exposed. Li Muxu's trump card has also been used up. It will take a long time to become the chess player. Then Master, do you think we can cooperate with the Li family? We are not qualified yet. Although the Li family is very enthusiastic about me because of you, this has little to do with interests. Once it involves the interests of the entire Li family, as long as the person in charge is not a fool, he will not agree so easily. Well, you don't have to think so much. I will handle the matter. I don't have much time in the Li family. I have to go back and solve the problem quickly. There are still great hidden dangers in the Tiansheng Sect. Okay, Master, forget about this matter this time. Don't do it next time. I said, it's not your turn to sacrifice in the Tiansheng Sect, understand? Got it. Master. Li Muxu pouted. She didn't realize her mistake. In her opinion, there was not much danger in recognizing the Li family. It was a matter of more benefits than disadvantages. Lin Xiao stayed in the Li family for several days and inspected the Li family like Li Muxu. The situation was indeed as Li Muxu said. The low-level disciples were very eager for the outside world, but the resources were firmly controlled by the top leaders. The social upward channels in the Li family secret realm were actually very fixed. They pay a lot of attention to bloodline and blood relationship, which is the blood relationship measured by the Qiankan orb. The higher the blood relationship, the more valued the family will be. On the contrary, those who have little blood relationship will be marginalized and become vassals of the Li family instead of fellow clansmen. There is no such thing as an uprising in the world of immortal cultivation. The force value depends on the high-level cultivators. A supreme being can suppress tens of thousands of Li family disciples, but he can't break the monopoly at all. In fact, the Li family has already planted a crisis. 7 days later, Lin Xiao left with a large number of Li family's special products in his storage bag. This was not obtained for nothing, but was exchanged by Lin Xiao. Li Muxu continued to stay at the Li family. The Li family would make some arrangements for Li Muxu, but she would not stay at the Li family forever. The Li family also knew that high-level cultivators could not work behind closed doors, and they had to travel outside. After leaving the Li family secret realm, Lin Xiao rushed back all the way. It took him more than 3 months to rush back to Nanzhao Wuguo, where Yinanyu and other senior executives showed up. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. How's the sect? Nothing happened. We have resumed our normal life since the lifting of martial law. Nanzuan is handling all matters. However, there are many more spies in Wu State. Even the people from Tiansheng Sect have appeared. We dare not take any action. Never mind. Did Tiansheng Sect say anything? Yes, another deputy commander of Hishite once sent a message, hoping that Master would come forward. There should be something to discuss. We don't know the details. Okay, reply to them, and meet in Shiansu City in 3 months. Now follow me back to the sect. Lin Xiao nodded. The matter of Tiansheng Sect still needed to be dealt with. No matter what, Lin Xiao had to return to the sect to take charge of the overall situation. Half a day later, Lin Xiao and his party returned to the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Most of the senior leaders of Tiansheng Sect were there, and the Lingguan monks gathered. In a battle outside Xianyang City, 2 Lingguan monks were killed in the battle of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect suffered heavy losses again. This time I came back mainly to tell you that the strength of the Tiansheng Sect has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it. In the future, the Tiansheng Sect will only leave 5 spiritual monks to sit in, and the rest of the people will all go out to travel. I will also increase my support for you, and the Tiansheng Sect will enter a faster development mode. The remaining people are 1 person from the Mountain Gate, 2 people from Gangming City, 1 person from Xianyang Mountain, and 1 person from Tiansheng Sect. It is still a rotation system. Basic C will continue to sit in Beiyu City, and the channels of Beiyu City cannot be cut off. In addition, the 100 city business house must be laid out throughout Nansao within 30 years. Every country must have our business house to speed up the flow of resources in Nansao and increase financial income. The wild strategy will no longer expand, but the existing territory must be developed as soon as possible. Those who need to be relocated should be relocated without fear of sacrifice. The plan to bleed monsters must continue to be implemented. In addition, the integration work of Wuguo Nangsuan must be accelerated, with the original Xianyang sect as the backbone and the other sects as auxiliary, assimilating as soon as possible to lure them. Before long, Lingmingdan will not be restricted, and some people can be selected for support. Lin Xiao has been thinking about it for several days, and has some ideas about how to develop in the future. Lingguan cultivators must not stay in remote places like Wuguo. They must go out as soon as possible to obtain more resources. Lin Xiao is ready to take some people out personally. Lingming pills are no longer restricted to Tiansheng Sect. Wei, Qianluo, Ziluo, and Zhao family of Xiansu City are all partners of Tiansheng Sect. Their Lingming pills will be refined for Limugsu, and even if the price is lower than elsewhere, it can still gain great benefits. Chapter 530 to Lan Yu. Lin Xiao announced a major resolution at the meeting. People below were talking about it, but no one opposed it. Not to mention Lin Xiao's prestige, even in terms of actual interests, Lin Xiao was the one who controlled the fate of the entire sect. Without Lin Xiao, the Tiansheng Sect could not keep its interests at this time. The Lingming pill alone was enough to tempt other major countries. After the meeting, Nanzuan immediately began to mobilize and arrange. He planned to relocate 1 million people from the Tiansheng Sect to the wild buffer zone. This was what he had been doing. Now that Lin Xiao proposed it, he also implemented it. Yin and I also had a plan for how to deal with the scattered spiritual monks of Yu Xiao. The station base in Zhongzhou was almost destroyed before, but Zhongzhou must not be lost. Most of Lin Xiao's future actions will be in Zhongzhou, and Yu Xiao must develop. Moreover, Yu Xiao will need more high-level cultivators to fight with the intelligence departments of large sects such as Hishite in the future. At this time, the spiritual light level is actually not enough. However, Yunanayu has no choice but to keep pestering Lin Xiao and ask Lin Xiao to support him. Lin Xiao has no choice but to agree to give Yu Xiao 5 more spiritual light pills within 30 years. Lin Xiao once again met with Leng Ning and other leaders of the core sects of Wuguo in Gangming City. Before the battle outside Xianyang City, Lin Xiao wanted to reward them according to their merits, and a batch of spoils were taken out as rewards. In addition, the restrictions on Daojiden were relaxed. Tiansheng Sect had 3 Dao fruit trees mature in 40 years, which could refine 3 furnaces of Daojiden. Even Basic C could refine more than 20 pills. If Limugsu came, it would definitely be 27 pills. In addition to the transactions with Qianluo Kingdom and Ziluo Kingdom, Tiansheng Sect only kept a small batch, and the rest would be traded. In addition, the increased strength of Beicheng business can also collect some treasures that can break through Daogang. In fact, Tiansheng Sect will not lack Daogang monks at all, so there is spare power to support other sects. Lingming pills will also increase significantly in the future. The Zenling grass in Qianluo and Ziluo is about to mature. The earliest Zenling grass in Xianyang Mountain has been planted for hundreds of years. Everything is outputting steadily. In addition, the affairs of Beiqing business can also bring convenience to various sects. Lin Xiao has decided to release some shares for them to join and use the power of the entire Wu Kingdom to expand Beiqing business. Otherwise, it will be difficult to lay the channels of the entire Lin Xiao in 30 years. It was already a month after the arrangements were made. The last order Lin Xiao gave to Nangxuan was to continuously expand the number of disciples of Tiansheng Sect. He was not afraid of too many people. Even if there were 200,000 people, Tiansheng Sect would take all the disciples that other sects did not want. The more the better. Then Lin Xiao set off and went to Zuanshan Sect first. Gao Yangsu and Ao Yangsong of Zuanshan Sect were waiting for Lin Xiao to come. Zuanshan Sect gained great benefits in the Battle of Xianyang City, but what shocked them was that Xiangsuan Sect could not do anything to Lin Xiao, which was a bit unexpected. Elder Ao Yangsong, are you surprised to see me? Fellow Daoist Lin, why are you so aggressive? This is the 7 souls pill of your sect. Gao Yangsong took back the 7 souls pill that Lin Xiao had pledged to Lingjian Sect. He knew that Chen Kaixing had gone to find trouble with Lin Xiao, but he didn't know the inside story. He only knew that several people who went with Chen Kaixing died, but Lin Xiao was intact, which showed how terrible Lin Xiao was. So he didn't dare to blackmail Lin Xiao, even though Lin Xiao was only a cultivator in the Shengsu period. Haha, Elder Ao Yangsong, I have no other intentions, please don't be offended. Then why did fellow Daoist Lin come to Xianyang City this time? In the future, the Beiqing business of my Wu country will open a store in Xianyang City, and we will need your support at that time. This is a small matter. We welcome the business to settle in. In the future, we will need to exchange some resources with your sect, and the price is absolutely fair. Of course, no problem, as long as the price is reasonable. It is naturally welcome to trade. I admire Elder Ao Yang's decisiveness. Lin Xiao laughed and said, he really didn't come to cause trouble. There was no need, and Tiansheng Sect was actually not the opponent of Zuanshan Sect. They were blinded by the information. Lin Xiao himself couldn't take it seriously. If the details were known, the unlucky one would be Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect was going to increase the production of kindling wine again this time. This was the fastest way for Tiansheng Sect to increase its financial resources at present. Other aspects did not work so quickly. The key to the production of kindling wine lies in spiritual water. The Tiansheng Sect is rich in spiritual fruits and other materials. If it is not possible, it is also very simple to purchase them from outside. Only spiritual water is difficult to buy, because the consumption of spiritual water is very large, and it is used in many places. The territory of the large sect like Zuanshan Sect is so large, there are more places to produce spiritual water, and the output is higher. If it can be traded at the sect level, then large-scale transactions can be carried out, which is very beneficial to the development of Tiansheng Sect. At this time, Zuanshan Sect was feeling guilty, and Lin Xiao's request was not excessive at all, so naturally they all agreed to it, and normal transactions were also beneficial to Zuanshan Sect. Lin Xiao stayed in Zuanshan Sect for a day, and left after finalizing some transactions. He did not express anything excessive, and even wanted to conduct some high-level transactions with Zuanshan Sect, such as the 7 Souls Pill and the 6th level puppet. Zuanshan Sect also agreed, but it has not decided how to trade for a while. Lin Xiao then left, and went to Zuanayu City. The Xianyang Sect also had a well-informed information channel. The news that Lin Xiao had negotiated with the Xiangsuan Sect in Xiansu City had already been reported back to Zuanayu City. Someone from the Xianyang Sect's senior management also met with Lin Xiao. However, they were much more confident than the Zuanshan Sect. They were neither humble nor overbearing. They just wanted to communicate more with the Tiansheng Sect, on an equal footing. Lin Xiao also agreed. This was the benefit brought by the rise of the Wu Kingdom's status. Even the Qin Kingdom's major clan had to be polite to Lin Xiao. After finishing his work, Lin Xiao flew back to Xiansu City. At this time, the 3 months had not yet arrived, and the people from the Xiangsuan Sect had not yet arrived. Lin Xiao went to the Tang family again, and talked about the Li family. Although he did not sell out the secrets of the Li family, he could still talk about the basic situation. Tang Xuan was very interested in this, especially Lin Xiao. Tang Xuan was even more interested. After all, not everyone could get the golden elixir of the 8th realm cultivator. The Suayu sect really wanted to know who was behind Lin Xiao. They used to think it was the Li family, but now it seems that it is not the Li family. However, the energy displayed by Lin Xiao seemed to be no worse than that of the Li family, and Lin Xiao would naturally not expose his own background, so they also had a good chat. After Lin Xiao left the Tang family, Tang Yulin and other young masters surrounded Lin Xiao and went to the Paradise Villa. Now Tang Yulin really worshipped Lin Xiao. They used to have a good reputation, but that was all a bastard reputation, and they were also small scale, limited to the Shengsu period. They were not as awesome as Lin Xiao, who dared to arm wrestle with the 8th realm cultivators, and he was not dead yet. If this is not an awesome person, then what is? The development of Paradise Villa is becoming more and more prosperous. It is managed by professional managers, which is much better than Tang Yulin and other playboys. Basically, there are no mistakes. Even though the proportion of Chunfeng building and Fugi building is constantly decreasing, the turnover is constantly increasing. The several cultivators promoted by Paradise Villa are becoming more and more like stars, and the reserve force is very strong. Many young cultivators are being cultivated and can be replaced at any time, so there is no fear that those top players will be poached. While eating and drinking, Lin Xiao did not forget the important matters of the Tiansheng Sect. Soon, the Lingguan cultivators and some Daogang cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect would come to Zhang's house for training, and Lin Xiao would still need these people's help. One day later, Lin Xiao returned to Bakesuju in Jiangsu City. After Li Muxu left Bakesuju, no one was making the 5th and 6th level pills, so they were only selling some inventory for the time being, and the business would be a little worse. Yu Xiangxiang was already on the way. When Li Muxu was gone, Bakesuju would rely on Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Xiangxiang was now also a 5th level lower grade alchemist. Lin Xiao decided to increase his support for Yu Xiangxiang. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed, and the people from Tiansheng Sect came. The person was called Lan Yu, which was only one character different from Lan Lingyu, but Lan Yu was a male cultivator, and he was also a gentleman with outstanding grace and gentleness like jade. The name Lan Yu was very suitable for his temperament. Lan Yu meets fellow Daoist Lin. Lin Xiao has been friends with fellow Daoist Lan, so we won't be polite and just get straight to the point. Okay. Fellow Daoist Lin is a quick-witted person. I've heard about it a long time ago, so I won't waste fellow Daoist Lin's time. Okay, let's get started. Fellow Daoist Lan, please tell me what the Tiansheng Sect means first according to the sect's instructions. The solution to the King Nan incident has been announced. King Nan started the war without authorization and used public tools for his own selfish interests. He deserves death, but the other cultivators are innocent. I hope fellow Daoist Lin can show mercy, Lan Yu said lightly. During the time when Lin Xiao was tossing around, the Tiansheng Sect was not idle either. They had gone through many rounds of consultations on Lin Xiao's matter, and even alarmed the supreme of the Tiansheng Sect. In fact, neither the Li family nor the Tiansheng Sect could pose a fatal threat to the Tiansheng Sect, but Li Muxu's potential made the Tiansheng Sect very afraid. The Tiansheng Sect has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and the top leaders know many secrets between the ancients and how the King Emperor dominated the world. In that era, the human race had many outstanding people, and talented disciples emerged in endlessly. Even the supremes were not few. Under the catalysis of the war between the two races, the entire human race devoted all its efforts to cultivate those outstanding people, so there were really many supremes at that time. However, the other supremes were no match for the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor had killed many supreme level opponents in his life, which made the demon race extremely afraid. After the Green Emperor ascended to heaven, the Li family also had outstanding people. These people did not have the ability of the Green Emperor, but they were stronger than the other supremes. Now Li Muxu has the same physique as the Green Emperor, and even has the withering and flourishing art. This is too terrible. As long as Li Muxu can reach 50% of the ability of the Green Emperor, she will be stronger than the average supreme. If she has 70% of the ability, she can dominate the world of cultivation. So after urgent consultations, the Tiansheng Sect decided to take this loss first. However, this loss would not be in vain. Now the Wu Kingdom, the Li family, and Li Muxu have become powerful enemies of the Tiansheng Sect and even all the major sects in the world of immortal cultivation. If they don't move, it's fine. But if they move, it will definitely be a fatal blow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Time is running out. When Lin Xiao heard Lan Yu's words, his heart was alarmed. The attitude of Tiansheng Sect was too soft, so soft that Lin Xiao was afraid. This was not the attitude of a first-class force. Tiansheng Sect was a first-class sect in Zhongzhou, and even in the entire cultivation world, it was ranked in the top 10. As such a large sect, it should have its own pride. Even if he was shocked by Li Muxu, he should not give in so quickly. So at this moment, Lin Xiao was not happy at all, but felt that Tiansheng Sect was in crisis. Now it seemed that Tiansheng Sect had entered the list of enemies of Tiansheng Sect. If they did not move, it would be fine. If they moved, it would be a fatal attack. This also gave Tiansheng Sect little time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao became a little anxious. It was impossible for Tiansheng Sect to improve its strength step by step. It seemed that they had to speed up and overtake on the curve. Fellow Daoist Lin. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Fellow Daoist Lan, please continue. I finished. I wonder how fellow Daoist Lin thinks we should exchange prisoners. That's simple. I will hand over all the prisoners to you, and you hand over all the prisoners to me, regardless of their cultivation, identity, or value. Well, that's fine too. I wonder when the exchange will be made. As a sign of sincerity, I will send a message back immediately and release a batch of wounded before tomorrow. By then, they will be sent to Zuanshan Gate in Nanzhou, and you will take over. I hope you can also show some sincerity, such as stopping the torture, and then slowly hand over the prisoners. How about it? Of course. Will you look for fellow Daoist Lin then? My sect's Lin and I will hand over to you then. How about it? Of course. Lan has admired fellow Daoist Ji for a long time. Okay, that's it. Fellow Daoist Lan can go back and rest. Does fellow Daoist Lan have anything else to say? Nothing. I just want to invite fellow Daoist Lin to dinner. Don't get me wrong, I just want to thank you. First, you didn't make things difficult for me. Second, I was able to come to the fore because of you. You may not know that King Nan was extremely powerful in Hishite before. Although he and I were both deputy commanders of Hishite, his power far exceeded mine, both internally and externally. I was only responsible for internal affairs, but most of the power was taken away by King Nan. Lan Yu replied with a smile, his eyes full of gratitude. In fact, he was not wrong. There were many factions in Tiansheng Sect. King Nan's power in Hishite was second only to the commander-in-chief Zhu Wei, and he could even compete with him because of the strong power behind King Nan. But now King Nan is dead, and most of his Hishite confidants and Shengsu period cultivators died in the battle, which gave Lan Yu an opportunity. However, he said this to paralyze Lin Xiao, making Lin Xiao think that the internal division of Tiansheng Sect was very serious, so that he would be careless and even make friends with the two. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was very familiar with this trick, and would not be easily fooled. He still rejected Lan Yu's request, so he had to go back embarrassedly. As soon as Lan Yu left, Yinan came out from behind and stared at the direction where Lan Yu walked in silence. How do you evaluate it? King Nan is a tiger coming down the mountain. He may be fierce, but he is really just a burst of fire, and it will be gone after it burns out. This Lan Yu is the real master, the old fox, especially the skin of his. It is of no use to us, but it is extremely lethal to female cultivators. We have encountered a strong enemy. Yes, this Lan Yu is much more difficult to deal with than King Nan. You have to be more careful in the future. Don't worry, master, what we Zhao lack is only cultivation. As long as the cultivation is improved, everything else will be easy. We don't have much time left. I know that the attitude of Tiansheng Sect is very problematic. They should be looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Will Ancestor Li come back? Yes, he will come back in 3 years at most and half a year at least. The Li family will have protectors, right? Of course there will be, but it's useless. The Tiansheng Sect is attacking with all their might, and the Li family can't stop it. Lin Xiao shook his head. The Li family had only tens of thousands of cultivators, while the Tiansheng Sect had hundreds of thousands. Moreover, they had quite a number of vassals. It was easy to recruit hundreds of thousands of cultivators to join the war. Moreover, Lin Xiao was very afraid that the big sects in the cultivation world would unite. By then, even the Suayu sect might turn against them. What should we do? It's okay. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. How is Siki? He just broke through the Dao Gang not long ago. His cultivation speed is very fast. It will take at least 100 years to break through the Lingguang period. I will find a way to make Siki break through the Lingguang period within 100 years. By then, you can break through the Shengsu period in one fell swoop. How can it be so easy? The cultivation speed of the cultivators in our sect is already very slow when they reach the Lingguang stage. I was at the 5th level of Lingguang before, and I'm still at the 5th level of Lingguang now. Yinan Yu shook his head. It takes a long time to practice in the Lingguang period. There are very few people like Lin Xiao and Li Muxu who have completed it in just over 100 years. These two are monsters and cannot be compared. Like Lin Xiao, it has been more than 200 years and he has not yet completed it. He is still a genius disciple. Yinan Yu's speed is not slower than Lin Xiao, but it also takes about 300 years. Now he has broken through to the spiritual light for more than 100 years, but he is still at the 5th level of the spiritual light. It is a long way to go to break through the Shengsu period. He is like this, and the others are similar. The first batch of breakthroughs are like Zhang Qingsun. Basics he is similar to him. Maybe the later batches with better qualifications will be faster, and Siki will also be faster than ordinary people. Those few people in the sect with top grade spiritual roots will soon reach the spiritual light soon. It won't take many years. The spiritual light is not enough, and the Shengsu period is not enough. The Tiansheng Sect will be in great trouble. Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't know how long it would take for him and Li Muxu to break through to the 8th level. They haven't even finished tempering their skin membranes yet, and the muscles, bones, and internal organs that follow are even more difficult to temper. Lin Xiao thought about swallowing the golden elixir. Now he can still exchange it in the points mall, but the side effects of the golden elixir are too great. It is easy to be restricted by the laws of heaven on the golden elixir. This is the result that people with exhausted potential will choose. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu's future is far more than the 7th and 8th levels. They will not choose this result unless they have no choice. Yinan Yu and others may choose to wait until they break through the Shengsu period and then use the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill first. 3 pills can quickly improve to the 3rd or 4th level of the Shengsu period and then use several golden pills. It is possible to break through to the golden body period in just 100 years, but their path will stop at the golden body period. Without the opportunity to defy the heaven, they cannot go any further. Of course, the bigger problem is that Lin Xiao does not have enough points. A 9 aperture divine silkworm pill costs 200,000 points, and a golden pill costs 350,000 points. A golden body cultivator needs more than 1,000,000 points, and a golden body cultivator is not enough to ensure safety. At least 3 or 5 people are needed. After careful calculation, 5 or 6 million points are needed, and 5 or 6 million points requires 100,000 cultivators in a sect, and this does not require a large-scale war or loss of points. Lin Xiao thinks it is too difficult. Master, don't be too anxious. It will take time for the Tiansheng Sect to deal with us. They should at least be afraid of the supreme leader of the Li family. I'll give you a few tasks. Master, please give your orders. First, quickly hand over to Lan Yu and exchange the personnel. Then you return to the sect and assist Nangxuan in developing the sect's strength as soon as possible, especially in terms of financial resources. I will give you and Nangxuan the power to deal with everything, and you can act first and report later. The second point is to send your trusted confidants to Uyghur and Fenghe Island to develop these two places as soon as possible. Within 10 years, I want news of the appearance of spiritual monks in these two places. Remember, they should be the kind that recruit disciples locally. The third point is to look for a third branch again. I told you before, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. You have to send someone to deal with it and find another way out for the sect. And it must be secret and develop quickly. The model can use the development model of the Tiansheng Sect with financial support secretly. Understand? I understand. The first and second ones are no problem, but I can't figure out the third one. Our sect's disciples are developing too fast now. Nearly 10,000 disciples can join the sect every year. Our financial resources are going to explode. Even if 1,000 spirit wine is produced 10 million times a year, it is not enough. Master, is it really good to recruit so many disciples with ordinary spiritual roots? Yunanayu shook his head and said, when the Tiansheng sect was weak, these ordinary disciples were indeed very helpful to the sect, but now it is different. Ordinary disciples basically stop at the purple mansion, and most of them even stop at the condensation vein. There is no use for more low-level disciples, but they consume a lot of resources. It is better to save this part of resources for elite disciples. With the current number of people in the Tiansheng sect, the financial resources have begun to appear. If we calculate it at the rate of nearly 10,000 new disciples entering the sect every year, the Tiansheng sect will be completely bankrupt in 3 years at most. The annual financial gap is as high as more than 20 million, which is a shortage every year. It doesn't matter. If there are really 200,000 disciples, they can form a battle formation, and even the 8th level cultivators can be contained. Lin Xiao used a very lame excuse. 200,000 low-level disciples can indeed contain the 8th level cultivators, but will the enemy give you a chance? The 8th level cultivators can break the void at will, and your battle formation cannot move. How can you fight? Okay, I will complete all 3 tasks as soon as possible. Don't rest, leave tonight. So urgent? Well, leave quickly, let Yu Xiangxiang and the others come quickly, and we will focus on operating Xiansu City in the future. Lin Xiao nodded. The number of disciples in the sect has increased significantly, and the financial resources are not enough. They can only feed back from the high-level disciples. Lin Xiao has decided to concentrate all the skilled talents of the sect in Xiansu City to make it bigger and stronger. Not only should there be alchemists, but the rest of the refiners, talisman makers, and array masters are all concentrated here to expand the scale of Bakesuju. In the future, at least 10 million Zuanjing will be fed back to the sect every year, so that the rapid development speed of Tiansheng sect can be guaranteed. Yunanayu knew that Lin Xiao was anxious and did not dare to bargain. He left Xiansu City overnight and went to Nanzhao to complete Lin Xiao's task. Chapter 534, Snow House Expansion. Under Lin Xiao's order, Yu Xiangxiang and others quickly gathered in Xiansu City. Half a month later, all the people arrived, led by Yu Xiangxiang, and nearly 40 masters of skills gathered in Xiansu City, including the formation fanatic Zhu Zongsheng. Tonight is your last comfortable day. I brought you here not to let you enjoy, but to let you suffer. Are you ready? That night, Lin Xiao held a dinner for these 40 people, plus some people from Bakesuju before, about 50 people. Li Muxu had not arrived yet. Master, we are not afraid of hardship. Just give us your orders. Master, if we were afraid of hardship, we would not have come. Okay, since you are not afraid, I will tell you directly. You already know the situation of the sect. There are nearly 130,000 ordinary disciples. This year's financial resources are just breaking even. Next year, 10,000 people will join the sect, and the financial gap will be about 2 million. The year after next, it will reach 5 million to 8 million. 3 years later, the financial gap will be close to 10 million to 15 million. Of course, this is based on the analysis of this year's financial situation. The financial resources of the sect will also increase, but it is still far from enough. Therefore, Xiansu City must give back to the sect every year in the future. The amount is 15 million. Among them, Li Muxu and I will take 5 million, and the remaining 10 million will be distributed among the 50 of you. You must earn 200,000 Zuan crystals for the sect every year, and you must also meet your own needs for practice. By the way, one more thing, the welfare of your sect has been cancelled. If there is a problem, you can bring it up. If you feel that you can't do it, I don't blame you, you can go back to the sect. Lin Xiao raised his glass and said calmly, but the audience started to talk about it, and many people showed horrified eyes. 200,000 a year seemed insignificant to Lin Xiao, but most of them were Daogang cultivators, and a few were Lingguan cultivators. This was a big challenge for them. Without the benefits of the sect, they would need hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals every year to satisfy their own practice. This was too difficult. Yu Xiang was the first to respond to the headmaster's order. The sect treated us well. All our previous practice was completed by the sect. Since the sect needs us, we have no choice but to give back. Otherwise, what is the point of the sect training us? Zhu Zongsheng, also responded to the headmaster's order. Zhu Zongsheng, have been in the sect all my life. The sect treats me like a son or nephew. Now is the time for me to show my filial piety to the sect. With Yu Xiang taking the lead, soon, everyone responded. No one backed down. Everyone knew that, if they backed down at this time, they would give up the opportunity to be supported by the headmaster. Very good. Lin Xiao, have seen your loyalty. You are worthy of the sect, and the sect is worthy of you. I declare that the sect will give each of the 52 people present here a technique and a martial art for free. The grade of the techniques must be no lower than the earth level. If you feel that you have exhausted your potential and do not need them, you can pass them on to your descendants. You can designate one person. The descendants of the 52 people can also recommend one person to join the sect and enjoy the treatment of core disciples. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. When everyone heard this, they shouted loudly, especially those like Zhu Zongsheng who had exhausted their potential. Their paths had come to a halt, and everything was for the sake of their descendants. If their descendants were given the treatment of core disciples, and were given earth-level techniques and martial arts, they would undoubtedly be able to go further than them. No need, this is what you deserve. Besides, I can tell you that the sect's competition mechanism also exists here. In the future, whoever performs well will still be rewarded, including martial arts skills, cultivation experience, guidance from high-level cultivators, and everything else. As I said, if you are worthy of the sect will never treat you unfairly. Thank you, Master. You are wise. Master, you are wise. Master, you are wise. Raise a toast to congratulate the sect. Congratulations to the sect and the master. Congratulations to the sect and the master. The atmosphere in Baeksu residence suddenly became high. Lin Xiao never wants the horse to run without giving it grass. If he wants his disciples to work hard and devote themselves, he must give them enough benefits. Feelings can certainly motivate for a while, but feelings will run out. From the second day, Lin Xiao began to arrange specific tasks, including pills, talismans, tools, arrays, spirit beasts, and puppets. They were divided into 6 groups. Each group selected a team leader and had its own tasks. If there was a need for cooperation, they had to apply in advance. In addition, there would be some auxiliary personnel coming later, and some could also be recruited from Tiansheng City, and the sect would send special people to assist them. They only needed to propose the materials needed for refining pills, tools, and talismans, and there would be special people to purchase and sell them. Anyway, they didn't need to worry about anything except production. Because the personnel had not yet arrived, they still needed to handle the preliminary work. For this reason, Lin Xiao provided 30 million Zuan crystals as their startup capital, and took out the inheritance of various skills such as pill formulas and rune samples to give them, all of which were free. A month later, a team of up to 300 people arrived. This was the elite troops selected by Nangsun. Some of them were good at business, some were good at distinguishing things, and some were good at making friends. These 300 people served a team of more than 50 people. For this reason, Lin Xiao spent a lot of money to expand Baeksuju, and even bought all 3 surrounding shops, connected them with the original Baeksuju, and renovated them. Lin Xiao personally designed the decoration plan, and his level was no worse than that of Zhao Villa. He also became a supervisor, and spent every day at the decoration site. Baeksuju's big move naturally alarmed the other merchants in Tiansheng City. Su Yuzhang supported this. After all, the stronger Baeksuju was, the more beneficial it was for Tiansheng City. The tax alone was not a small amount. The other merchants had different attitudes, but Lin Xiao's forcing Xiangsuanzang to retreat was not long ago, and his prestige was still there, so no one dared to make trouble. Lin Xiao did not let go of the Zhao family, the Tang family, and Tang Yulin, the second and third generations, and he caught a lot of people who should help. The efficiency of Tiansheng made them feel extremely shocked. Such a dynamic and fighting team is extremely rare in Tiansheng City. 3 months later, Baeksuju's expansion and decoration were completed, and the products refined by each of them in the past 3 months were put on the counter again, and Baeksuju reopened. Lin Xiao actively revised some of the rules of Baeksuju, and used the marketing strategies of the previous life, including publicity packaging, various incentives, etc. Even the service level of the maids and servants in Baeksuju was the same as that of Jiao Villa. The reopened Baeksuju immediately impacted the business of the entire Tiansheng City, giving people a refreshing feeling. If it weren't for the major merchants who came to talk to Lin Xiao would even dare to start a price war. However, this is vicious competition, which is very unfavorable for the future. Lin Xiao didn't want to offend the public, so he didn't dare to implement it, so for the time being, it was still peaceful. Afterwards, Lin Xiao gave advice to the shop that Yu Xiao had opened in Tiansheng City before, and launched a series of new products, especially restaurants, clothing shops, rouge and powder shops, etc. Lin Xiao tailored projects for them according to the brand effect of the previous life, and continuously launched the concept of luxury goods. For this reason, Ma Zhang, the person in charge of Yu Xiao in Jiao Villa, also risked being exposed and asked Jiao Villa to fully cooperate. Clothes, jewelry, rouge and powder, etc. were all endorsed for Yu Xiao's shop. The ability of Tiansheng Sect to gather wealth once again shocked the forces of Tiansheng City and Suiyu Sect. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's previous experience of forcing Tiansheng Sect to retreat, someone would have to take action. This ability to make money is too terrible. A month later, an account book appeared in front of Lin Xiao, and the accountant of Tiansheng Sect explained the source of the account in front of Lin Xiao. Master, this is the expenditure of Baeksuju this month. This month, our Baeksuju has spent a total of 5.6 million Zuan crystals, including 1.2 million employee salaries, which includes 368 people from our Tiansheng Sect and 78 hired people. 3.72 million material expenses, living expenses. Our income this month is 5.3 million. Just looking at the income and expenditure, it is a loss, but it is not the case. We still have a lot of goods there, including elixirs. I know, you don't need to say more, just tell me how much the net profit is. If all those goods are estimated, it should be around 2 million Zuan crystals. In other words, according to the current turnover, can we make 20 million a year? It will be less than expected. After all, some goods are not easy to sell, and the price will definitely be reduced at that time. If there are some activities, there will be discounts, but 20 million can be guaranteed. If you can't do it, please take my head off. Why should I take your head off? Shopkeeper Lee, the store's goods must be continuously optimized. You should know how to do this. Master, don't worry. I used to be the manager of Beicheng Trading Company in Beiyu City. I know how to do it. We have already investigated the consumption habits and consumption levels of the cultivators in Tiansheng City, and all kinds of data are being filed. It will only take about half a year to a year to completely build up the perfect data. We can analyze which products are the favorite of cultivators and which ones are unsellable based on the big data, and then make adjustments to ensure that the annual profit is no less than 20 million. If it is lower, I will commit suicide, so the master doesn't have to do anything. Where did you learn this kind of words that threaten people's lives at every turn? I don't think I have ever said that. Master Nan said that what the master is doing in Zhongzhou is a matter of life and death for the sect, so we can't hold the master back, even if we risk our lives, replied shopkeeper Lee. Nan Zuan also knew Lin Xiao very well. According to his understanding of Lin Xiao, whenever the sect encountered major events, especially when it was a matter of life and death, it would recruit disciples on a large scale, regardless of their qualifications. This habit has been in place since the annexation of Shan County. Every action since then has been the same. The sect archives record it clearly. Now Lin Xiao requires tens of thousands of disciples to join the sect every year, which means that Lin Xiao is in a very critical situation. Therefore, even if Nanzuan does not know where the specific crisis is, he still strictly requires these disciples to go to Zhongzhou. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard this, but Nanzuan was right. Tiansheng Sect really needs a big development. Chapter 535, Explosive Growth. In the office building of the General Affairs Hall of the Tiansheng Sect in Wu State, Nanzuan sat in the upper seat, with 12 cultivators on his left and right, all of whom were elders of the General Affairs Hall. Currently, the elders of the General Affairs Hall plus Nanzuan himself totaled 13 people, and only such a large number of people could manage the entire huge Tiansheng Sect. In addition, these 13 people also had a team of stewards totaling hundreds of people, but stewards were not qualified to attend today's year-end meeting. Master Nan, everyone is here. If you have nothing to say, how about we start? Okay, Elder Zhang, you go first. Okay, then I'll start. This year, I'm responsible for the admission of a total of 10,760 new disciples, with no illnesses and no casualties. Among them, 3,173 new disciples were admitted from the direct territories of our Tiansheng Sect. More than 4,700 were admitted from the former Tiansheng forces, and the rest were disciples sent from other territories. Among them, there is one disciple with top-grade spiritual roots, 7 disciples with upper-grade spiritual roots, 580 disciples with middle-grade spiritual roots, and 3,725 disciples with lower-grade spiritual roots. In addition, among the new disciples admitted last year, 16 had false identities, their cultivation had been abolished, and they were expelled from the sect. 7 became possessed during their cultivation, and some died or became disabled, and will be dealt with separately. Okay, next. Nanzuan said calmly that he had been keeping an eye on the admission of new disciples, so there was naturally no problem. The 23 people mentioned later were actually ordered to be killed or maimed by Nanzuan, because after investigation by Yi Xiao, these 23 people should be spies from other sects. It could not be completely guaranteed, but they were highly suspected, and now he would definitely kill the wrong ones, rather than let them go. This year's wilderness strategy was completed ahead of schedule. After the efforts of all the disciples, this year our wilderness strategy has moved 120 miles westward. In another 10 years, we will be able to completely occupy the wilderness buffer zone facing the original Kang country. In addition, we have relocated 360,000 mortals to the buffer zone, and arranged village residences, clothes, rations, seeds, medical offices and other measures for them. According to our previous experience, the death and injury rate of mortals this year has been greatly reduced. After a year, only 50,000 people died, and 3,000 people were injured and disabled, which is much higher than our previous expectations. In addition, this year, Gangming City's financial resources have risen again. According to our statistics, Gangming City now has a permanent population of about 140,000 and a floating population of more than 10,000 people per day. The city entrance fee, business rent, management fee, residence rent, plus our sect's direct industries, deduct various costs, including the maintenance of the city defense formation, etc. The total profit is 4.2 million Zuan crystals, and all expenses have been handed over to the General Affairs Hall. Next, as for Beicheng Trading Company, its business has been going smoothly this year. A total of 437 stores have been opened in 120 countries in Nanzhou, 75 of which were opened this year. Because it is a new business, it needs huge startup capital, so the total profit of Beicheng Trading Company this year is only 1.2 million. It is expected to be between 3 million and 3.5 million next year. The specific data has been submitted to the General Affairs Hall. Next one, the sect merit points increased by 23 million this year and exchanged for 17.28 million. There is too much data, so I will not say more. It has been announced in the public display area. Those who are interested can go and have a look. Next one, as for the Kinglian Hall, 7 corruption cases were investigated and dealt with this year, involving 65 cultivators. Their cultivation levels were distributed in. The 12 elders talked about the major events and data in the areas they were responsible for one by one, including some data that was too much to describe on the spot, which were actually in Nangzuan's mind. According to Nangzuan's statistics, starting this year, the Tiansheng Sect has ushered in the beginning of another explosive growth. Breaking through the condensation vein, the cultivation of the Purple Palace has skyrocketed. Although the number of Daogang level cultivators is not large, they are accumulating. There are more than 300 cultivators at the 12th level of the Purple Palace, and every year someone breaks through the Daogang cultivation. Because the Tiansheng Sect began to support other sects, all treasures that break through the Daogang became scarce, but with the opening of the Beicheng merchant channel, the Tiansheng Sect's ability to collect treasures has greatly increased. Now more than 10 copies can be collected every year. If it is a year for refining Daojidan, it can still skyrocket. The root of all this is based on the word wealth, but the source of wealth is also skyrocketing. Taking all factors into consideration, the annual source of wealth of the Tiansheng Sect has grown to about 30 million. Jiangsu City has also transfused 10 million this year, and after deducting various expenses, there is still a surplus of more than 7 million. Of course, the expenditure next year will skyrocket, because there will be a large number of new disciples. Now the whole Wu Kingdom has entered peace, the mortal management system has been continuously improved, and the mortal population has maintained a high growth rate. There are already hundreds of millions of mortals under the rule of Wu Kingdom. The long year-end meeting ended, and the 12 elders left, but Nangzuan had to stop. Yunanayu and Jia Mengren walked in. Now most of the masters of the sect have left the sect to travel. Only Yunanayu is really in charge of the mountain gate. Jia Mengren is the head of the Kinglian Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. Although he is not in charge, he basically patrols the territory of Tiansheng Sect. Now these 3 people have become the highest decision makers of Tiansheng Sect and even Wu Kingdom. Nangzuan is responsible for specific operations, while Jia Mengren is responsible for security and defense, and Yunanayu is responsible for the secret line of competition. Master Nan, please sit down, uncles. Jia Mengren and Yunanayu both have great respect for Nangzuan. They all know that, even when Lin Xiao is away all year round, the sect can still maintain good operation and even rapid development. It all depends on Nangzuan. If it weren't for him, Tiansheng Sect would not be able to achieve this level. Master Nan, this is a gift from Master. Wan Shengpil, it's a 6th grade one. Master is harming me. I have worked diligently for decades and finally saved up some wealth. Now it's all going to go out. Master Nan, you are joking. This is a gift from Master in private. It's not a public account. Master said he is still waiting for you to break through the spiritual light. Jia Mengren said with a smile. Wan Shengpil is a precious pill that allows cultivators to grow their bodies. It is very precious. The 4th grade can grow small parts such as fingers and toes. The 5th grade can grow parts such as wrists. And the 6th grade is enough to make Nangzuan's broken arm grow again. Then I won't be pretentious and will accept it. Brother Yi, let's get started too. Okay, then I'll start. Over the past year, Yi Xiao has rearranged his layout in Zhongzhou and reopened some of the previous channels, which cost a huge amount of resources. The black crystals are spent every day like flowing water, which makes me very distressed. In addition to the fact that the Jiangsu City part of Yi Xiao's financial resources has increased significantly after the head of the sect reorganized it, there is still a huge gap. In order to make up for this gap, the sect must support us, otherwise my work really cannot be carried out. I can't let the disciples go to work on an empty stomach. Elder Yi, please pay attention to your identity and occasion. Don't cry poor as soon as you open your mouth. You know the situation of the sect. Ahem. Master Nan, I heard that the sect still has a surplus this year. Yunanayu's old face flushed. He was used to crying poor. He had to cry once when he saw Lin Xiao or Nangzuan. Anyway, just ask for money. Everything else is empty. There is a surplus, but I can't give it to you. I have other uses for it. What use is it? Next year, Tiansheng City will be able to transfuse 15 million Zuan crystals to the sect. There will definitely be a surplus next year. Master Nan, please help me first. Several talented disciples in the sect are about to break through to the spiritual light stage and need a lot of resources. Are you sure you want to occupy their resources? You should have said it earlier. No. Yinan Naiu looked embarrassed. He was not a person who did not know the importance of the matter. The sect disciples needed a lot of extra resources to break through, and they were in the spiritual light stage. He dared not occupy them. If people knew about this, wouldn't he offend them to death? Go on. Okay, on the Wu Kingdom side, there are more than 20 spies this year, all of whom appear under the identities of merchants, travelers, etc. We at Night Owl dare not act rashly, so we have been secretly monitoring them. The next task is to infiltrate them. Therefore, next year I will arrange a group of people to enter the various institutions of the sect. The General Affairs Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Integrity Hall must give their support. I agree with this, but your people must know their responsibilities and are not allowed to overstep their authority. In addition, according to the requirements of the head, the Integrity Hall must be stationed in Night Owl. My people from the Integrity Hall have audited your account books of Night Owl, and there are many problems. However, out of respect for you, you can assign some people to come for training, and we will only use the Integrity Hall of the Night Owl for supervision. Okay, I'll arrange it. The General Affairs Hall can also agree to you, under the same conditions. Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk about the Kinglian Hall. Although the trend of corruption in the sect has been suppressed in recent years, the number of borderline cases has continued to increase. The main reason is that the family power in the sect has continued to rise, the second and third generations of cultivators have continued to appear, and the human relationship has become more and more serious. This must be noted by the First Lord of the South. I'm afraid that some families will still have to be split up again. I know this. Give me the list and I will let the General Affairs Hall arrange it. First, give them a warning, and give them face. Those who know how to restrain themselves will be fine. If they still don't know how to restrain themselves, then they will all go to the wilderness. Nan Zuan nodded. There are thousands of positions in such a large sect. Naturally, there are lucrative positions and unpopular positions. Those people in the sect dare not openly corrupt, but it is normal to promote some of their own people. However, if there are too many such normal things, it becomes abnormal. In the more than 100 years since Nan Zuan came to power, he has been fighting against the power of the clans and constantly splitting up some established sects. The most serious of them is the Bei family. It can be said that he has offended countless people, but Nan Zuan is still fearless. Okay, it will be delivered later. Now let's talk about a few important things the sect leader has instructed. The first is the training plan for talented disciples. People are divided into good and bad, and talented disciples must be taken seriously. The sect leader has already ordered that the sect must set aside some resources to support them. The second point is about Uyghur and Fenghuo Island. Jia Menggren stated Lin Xiao's request. The sect must develop steadily, but for geniuses, it must be fast. If it is not fast, how can they become geniuses? Chapter 336, 9 Bend Green Lotus. In the Luoxinghe Islands, on Dafeng Island, Sheng Baolu brought Zhu Jianan to the Hua family. Since the great elder Hua Xiang broke through the Shengsu period, Dafeng Island has become the top force in Luoxinghe. After the development and coordination of the Hua family over the years, Dafeng Island has been reorganized by the Hua family, and its strength has increased a lot. The Hua family has developed extremely rapidly. With its years of accumulation and heritage, its development speed is not lower than that of the Tiansheng Sect, and it is in a period of high-speed outbreak. However, the outbreak period of the Hua family is very short, only a few decades. Once the heritage is consumed, it will degenerate, while the Tiansheng Sect has been erupting for hundreds of years. This time, Sheng Baolip came, mainly to ask the Hua family to borrow the Lingshan mountain. After hundreds of years of hard practice, Zhu Jianan has reached the peak of the 12th level of Daogang, and he has polished and precipitated it a year ago. Yi Xiao specially brought Lingming pills from the sect for Zhu Jianan to use for breakthrough. However, the spiritual veins of Fenghuo Island are still the 4th grade upper grade, and there are many disciples, which are not enough for breakthrough, so he came to Datheng Island. The siblings Hua Kangchang and Hua Kangji came out to receive Sheng Baolu. Now the Hua family is the strongest, and has completely controlled the power. They are also in charge of all matters. Sheng Baolu is also a spiritual cultivator, so Hua Kangchang naturally had to come out in person. As for Hua Kangji, she was just here to have fun, and wanted to find out what Lin Xiao was doing recently. Sheng Baolu also participated in the battle outside Xianyang City, and was injured for it. He only recovered not long ago. When talking about Lin Xiao, he was extremely excited and worshipful, and told about the great things Lin Xiao had done. Hua Kangchang had already known that Lin Xiao had broken through the Shengsu period, but he didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so powerful that he killed so many people even in the Shengsu period. He was extremely shocked in his heart and his face was extremely shocked. Brother, is Brother Lin so powerful? Hua Kangji asked in a low voice. The ancestor of the Hua family has broken through the Shengsu period for more than 100 years, but it seems that there has been no significant progress in his cultivation, and his martial arts are definitely not as good as those of the Tiansheng Sect. Doesn't it mean that Lin Xiao can destroy the entire Hua family by himself now? Lin Xiao is a genius, so it's not surprising that he is so powerful. Sister, don't think too much about it. Hua Kangchang shook his head. At the beginning, Hua Xiang wanted to marry Hua Kangji to Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao refused. At first, Hua Kangchang was still very angry, thinking that his sister was so outstanding, how could she not be worthy of him, but now it seems that she is indeed not worthy. Lin Xiao is so young, and has so much drive, and the hope of advancing to the Jinshan period is very great. On the other hand, he and Hua Kangji have begun to feel a little powerless in cultivation, since they broke through to the Lingguang period. The speed of cultivation has greatly slowed down. In vain, they are also slowly losing their fighting spirit. The hope of reaching the Shengsu period in this life is very slim. Dao Hua, what about the matter of borrowing Lingshan? Dao Sheng, don't worry, this is a small matter. I will host a banquet for you tonight. Give us a few days to adjust. A cave will be vacant within 3 days. Then Dao Sheng can rest assured to retreat. The location is in the core area of the Hua family, and there is no need to worry about safety. Hua Kangchang replied immediately. Not to mention Lin Xiao, even Fenghuo Island is enough for the Hua family to make friends. Fenghuo Island is now very powerful, and it is also at the upper level among the medium level strength of the Luoxinghe Islands. After the dinner, Hua Kangchang told the family about this matter. After listening, Hua Xiang also agreed. Fenghuo Island and the strength behind Fenghuo Island are enough for the Hua family to make friends. Naturally, they have to try their best. This kind of favor must be obtained. So, the Hua family took out one of the most important caves for Zhu Jianan to retreat. The location is located in the core area of the Hua family, not far from Hua Xiang's cave, and it is very safe. Sheng Baolu does not need to guard it, and returned to Fenghuo Island to preside over the affairs. Now the Tiansheng Sect is recruiting disciples on a large scale, and the same is true for Fenghuo Island. No matter what their qualifications are, they are all accepted. They can recruit thousands of people every year. Now there are more than 8,000 monks on Fenghuo Island. In Jiangsu City, Lin Xiao spent more than half a year to rectify things, and has already led things on the right track. Lin Xiao doesn't have to worry about the next thing. Lin Xiao continued to practice in seclusion, while waiting for the increase in the balance of points. The Tiansheng Sect, together with Uyghur and Fenghuo Island, can add about 13,000 new disciples every year. These people's loyalty to the sect can reach about 60 in 2 years, which is also the average level. This means that there will be 30 to 40 loyalty points in a year, and more than 10,000 people will have a balance of 300,000 to 500,000 points. When the new disciples enter in the second year, plus the previous legacy, there will be 600,000 to 700,000 points. The safety bottom line that Lin Xiao reserved for himself was 400,000 points. That is to say, if the points are less than 400,000, Lin Xiao will lack a sense of security and will not use the points unless it is absolutely necessary. After a year of growth, Lin Xiao's points balance has exceeded 400,000, but it is still not enough to exchange for a 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. It will take more than half a year to exchange. During this period, Lin Xiao uses ordinary resources to practice. After using the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, he felt the weakness of ordinary pills. It was a world of difference. 100 copies could not compare to one 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. 3 months later, Li Muxu came back. Li Muxu had stayed in the Li family for more than 2 years. She already knew the details of the Li family, and the Li family also had enough understanding of her. Li Muxu was not a mean person. Under Lin Xiao's teaching, she knew very well that people needed to be grateful, so the Li family was relieved to invest in Li Muxu. Following Li Muxu, there were also a group of Li family disciples, a total of more than 30 people. These people were the team invested in Li Muxu by the Li family, and the leader was the Li family ancestor Li Xiaoxin. Li Xiaoxin is the oldest cultivator in the Li family besides the supreme, and also the one with the highest cultivation. He has reached the peak of the 8th realm. Unless the supreme comes in person, even 2 or 3 8th realm cultivators can protect Li Muxu. In addition, Li Muxu also brought a lot of Li family resources, which are all invested in Li Muxu by the Li family. The Li family also promised to provide Li Muxu with 10 million black crystals of resource assistance every year, and they can also requisition the Li family's resources outside when necessary. Lin Xiao greets Senior Li. No need to be polite, fellow Daoist Lin. I'm Muxu's protector now. Muxu is a generation younger than you. It's fine if we are of the same generation. Senior, there is no need to be so polite. Just call each other by our names. It's up to you. This Beisu residence seems to be different from the last time I came here. Yes, I expanded it a bit. Muxu and I are short of resources and need financial support. Actually, there's no need for that. With the support of my Li family, you won't lack resources. Senior, I have a large sect behind me. But don't worry, Beisu residence has someone to take care of it. It won't take Muxu much of his time. Lin Xiao replied quickly. Lin Xiao knew what Li Xiaoxin was worried about. He was just afraid that it would take up Li Muxu's time for cultivation. Lin Xiao was not stupid either. Naturally, he would not lose the big picture for the small. That's good. I won't disturb you and your disciple talking anymore. Li Xiaoxin nodded, then left, leaving Lin Xiao and Li Muxu alone. Master, has the matter of Tiansheng Sect been resolved? It's solved, but the hidden danger is even greater. Now the sect is overdrawing its potential. Now the sect has almost 140,000 people. So many? Li Muxu was shocked. She also knew that Lin Xiao would recruit new disciples in any major war, but so many people still scared her. According to what she knew, first-rate forces like Tiansheng Sect and SYNOPSIS Sect only had hundreds of thousands of people. If there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary disciples, it would really overdraw the sect's potential. It would take at least 90 years for these people to die, and these decades would cost the sect a lot of resources. Almost. It's important. The next time we are attacked, it will be a fatal blow. Muxu must be prepared. Is the SYNOPSIS Sect also included? 8 or 9 out of 10. I understand. Master, don't worry. With the support of the Li family, I think I can reach the 8th realm in 300 years at most. Li Muxu replied in a deep voice. The Li family fully supports Li Muxu, and the resources are very huge. With all kinds of treasures piled up, Li Muxu is confident that she will reach the 8th realm soon. 300 years are enough. By then, she will be more than 800 years old, and her cultivation speed is faster than that of the King Emperor. No matter how much the Li family gives you, you will have to pay it back double in the future. Moreover, there are also great hidden dangers in simply using drugs to pile up. You must be careful and must not leave hidden dangers. The magic power must be condensed. I know this. Alchemy is actually the process of tempering magic power. Li Muxu nodded. The cultivation level piled up with drugs is very superficial, mainly because of insufficient control. Alchemy requires the output of Zuanqi, which is a process of tempering magic power. It's good to know. I would rather you go slower than sacrifice your future. You and I are both people who hope to reach the 9th realm or even ascend. Don't lose the big picture for 1,000 years. Okay, Master. then go and have a rest. When you have time, teach your disciples to make pills. There is still a shortage of high-level alchemists in the sect. Lin Xiao nodded. Although Baeksuchu has expanded, the main force is still concentrated at the 4th level. There is only Yu Xiangxiang, a 5th level alchemist. There are basically no 5th level weapon refiners, talisman makers, array masters, puppet masters, and beast masters. There is only Lin Xiao himself, so they all need time to grow. If someone guides them, the growth rate will be much faster. Li Muxu agreed. It's okay for a disciple of his own sect to give guidance, and he is not an outsider. The two chatted for a while, and Li Muxu went back to rest. After Li Muxu left, Lin Xiao returned to the room. There was a spirit gathering array in the room, and the walls were piled with medium-grade black crystals to provide black energy for Lin Xiao's practice. Otherwise, the black energy of Tiansheng City alone would not be enough for so many people in Baeksuju. Just as Lin Xiao sat down and prepared to enter meditation, he heard the system's voice. This voice Lin Xiao hadn't heard for a long time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The side quest, the progress quest is completed. The Fenghuo Island branch is promoted to the 6th grade branch, and the reward is a 9-bend green lotus, mature form, and 50,000 points. Chapter 537, full of treasures. Hearing the reminder from the system, Lin Xiao was quite surprised. After checking, he found out that Zhu Jianan had broken through the spiritual light period and the Fenghuo Island branch had been promoted, so he got the reward. Needless to say, the points were worth a lot. However, Lin Xiao had never heard of the 9-bend green lotus, so he had to let the system come out to explain it. After reading it, Lin Xiao was a little excited, because according to the system's explanation, the 9-bend green lotus was a treasure, and it was the kind of treasure that was full of treasures. The 9-bend green lotus was an 8th level spiritual plant. The growth conditions were extremely harsh. The weather and the location were both indispensable. Even the spiritual water that nourished the green lotus had to be 7th level. You should know that the 7th level spiritual water had a very important role, and the output was extremely rare. Even a large sect like Suyuzan could hardly find 1 or 2, let alone to raise the 9-bend green lotus. It took nearly 10,000 years for the 9-bend green lotus to grow, mature, bloom and bear fruit. However, such a long time also made the value of the 9-bend green lotus soar. Its lotus leaves, lotus seeds, lotus flowers, lotus stems, and lotus roots all had extremely powerful medicinal effects. Of course, even if it is a weed, it has grown for nearly 10,000 years, and has become an 8th level spiritual plant. It is also very valuable. However, the value of the 9-bend green lotus is definitely higher than that of the weeds. It can be used as medicine in many 8th level elixirs. According to Lin Xiao's knowledge, the 8th level elixir is the highest level of elixir in the current cultivation world. When it comes to the realm of the supreme, there is no elixir that can be used. Even if there is, the materials cannot be found. Even the 8th level elixir is very rare. There are not many in the entire cultivation world. Even the elixir formula is a secret treasure that cannot be easily shown to others. Therefore, the value of the 9-bend green lotus is inestimable. Lin Xiao believes that, if the 9-bend green lotus is taken out, even the cultivators of the 8th realm will break their heads to fight for it. The value is higher than the golden elixir. After putting away the 9-bend green lotus, Lin Xiao sent a message to ask Yu Xiao to collect information about the 9-bend green lotus. Sometimes the information from the outside world is not worse than the system. Some things are studied more thoroughly, and the system is not omnipotent. Lin Xiao practiced in seclusion, and came out after half a year, because the pills he had taken had been used up. At this point, all the pills Lin Xiao had taken from Tiansheng City and later had been used up, and only a pile of objects and black crystals were left on him. Lin Xiao would not be short of black crystals. Jilashan Zhuang had more than 10 million in dividends a year, and Beizuchu had millions of profits a year, even if it transfused blood back to the sect. This profit was divided between Lin Xiao and Li Muxu. When Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, Li Muxu was refining pills and Beizuchu was busy. Lin Xiao found Zhu Zongsheng, who was a formation fanatic and a genius in formations. However, due to his cultivation, His level was limited to the 4th grade upper grade, and his level was not as good as Lin Xiao's. However, Lin Xiao's creativity informations was not comparable. Lin Xiao went to Zhu Zongsheng to ask for his original formations, and then let the system judge and harvest a wave of points. In the end, Lin Xiao got more than 10,000 points. At this point, Lin Xiao's points barely exceeded 700,000. Zongsheng, how old are you this year? Master, I'm 420 this year. 420. Have you taken the longevity elixir? Lin Xiao was a little dazed. Zhu Zongsheng was already 420, so he must be almost 500 years old. It was so fast, just a blink of an eye. I took it. The effect of the elixir lasts for 30 years. How are your sons? I remember you had several sons, right? 3 sons and 1 daughter. My daughter didn't have the aptitude to practice, and she passed away very early. My 3 sons didn't have the aptitude either, but I have a grandson with a top grade spiritual root. The master has seen him before. Yes, I have seen him. He is a very spiritual child. Train him well, okay? Master, don't worry, our whole family is supporting him now, Zhu Zongsheng replied. Zhu Zongsheng was as honest as he came in, and there was no trace of nostalgia in Lin Xiao's eyes. Zhu Zongsheng and Li Mingyang were the only 2 left among the first batch of disciples that Lin Xiao accepted. The rest of the disciples either died in battle or passed away. He and Li Mingyang also have no chance to break through the Lingguang stage, and their lifespan is only 100 years. In another 100 years, the first batch of disciples that Lin Xiao personally accepted will all leave. Lin Xiao chatted for a few words and left, not daring to go too deep. This topic is easy to make people upset. The news from Fenghe Island has come. Zhu Jianan broke through the Lingguang stage in the Hua family. Now he has stabilized his realm and has come out of retreat. According to the instructions of the sect, Zhu Jianan will stay in Fenghe Island for about 10 years. After 10 years, he will go to the mountain gate or Uyghur to take charge, and will not stay in Fenghe Island for a long time. A few days later, Li Muxu finished refining the pill, and handed 3 Lingming pills to Lin Xiao. This time, Li Muxu refined the Lingming pill materials, provided by the Zhao family. 6 pills were refined, 3 were handed over to the Zhao family, and the remaining 3 were price profits. How many times have I refined Lingming pills for the Zhao family? This is the 2nd time. Do you know how much benefit the Zhao family will get? I've calculated it. The price of the materials for a set of Lingming pills from the Zhao family is about 12 million Zuan crystals. 3 pills only cost 4 million Zuan crystals each, which is about 2 million cheaper than getting Lingming pills from Suyu Sect. The key is that Suyu Sect has strict restrictions on the number in order to balance the power of its vassal states. They dare not use the pills I refined for the Zhao family openly, and can only use them secretly. For example, they get one from Suyu Sect, and in order to ensure the success rate, they give the disciples another one, or arrange for the disciples to travel outside to create the illusion that they have gained opportunities outside. Li Muxu replied. The Zhao family is a vassal of Suyu Sect, and the price of buying Lingming pills is much lower than that of the outside world. In the outside world, if you don't have more than 10 million Zuan crystals, you can forget about it. However, Suyu Sect will still limit the number, and this is the same everywhere. Okay, keep it confidential, and be careful not to be exposed. I know. This is not the first time we have cooperated. In addition, the Tang family is also interested in cooperation. What do you think, Master? The Tang family declined first. Why? 3 Lingming pills at a time are worth more than 30 million Zuan crystals. Because Tang Shuan is very loyal to the Suyu Sect, it is better to have fewer handles. Ordinary pills don't matter, but this kind of strategic pill, don't make it for the time being. Okay, I got it. You have to keep a close eye on Beizuju as well. Don't let anyone infiltrate. I know. I'll notify them. Oh, by the way, Muzu, if you use the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill again, how much of the medicinal effect can you absorb? Why are you talking about this? Can you really get it again? Tell me how much first. No less than 60%. It should be between 60% and 80%. If there is a third pill, it can add about 50%. My physique plus the exercises should be more than what Lan Lingayu said, but the fourth pill will reduce it to about 20%, which is not cost effective. Okay, within 20 years, I will give you 2. Refine the membrane as soon as possible. Okay, within 20 years, I will definitely refine the membrane. Li Muxu no longer wanted to ask Lin Xiao about the origin of the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill. She had experienced this kind of magical thing many times. She just had to believe that Lin Xiao would not harm her. By the way, take a look at this information. 9-bend azure lotus, an 8th level spiritual medicine. Master, don't tell me that you have such a treasure. Take a look first. I finished reading it. What's the matter? Li Muxu read all the information with a single sweep of her spiritual sense. She was looking forward to Lin Xiao taking out a treasure like the 9-bend azure lotus. This was a priceless treasure. It could not be estimated with Zuan crystals at all. Even 10 billion Zuan crystals could sell it for. The remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm could be worth 1 billion, not to mention the 9-bend azure lotus. If we use the 9-bend green lotus to refine the elixir, tell me, can we temper our tendons, bones and internal organs as quickly as possible? The tendons and bones can, but the internal organs may not. And we can't refine 8th rank elixir. There are no more than 5 people in the entire cultivation world who can refine 8th rank elixir. The ancestor of Tiansheng Sect is one of them. Someone from Kunlun, Penglai and Wengsan sects may be able to do it. I see. We can't invite them, even if we want to. Instead, it will cause us a lot of trouble. Yes, but master, if you have lotus seeds and lotus roots from the 9-bend green lotus, we can eat them raw. The effect is second only to the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill, and the medicinal property is mild. It will not conflict with the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill, and can reduce 100 years of hard training. Got it? You can study it again, to see how to use the 9-bend green lotus. Yes, master. Okay, go and have a rest. Lin Xiao nodded. 8th rank elixir is too difficult to refine. With Li Muxu's cultivation level, it is unknown how long it will take to reach the 8th rank level. Lin Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. But what Li Muxu said was right. It was okay to eat it raw. Although it wasted a little medicinal power, it was also for safety. Lin Xiao looked at the lotus seeds. There were 9 of them, enough for the 2 to refine for a long time. When it comes to cultivation, time is of the essence. Lin Xiao only stayed for 1 day before entering seclusion again. Lin Xiao changed another 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, and the remaining points were about 450,000. After swallowing a 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, Lin Xiao once again tried his best to refine it. A huge amount of vitality burst out, and the wanton pattern appeared again. Lin Xiao absorbed the vitality, and began to condense his soul. After 10 days, when the power of the soul and the body were not coordinated, Lin Xiao stopped condensing his soul, and turned to tempering the membrane. Lin Xiao had already tempered the membrane of the thigh before. This time, he tempered the membrane of one foot in one breath. The remaining vitality was used to temper the other foot. After the vitality was exhausted, the membrane of the other foot was also tempered to the ankle, leaving only the membrane above the sole and neck that had not been tempered. As Li Muxu said, the medicinal power of the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill is indeed stronger than what Lan Lingayu said before. Maybe it is a problem with the 2 people's skills or physiques. At least Lin Xiao can guarantee that Lan Lingayu is not practicing a divine skill. After completing the practice, Lin Xiao came out of retreat. After using the pills for practice many times, Lin Xiao also had to condense the profound energy, otherwise his foundation would become empty. Lin Xiao's method was the same as Li Muxu's, except that he changed to refining equipment, and only refining equipment required the use of huge profound energy, while making talismans and formations mainly use the soul. Lin Xiao still had a lot of money and property on him. Through the operation team of Beizuju, he bought a lot of materials. Lin Xiao began to refine equipment crazily, and Lin Xiao's level of refining equipment was also growing rapidly. Chapter 538, A Coveted Source of Wealth. Lin Xiao's weapon refining level was originally at the level of the 5th order middle grade. Now his cultivation has improved a lot. If it weren't for the cultivation of his soul and body, he would have reached the 6th or 7th level of the Shengsu period. His soul power has increased a lot, and he has a new understanding of some of the difficulties in the 5th order weapon refining technique. Naturally, his level has improved quickly. A year later, many of Lin Xiao's works appeared on the counter of Bakesuju. Moreover, there were many spiritual light monks in Tiansheng City, so the magic weapons were not worried about selling at all. They would be sold out quickly, and Lin Xiao's source of income continued to grow. Not long after, it was the end of the year again. Bakesuju was holding a year-end party. Except for a few monks in seclusion, everyone was present. At the year-end party, an inventory of the year was indispensable. The shopkeeper of Bakesuju was called Lin, a descendant of Li Fengyu, the elder of Tiansheng Sect at that time, and he was responsible for the inventory. Everyone, listen to me. This year, our Bakesuju's turnover hit a new high. A total of 360 bottles of 4th grade upper, middle and lower elixirs were sold, with a turnover of 13.62 million. 72 bottles of 5th grade upper, middle and lower elixirs, with a turnover of 65 million, and 3 bottles of 6th grade lower grade elixirs with a turnover of 25 million. 85 4th grade upper, middle and lower magic tools, with a turnover of 57 million. 17 5th grade middle and lower magic tools, with a turnover of 35.2 million, and 530 4th grade upper, middle and lower talismans, with a turnover. Lin said all the data loudly, and finally concluded that Bakesuju's annual turnover actually reached about 320 million, and after deducting various costs, including materials, employee wages, store maintenance, etc., there was still a profit of nearly 25 million. More than 300 people, a profit of 2,500 a year. This ability to make money is enough to make people stunned. Even the people present had never thought that they could make so much money. Of the 25 million in profits, 15 million will be transferred back to the sect, and 10 million will be Lin Xiao and Li Mux's income. The data was so large that Li Xiaoxin was a little moved. The annual income of the Li family was naturally more than this, but the way of making money was different. The Li family did not have much business, and most of the income came from the production in the Li family secret realm. Calculating the profit margin, it was extremely low. It was not like Lin Xiao's side, where the materials needed were basically not produced by themselves, but all purchased, and then processed and sold. Everyone, shopkeeper Li has made it very clear that we have exceeded our target this year, so I decided that in addition to not going home until we are drunk tonight, I will also reward you all. All disciples, Zifu cultivators will receive 10,000 Zhuan crystals each, Daogang cultivators will receive 50,000 Zhuan crystals each, and Lingguan cultivators will receive 100,000 Zhuan crystals each. This is an affirmation of your efforts and a year-end bonus. In the future, as long as you can still exceed your tasks, you will receive rewards. Thank you, Master. Master, you are wise. Master, you are wise. Long live the Master. The cultivators shouted in unison. On the side, there were also cultivators hired by Bakesuju. They also received rewards, but the amount of rewards was too different from that of the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. It was basically a red envelope reward of several hundred Zhuan crystals or thousands of Zhuan crystals. Of course, compared with other businesses, Bakesuju was extremely generous. Bakesuju usually had many incentives. Anyone who achieved the plan would receive performance rewards, and the current rewards were also considered extra income. Lin Xiao would naturally not miss out on the Li family disciples, and also sent out a gift. A small half of the 10 million yuan in revenue was immediately spent, but Li Muxu would not object. She knew Lin Xiao's habit, and he would often give out some substantial rewards to motivate his subordinates, and every time it was just right, making people willing to work for Lin Xiao. A year-end banquet made most people extremely satisfied. At the beginning, Lin Xiao said that they would suffer here, but in fact they didn't suffer much, and even obtained more resources than in Wuguo. The turnover and profit of Bakesuju are not a secret. After all, there are many employees hired in Tiansheng City at the year-end banquet. Soon, these data appeared in the hands of SYNOPSIS Sect. Tang Xuan and other bigwigs had such information in front of them. Master, take a good look and learn from them. Tang Xuan threw the information in front of the master of SYNOPSIS Sect. The master of Suyu sect is also in the Shengsu period, but his potential is exhausted, and he has no way of Taoism. He is responsible for the specific affairs of Suyu sect, which is the same as Nanzuan's position in Tiansheng Sect. In fact, the headmaster did a good job. In the past 100 years, since he took charge of the sect, the Suyu sect has developed very steadily, with a surplus of funds every year. However, it depends on who you compare with. Lin Xiao has made several moves in Jiangsu City. The first time was the Jile Villa. Today, the Jile Villa has a profit of more than 100 million Zuan crystals a year, and many shareholders have gone from being hated by everyone to being popular. The second time was the shops related to Jile Villa, which benefited the Tang and Zhao families greatly. Originally, they only arranged for the poor members of the family, but now they have made a fortune, which makes people jealous. The third time was the Bake Suju. After Lin Xiao's vigorous rectification, it has a profit of tens of millions a year, and the annual turnover is also hundreds of millions. The resources that can be mobilized are extremely huge. Lin Xiao's ability to make money is fully demonstrated, which makes all the shopkeepers of major businesses in Jiangsu City inferior to him. Even the head of the Suyu sect is at a disadvantage in this business. Ancestor, what is this? Why can others do it, but you can't? Do you think we have too many Zuanjing in Suyuzang? No, what I mean is that we don't need to envy them at all. We make more profit than them every year. More. How much? Haven't you heard Lin Xiao talk about per capita? Beizuju has less than 500 cooks, and the annual turnover reaches hundreds of millions. In addition to paying high salaries, there are more than 20 million in profit. You can calculate the per capita yourself. How much is a Suyuzang's per capita? You can calculate it again. Tang Xuan was very angry. The word per capita was proposed by Lin Xiao. It is to calculate everyone's ability to make money. Undoubtedly, Beizuju's per capita is extremely high. With less than 500 people, it has made so much money. If this per capita is replaced by Suyuzang, the data will be too ugly. The head of Suyuzang felt very wronged, but he didn't dare to defend himself. He had to silently endure the scolding. The matter was not over until Tang Xuan finished scolding. Everyone, you are all high-ranking members of the Suyu sect. The financial resources of the sect have always been a little tight. What do you think? How should we improve the financial resources of the Suyu sect? Grandmaster Tang, it is well known that Lin Xiao is good at making money. We don't seem to have such talent. There is no comparison at all. Why can't we find a few talents in the Suyu sect with more than 100,000 cultivators? The Jile Villa was also run by a group of playboys before, but what about now? I see that you are all just sitting there doing nothing. You have forgotten how you struggled when you were at a low level of cultivation. Tang Xuan replied. In fact, he really wanted to learn from the practice of Jile Villa and lay off all these people and replace them with talented people. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Sect positions involve the interests of countless people from top to bottom. Even if he is the 8th level ancestor, he cannot lay off people on such a large scale. He still knows that blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. It was just that Tang Xuan wanted to force the people of the sect to work harder and not bring shame to the Suyu sect. It would be too shameful if they couldn't even beat a group of foreign cultivators. At the Zhao family mountain gate, Zhao Yuanshan looked at Beizuju's year-end report and sighed. Lin Xiao's ability to make money was indeed terrible. He was worthy of being the master of great talent and strategy who brought the Tiansheng Sect to glory. Look at this, Zhao Wenbin, what do you want to say? Dad, this Bake Suju is so profitable, why don't I rob it? Zhao Wenbin blurted out. He had just been transferred back from another place. He was marginalized because of some things. He suffered for many years outside before begging his mother to blow pillow wind and transfer him back. What did you say? Dad, I said I robbed Bake Su. Get out of here, you rebellious son. Zhao Yuanshan was furious. He smashed everything he caught and threw his son out. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How could he give birth to such a fool? Li Xiao of the Li family was in charge of Bake Suju to protect Li Muxu. He was a person at the peak of the 8th realm, and his lifespan was less than 1,000 years. It can be said that he was dying. Who dared to fight him? What if he blew himself up and dragged others to death? Ancestor. In fact, what young Master Zhao Wenbin said also reminded us that, although we may not covet them, others may attack us openly or secretly. Why don't we notify them? No need. Lin Xiao is an old fox. Besides, with the Li family here, no one dares to covet them, unless they take action against the Li family. Now the details of the Li family are unclear. Who dares to take action? Zhao Yuanshan shook his head. He didn't know about the Li Muxu incident, but he could still grasp the pulse of the situation. Bake Suju is not scary, but the Li family is scary. The mysterious Li family. No one dares to take action without finding out the details of the Li family. The same goes for Suayu sect. Yes, the ancestor is right. Then what should our Zhao family do? What else can we do? Of course we should learn from others. Do you think our family has too many Zuanjing? Well, it seems that the ancestor has to talk to Lin Xiao again. I have wanted to talk to him for a long time, but, hey, forget it, I'll risk my old face. Zhao Yuanshan complained. He was a senior member of the Suyu sect, so he naturally knew why Tang Shuan helped Lin Xiao snipe the Tiansheng Sect cultivator. That was a golden elixir. If he ate that golden elixir, he might have a chance to reach the 8th level. God knows how excited Zhao Yuanshan was after hearing this news. He really wanted to sell everything he had to buy another golden elixir from Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao, perhaps knowing his thoughts, did not sell it to him, which made Zhao Yuanshan anxious. Now it seems that he has to risk his old face and go to test the waters. Chapter 539, Threat Theory. Xi'an Temple is located in the southwest of Zhongzhou. If we consider the region of Zhongzhou, it is a relatively remote place. Moreover, Xi'an Temple is the weakest of the 7 first-class sects except Shenmu sect. Xi'an Temple is the weakest because it has the shortest history. It has been less than 100,000 years since its establishment. Moreover, there is no supreme level cultivator among the ancestors. It took Xi'an Temple 3,000 years to have the first supreme level cultivator, so its foundation is the worst. Moreover, Xi'an Temple is too close to Wengsun sect, which is only 50,000 to 60,000 miles away. This has led to the economic capacity of Xi'an Temple being clamped and weakened by Wengsun sect, so its overall strength is also weaker. Xi'an Peak is a small forbidden area of Xi'an Temple. Because the spiritual veins here are the highest, it is the place where high-level cultivators in the sect practice in seclusion. The cultivators passing by usually dare not even speak loudly. At this time, on Xi'an Peak, several figures ignored the Xi'an Temple's protective formation, and the Xi'an Peak's mountain protection formation appeared at the top of Xi'an Peak. After more than 2,000 years, it still looks like this. It's just a shabby thatched cottage. It's really embarrassing for us supreme monks. Fellow Daoist Mu, you don't know yet, the man surnamed Lin can't forget his identity as a farmer. Believe it or not, he still wears coarse linen clothes when he comes out. Haha, I believe it. Several people laughed at a shabby thatched cottage on the top of the mountain. Then the door of the thatched cottage opened, and a middle-aged old man in coarse linen clothes came out. There was a circle of black cloth wrapped around his head, and his trouser legs were rolled up. He was barefoot. If he was placed among the mortals under the rule of Xi'an Temple, he would be a farmer. However, this person is a genuine supreme monk. The reason why he dressed like this is because of some experiences in his early years. He was a farmer back then. Because of some special opportunities, he embarked on the road of cultivation. After the 8th realm, he simply returned to his early appearance. All 6 Taoist friends are here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What the hell? When our 6 families get together, we always treat them to delicious food and drinks. But when it comes to you, old Ghostlin, every time we just have a bowl of tea then I'll let my disciples do it? Forget it. Forget it. Hurry up and leave. Your Xi'an Peak is too cold. I don't like it. Okay. Then everyone, please sit down. The Supreme of Xi'an Temple waved his hand, and a huge rock rose from the ground, and 7 stone benches appeared around it. He also took out a teapot, 7 tea bowls, put a few tea leaves, boiled water, and poured them for everyone. But no one went to drink it, not because they were worried that he would do something, but because they were not used to drinking this low-level spiritual tea. The gathering of the 7 first-class sects was initiated by the Supreme of Xi'an Temple. 3,000 years ago, he broke through the supreme realm. After hundreds of years of hard practice alone, he found that his cultivation had not increased at all, and he could not feel the traces of ascending to immortality, so he ran around and initiated this supreme gathering. Originally, they wanted to find Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsan sects to join them, but they didn't play with them at all, so they never came. The Supremes gather once every 300 years, and the 7 sects take turns to be the host. Now is the 8th time, and they come to Xi'an Temple again to discuss world affairs, exchange cultivation experiences, and discuss the Great Way together. Old Ghost Lin, I want to ask you, do you have an illegitimate child outside? Illegitimate child, Brother Mew, where did you get this from? The Supreme of Tiansheng Sect stunned the Supreme of Xi'an Temple as soon as he opened his mouth. At their level, who will care about illegitimate children? The only thing they think about is how to ascend to become immortals. There is a man named Lin Xiao out there. He has risen over hundreds of years and developed a weak sect whose highest cultivation level was only at the condensation vein stage to the top 10 in Nansao. He himself has also reached the divine void stage and his methods are extremely powerful. I don't have an illegitimate child, and I don't know who this Lin Xiao is. It has nothing to do with me. But fellow Daoist Mew, when did you ever care about a cultivator at the divine void stage? Haha, don't underestimate this Lin Xiao. He has a very capable disciple. He has the physique of a King Mu saint body, and knows the withering and flourishing technique. Even the Li family has asked him to return to his ancestral home. Fellow Daoist, you should know about this. I know. He also took out a golden elixir condensed by an 8th level cultivator. Golden elixir, haha, fellow Daoist you, the man outside Shiansu city, that day was indeed someone from your Suyu sect. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Master of Tiansheng Sect sneered and said that when Chen Kaixing led the team to negotiate with the Li family and Lin Xiao that day, they suffered a great defeat. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also lost face, and several people died. Chen Kaixing didn't know who did it, and he was not sure that it was from Suyu sect. Now he had a conclusion. Don't be angry fellow Daoist Mew. I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. Even if we ascend to heaven, we have to leave some roots behind. HMPH. Fellow Daoist Mew, I don't know much about the King Mu holy body, but your families have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, so there should be records. Was the King Emperor really that powerful back then? Nonsense. If he wasn't powerful, how could the King Emperor have dominated the world? During the tens of thousands of years that he was in the immortal world, all the supreme beings were suppressed by him and couldn't raise their heads. The number of supreme beings he suppressed, if we count the human and demon races, is no less than 2 hands. If the King Emperor were really alive, the 7 of us combined would not be enough for him to beat. The Tiansheng Sect Supreme sneered. He had never seen how powerful the King Emperor was back then, but there were records in the Tiansheng Sect's archives, and many long-standing sects also have records of it. That was truly unparalleled power. Now that the King Mu holy body has reappeared, what will you do? Welcome or destroy? The Supreme of Xi'an Temple asked. If anyone among the 7 families had the hope of breaking through to the Supreme, they might support 1 or 2 and welcome them to join this circle, but this King Mu holy body made it difficult for everyone to accept, especially since it was related to the Li family. Everyone had records of how the Li family was domineering and bullied the various sects in Zhongzhou. That's why the cultivation world joined forces to pit the Li family and forced them to hide from the world. If the Li family regained its glory and the family tradition did not change, Zhongzhou would enter a troubled time. A war might break out. Zhongzhou is the base of the human cultivation world, and the war here is no small matter. When the Li family was in power, my star observation gate had not yet appeared. However, there are many precious books in my star observation gate, which record the scenes of the Li family's power hundreds of thousands of years ago. I think the Li family must not appear. My Shenmu sect is the same. Haha, Shenmu, you can bear it. If I remember correctly, the supreme leader of the Li family seemed to have broken the trunk back then and used it to refine weapons. Fellow Daoist Mew, why bother to argue like this? If you were born in that era, you would still have to be humble. The supreme leader of the Shenmu sect sneered. He was a spirit of a sacred tree, but he had nothing to do with the demon race. He was the oldest among the 7 supreme leaders, or he was the longest lived among the human supreme leaders, with a lifespan of at least tens of thousands of years. When it was only a 7th level spiritual plant, there were indeed cultivators from the Li family who wanted to chop it down, but in the end they only broke a section of the trunk, allowing it to survive by chance. Haha, maybe. My Tiansheng Sect also agrees with the fellow Daoists from the Star Observation Gate. Then my SYNOPSIS sect will follow suit. Fellow Daoist, you, the big Suchu of Lin Xiao in Tiansheng City is quite large. Do you really want to kill the goose to get the eggs? What kind of goose is big Suju? Just kill it. Don't laugh at me, brother. We are all here because of Li Xiao. Humph. Fellow Daoist, you sneered. Li Xiao is only in the Shengsu period. Even if she has great potential, it will take a long time for her to advance to the 9th level. What everyone wants is just the foundation of the Li family. Why can't these 7 sects compare with Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun sects? The reason is that they don't have enough foundation. This foundation has nothing to do with time, but lies in the secret of ascension. These 3 sects have cultivators who have ascended, so they know how to practice after the Supreme, how to touch the way of heaven, and how to meet the conditions for ascension. Unlike them, because it is the first time for a big girl to get on a sedan chair, she has no experience and is just wasting her life. The Li family also has this foundation, and its strength is weak compared to other families. There are also historical disputes here, so it is natural to start with the Li family. The Jade Immortal sect should also follow suit. Everyone, don't laugh at the second brother. We have all lived for tens of thousands of years. Who doesn't want to be immortal? Since the Li family has this thing, just hand it over. If you refuse, don't blame others for snatching it away. That's right. I have lived a few years longer than you. You don't know how the law of the jungle was in the immortal cultivation world in central China back then. My 7-star pavilion also agrees. Okay, now that everyone agrees, we have to discuss how to deal with the Li family. As far as I know, the Li family now has 2 supremes, one old and one young. The old one doesn't have much lifespan, and the young one has just broken through a few thousand years, almost the same as old Ghost Lin. Now is the most difficult time to deal with them. The Supreme of Tiansheng Sect said, if a supreme cultivator feels that his lifespan is not long and wants to self-destruct and drag the enemy to death together, it is basically impossible to escape. Even if they survive by chance, they will lose the chance to become immortals, so no one is willing to offend the old supreme. Fellow Taoist from the Stargazing sect, you are good at deducing the secrets of heaven. How long do you think the supreme of the Li family has left to live? I can't deduce it, and I dare not reveal the secrets of heaven, but according to some classics and information, we can guess that it is at most 3,000 years. This is embarrassing. In 3,000 years, that King Mu Saint body can threaten us, right? Everyone was speechless. This was a dilemma. 3,000 years was definitely enough for Li Xiao to grow up, but if they took action, everyone was afraid that the supreme of the Li family would explode. They have all lived for tens of thousands of years, and felt the benefits of being at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. None of them were willing to die, and they didn't even want to leave the world of immortal cultivation, unless they became immortals. How about letting the Li family come out first? That's a good idea, what do you think? Okay, let's take a look at the Li family's background. What's more, there are more than just 7 of us eyeing the Li family. I don't believe those old ghosts won't be tempted. Then let's do it. Friend you, it seems that you have to do it. Let me do it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, The Li family is ready to make a move. With Li Xiao in charge, no one dared to attack Big Suju. According to the practice of the immortal cultivation world, a force with an 8th level cultivator in charge can be regarded as a second-rate force. Therefore, the side effects of Baeksuju's year-end banquet did not appear, but promoted the development of Baeksuju. At least when Zhao Yuanshan came to find Lin Xiao, he conducted more in-depth negotiations to lay the foundation for future cooperation. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't get the golden elixir that Zhao Yuanshan wanted. Although it was available in the system mall, it was not available without enough points. Lin Xiao calmed down and continued to refine the magic weapon. After a lot of practice, he finally raised his refining level to the 5th level upper grade after 2 years. At this time, the number of disciples in the Tiansheng Sect had exceeded 150,000, with nearly 10,000 disciples entering the sect every year, while the number of disciples who died in battle, accident, or died of old age was only a few hundred a year. The gap between the two was too far. Even if Nan Xuan was prepared, he kept complaining and applied to Lin Xiao many times to stop recruiting disciples on a large scale, but Lin Xiao refused. Tiansheng Sect needs to develop rapidly, which is inseparable from Lin Xiao's system. Without points, how can Lin Xiao develop the sect and fight with those big sects? As for the disciples, Lin Xiao asked Nan Xuan to hold on first. Baeksuju will increase blood transfusions. Just hold on first. In about 90 years, these ordinary spiritual root disciples will die on a large scale. That is, they will get through it. Now he is in urgent need of points. A large number of disciples appeared, but there was no significant increase in financial resources. Nan Xuan's pressure can be imagined. Lin Xiao also understood his hard work, so Lin Xiao also increased his investment in Baeksuju, constantly improving the cultivation of many cultivators and their skills. It was because of the increased attention to Baeksuju that Lin Xiao learned about some abnormalities. It seemed that the Li family was planning something with the help of Baeksuju. Lin Xiao immediately called the second shopkeeper Wang Meng. Wang Meng is a compound talent in the sect. He not only has superior qualifications, but also has a good level in business. He is also an elite of Yixiao, so he was arranged in Baeksuju, an important place. Wang Meng, are you aware of the Li family's actions in Baeksuju? I know. Didn't you report it? Ancestrally wouldn't allow us. Muzu wouldn't allow us. That's interesting. Then tell me, what is the Li family doing, and what their intentions are? Yes, Master, according to our observations, the Li family has purchased a lot of classics through Baeksuju's channels in recent years, including historical records of the changes in the world of immortality, basic information on elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations, and a large number of low-level materials, which add up to tens of millions of black crystals. Did the outside world discover it? No, the people in Baeksuju are carefully selected and strictly trained by us, and they know how to avoid being discovered. Jiangsu City is so big that a cargo of tens of millions of black crystals will not be known to others, especially the low-level materials. Even if it is expanded tenfold, there will be no problem. It seems that the Li family really wants to come out into the world. I don't know what Li Xiaoxin is thinking. Lin Xiao nodded. It's good that no one found out. The Li family is probably doing this to make some preparations. It is very likely that they want to come out into the world. Master, didn't I hear before that the Li family has their own channels outside and many people are traveling? Why are they looking for our channels? It's very simple, because the Li family is not united. Okay, just pretend that I never asked about this matter. Whatever Muxu asks you to do, just do it. Yes, Master. Lin Xiao then went to find Li Muxu again. He didn't care whether the Li family came into the world or not, but he had to make sure that Li Muxu would not be implicated. Li Xiaoxin discussed this matter with me. In the Li family, Li Xiaoxin is also the leader of the Enlightened faction. Enlightened faction? Are there factions in the Li family? Yes, the relationship in the Li family is very complicated. There are more than a dozen ideological factions, but the more powerful ones are the conservatives, the inaction faction and the enlightened faction. Among them, the conservatives are the most powerful, including the Supreme, who is also from this faction. They have old-fashioned ideas, and think that it is an excellent choice for the Li family to stay in seclusion. They even want to completely close the secret realm, and stop all communication. Only a few people can enter and exit, that is, High-level cultivators, especially those above the Lingguang or Shengsu period. The inaction faction is a group of people who go with the flow. This faction is not strong, but has the largest number of people. This group of people is mainly the middle and lower level cultivators of the Li family. They have the opportunity to contact or understand the outside world, but the mild environment in the secret realm erodes their spirit and courage. They think that the outside world is too dangerous and the competitive pressure is too great. So they think it's better to maintain the status quo. The so-called maintaining the status quo is to let some people stay outside, input various resources to them, and give them benefits from each sect, but most of the Li family does not need to go out. The third largest force is the enlightened faction. The enlightened faction has the fewest people, and is relatively weak, but this group has the strongest ambition and the strongest appeal. They think that the Li family has become too corrupt. The hearts of ordinary Li family members are all about the past glory of the Li family that has been passed down from generation to generation. They can't see the current situation of the Li family at all. If we talk about overall strength, the Li family is just a second-rate force. If it is combat effectiveness, the Li family may not even be as good as a second-rate force. It is a very simple question. The Li family has not had a war for many years. Are there still battle formations? How many fights have the disciples experienced? They don't know anything, so the enlightened faction firmly believes that the future of the Li family lies in the mainstream cultivation world. They want the Li family to let go of the closed atmosphere, let the information of the mainstream cultivation world enter the Li family, and then gradually open up the Li family. It will take 100 to 1,000 years for the Li family to regain a foothold in the mainstream cultivation world. This leader of the enlightened faction is not Lin Xiao, right? Master, how did you know? Of course I know. Lin Xiao is so old, he just wants to be stable. It must be a new figure as a leader. That's right. The leader of the liberal faction is called Li Fusheng. He is younger than me in the Li family, but I have never met him. He has been traveling outside and rarely returns to the Li family. Lin Xiao was also persuaded by him. This Li Fusheng is a talent. I have to meet him, if I have the chance. Master, where do you think the future of the Li family lies? Li Muxu asked Lin Xiao. In her eyes, Lin Xiao has always been omnipotent, and he is very good at analyzing current affairs, and has a long-term vision, so Li Muxu really wants to know Lin Xiao's opinion. Muxu, let me ask you first, do you really want to help the Li family, or are you just repaying a favor? Sincerely, Master, in the past few years, people from all factions of the Li family have been very kind to me. Most of them sincerely treat me as a member of the Li family. I also want to plan something for the Li family, so that I can feel at ease. Well, I'll tell you, the future of the Li family lies in Dongzhou. Dongzhou, why in Dongzhou? Because only Dongzhou is the place of hope for the Li family. Zhongzhou is indeed rich, but the power of the major sects in Zhongzhou is too strong. Let alone the top 10 sects, which one of them is not stronger than the Li family? How could they allow your Li family to come in and divide the benefits? They will even let the Li family and the second-rate forces fight bloody battles, and the Li family can win, but it will be a miserable victory. Muxu, I know you want to ask why the top 10 sects do this. Have you forgotten what I told you? The difference between a first-rate sect and a top sect is whether someone in the family has ascended. Don't the 7 families of Tiansheng Sect covet the foundation of the Li family? Don't Kunlun want more foundation after taking the 3 sects? But Dongzhou is different. Dongzhou is very far away from Zhongzhou. It is the only continent that does not border Zhongzhou's immortal cultivation world. Moreover, Dongzhou's immortal cultivation world is much weaker than the monster beasts, and is in distress. If the Li family is willing to help Dongzhou resist the invasion of monster beasts, then from ordinary mortals to immortal cultivation masters, they will be very grateful to the Li family, and will definitely be willing to cede some interests to the Li family. If the Li family stays, you get a little, and I get a little, then it is not a small amount. Then why not Nanzhou? It's very simple. Nanzhou is now stable, and has reached a bottleneck in development. If the Li family comes to Nanzhou, they must first destroy a country. Who should they destroy? Will Qiqin agree? Don't underestimate the power of Qiqin in the other 2 countries. They are just less than the high-end power of the Li family. Once the Tiansheng Sect helps, the end of the Li family will come. It seems that the future of the Li family is really in Tiansheng, but this may be difficult to convince ordinary people. After all, Tiansheng is too remote. I can't just say something about work. You have to do serious research and solve the problems. You just need to solve what the ordinary people are afraid of, and what they worry about. Master, do you have a solution? Why do you want to cheat, Master? Master, just tell me, so that I can have an idea, and deal with other people in the future. Okay, then listen carefully. My words are not omnipotent. They are just a reference. For example, the Li family's enlightened faction wants to bring the Li family out of the world, and settle in Tiansheng. How to do it? The first step is to determine the ultimate goal, which is to bring the Li family out of the world. Before the Li family comes out of the world, they must unify their thoughts. Therefore, the enlightened faction is responsible for solving other schools, and winning over most of them. How to win them over? Use interests to speak, explain the benefits of coming out of the world clearly, appeal to their emotions, and make them understand the reason. What moves them is the interests. When the interests are balanced, it is necessary to get the support of public opinion, that is, the support of the grassroots disciples. How to support it? Publicize it, and the enlightened faction can hide private goods in the publicity, such as how dangerous Tiansheng is, and what are the benefits of going to Tiansheng. Naturally, everyone will choose to go to Tiansheng. What if some people are unwilling? Many people cannot do that. It's very simple. Just solve the problem. Arrest the troublemakers, and then personally take them to Tiansheng for a walk. It's a very flexible way of dealing with it. Anyway, the enlightened faction doesn't need the support of all people. Most of them will be enough. Once these directions are determined, we can send people to Tiansheng to explore the way and set up points, send elite troops to operate and manage strongholds, and slowly send people to make the transition. After decades or hundreds of years, there will be another large-scale migration. It's that simple, and the problem is solved. Lin Xiao is very good at talking nonsense. He boasted a lot, but Li Muxu's eyes lit up, and an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared. Chapter 541, Big Liar. After Lin Xiao left, Li Xiao appeared in front of Li Muxu with a slightly complicated expression. The Li family cultivators had been seeking a way out for the Li family for tens of thousands of years, but to no avail. However, Lin Xiao had only been at the Li family for a few days, and he had analyzed everything so clearly. Even if it was only somewhat credible, it showed Lin Xiao's extraordinariness. Uncle, don't be fooled by my master. Huh. There's a saying that goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Uncle, the Li family cultivators are immersed in it, so naturally they can't see the contradiction, and my master is just talking nonsense. It's no less difficult to go to Tiansheng than to Tiansheng. Uncle, think about it. Except for Tiansheng, the rest of the immortal cultivation world is a remote and poor place. How many Li family cultivators are willing to go to Tiansheng? This alone is enough for the conservatives and the inaction faction to stop us. They may not stop us from being born in Tiansheng, but is there really anyone willing to go to Tiansheng? Hey, you're right, but is there really no way out for my Li family? Closing the family is the worst option. The Li family is trying its best to maintain itself, but it is constantly weakening. Now there is no disciple in the Li family who has the confidence to reach the 9th level. After tens of thousands of years, without the protection of the Supreme Being, the Li family is in danger. Li Xiao shook his head and said that the Li family was constantly weakening. Not to mention the overall strength, the high-end strength was also in crisis. Although the Li family still had 2 supremes, one of them had a short lifespan. The key was that there was no successor. Including Li Dinghe, they had actually lost the hope of advancing to the 9th realm, not to mention the descendants. Therefore, the appearance of Li Muxu had such a great impact on the Li family. Uncle, don't worry. Within 3,000 years, I will definitely break through to the Supreme. The Li family will be fine. When I break through to the Supreme, the direction of the Li family will be controlled by me. I will give the Li family a future. Okay, Muxu, uncle is right about you. Li Xiao said with relief. Li Muxu is the hope of the Li family, and even more, so the hope of the enlightened faction. Now the enlightened faction is all counting on Li Muxu to be in a high position and fight for the right to speak for them. So with the support of the Li family, they even took out their own resources to support Li Muxu. Don't worry, uncle, I won't let you down, Li Muxu replied. Now there are many people in the Li family who support her. She doesn't lack ordinary resources at all. Now even when she refines pills, she only does it to condense the mysterious energy. Making money is secondary. Her current economic conditions are actually better than Lin Xiao's. After leaving, Lin Xiao chuckled. Based on his understanding of Li Muxu, she must have told others about the matter after asking such detailed questions, but Lin Xiao didn't expose it. And Lin Xiao's big lie is not without reason. The Li family was born in Zhangzhou and had to go through a fight, or even several fights, before they could regain their foothold. Going to Dongzhou, there is almost no need to fight, but the resources will be scarce. With the backing of the Li family secret realm, Lin Xiao thinks it is just a matter of hardship. It will be fine after the first few years. However, the difficulties of going to Dongzhou are not small. The key lies in the ideological problems of the Li family cultivators. Only after changing their concepts can the Li family be reborn. A few days later, Yinan Niu appeared in Beixiu residence. He had changed his appearance and was disguised so well that Lin Xiao couldn't recognize him at first glance. Master, how is it? You don't recognize me, do you? Where did you learn this camouflage technique? It's quite advanced. Night Owl spent hundreds of years developing it, drawing on the strengths of many others. I'll send the information back if Master needs it. No need, go ahead, tell me what's the matter. No big deal. I just came to report my work to Master. Okay, go ahead and report. Master, as early as more than 100 years ago, we at Night Owl had the idea of infiltrating the major sects, but we have never implemented it due to our strength and opportunities. Now that our Tiansheng Sect is in such danger, we at Night Owl unanimously feel that we have to restart this plan. Major sects? Which major sects? The top 10 sects, as well as some second-rate sects that are special after all, such as Tiansheng Sect and Seven Swords Sect. It means that all the top forces in the world of immortal cultivation will be wiped out. You are so brave. Ahem. Master, it's not my fault. You are the one who acts as if we are facing a great enemy. I think our enemies are just the top 10 sects and the like. We should prepare for a rainy day. Okay, go ahead and do it. What do you think? Lin Xiao nodded. This plan also tempted Lin Xiao. It was normal to plant spies for the other party. It depends on how many spies the other party has and how high they can climb. In this regard, Yi Xiao has a great advantage because Yi Xiao has abundant funds for activities. Yi Xiao has his own industry and the support of the sect. The annual financial resources are tens of millions. Compared with other peers, Yi Xiao has abundant funds. The monks of Hishite who were captured before gave out a lot of secrets of Hishite, including their income. After calculation, the annual funding of Hishite is only about 100 million, but they have much more people than Yi Xiao, and the funding has not increased for hundreds of years. So as long as Yi Xiao is willing to invest, the ambush spies can quickly improve their cultivation, climb to a high position, and may even become the higher level of the other party. It's nothing to think of, but this matter must be kept confidential, otherwise it will give the various sects a handle to attack us. Master, I think the number of people who know about this matter must be controlled within 5 people. In addition to you and me, only 3 contacts can know. Okay, how do you want me to assist you? Resources. I have already selected the candidates and have been training them for more than 2 years. It can't be delayed any longer, but I lack resources. This part of the resources cannot be paid from public accounts, but must come from private sources, and it can't be kept in the archives. It's only in our minds. Master also knows that I'm supporting Siki now, and I have no money. I'll give you the money. I'll ask the Beixiu account office to withdraw 3 million Zuan crystals later. This is the first batch of expenses. You can write a report on what to do in the future, but you must also remember that what I hate most is corruption. Don't mess around with me. Thank you, Master. I would never dare to mess around. I'm not a newcomer. How is Siki? She's fine. Now she has the support of the Master and her cultivation is improving rapidly. How are you? I'm supporting so many people by myself now. I can't support them, no matter how much money I make. Why don't you improve your cultivation quickly? I'm working hard, master. Humph. Master, there's one more thing. Tell me. Yes, it's about Yunzang. What happened to Yunzang? Lin Xiao replied that Yunzang was whipped by him in public at the Paradise Villa, and he was really beaten to death. He fainted on the spot, but the heavenly Dao did not appear, so there was no proof that he died on the spot. After that, Yunzang was secretly taken away by Night Owl with the help of Lin Xiao. Yunzang has recovered from his injuries over the years, but he has been controlled by Night Owl. With Yunzang's ability, he cannot escape Lin Xiao's control. Over the years, I have actually been brainwashing Yunzang, and we also know that Yunzang was framed by the Yun family. So now Yunzang seems to us to be very reliable, and I want to use him. Think about it carefully, Yunzang is very cunning. I know, this is a risky thing to do, but Yunzang has complicated feelings towards the Yun family. He hates and desires them at the same time. As long as it is well controlled, it will be a big blow to the Yun family. The Yun family is an important pillar of the 7 Stars Pavilion, just like the Tang family of the Suyu sect. If they explode at a critical moment, it will be enough to tie up most of the 7 Stars Pavilion's energy, severely damaging the Yun family, and the 7 Stars Pavilion will also be seriously injured. In fact, it can be regarded as one of our killer weapons. So you want me to remove his poison? Yes, if Yunzang goes back to the Yun family and is poisoned, people will know about it, so he has to be removed. But aren't you afraid that Yunzang will run away? In the entire Wu Kingdom, no one can check Yunzang, except me and Li Muxu. I've thought about it, but we Night Owls are good at manipulating people's hearts. I think that's enough. Here is the antidote. Take it, and when you feel he is relieved, you can release it. Also, let me tell you, although you are the person in charge of Night Owl, I will still hold you accountable if something big happens. Don't worry, Master, I will personally keep an eye on Yunzang's matter, and I will never make a mistake unless I die. Yunanayu nodded. Yunzang actually knew a lot of Night Owl's secrets over the years. If Yunzang failed in this matter, then Night Owl would inevitably suffer heavy losses, so Yunanayu really did not dare to be careless. That's good. Go away. I don't want to see you. Every time you see me, you cry poor and ask for money. Ahem. There is one more thing. Say it, then get out. Okay, I'll go right away. It was the leader who said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wait, have you found the place? Yes, we found it. It's on the border of Xianlang country. It's a small country called Lingju country. This country is very small and has no sense of existence. The territory is about the same as our Xianan province before, and it is located in a large canyon with extremely scarce resources. The neighboring countries are unwilling to invade it because it will lose money. We, Lin Xiao, planted a spine 200 years ago. Unexpectedly, last year, the Lingguang monk of Lingju country passed away, and he actually became the master of Lingju country. It only takes a little effort to make Lingju country a retreat for Tiansheng Sect. Can such a small country meet my requirements? Yes, there is a secret of Lingju country that no one knows. That is, there are mines under its territory, but they dare not mine them at all. Only the people in charge know about it, and it is passed on by word of mouth. Whenever they have insufficient layoffs, the people in charge will steal some minerals to sell. I only found out about this not long ago. There is such a thing. It seems that this Lingju country is very interesting. Bring me some information. I want to go there in person. Wait, Master, why do you want to go there in person? If I don't go, how can they be loyal to Tiansheng Sect? Aren't you afraid that your people will become separatist princes? No, I'm sure of my people. You cannot go, but you have to guarantee that Lingju country will be loyal to Tiansheng Sect. Clearly Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao replied. Yi Xiao controls more than 100,000 peripheral troops. There are many loyal people among these people, but their loyalty cannot be exchanged for points. What's the point of Lin Xiao coming? Chapter 542 Lingju Go. Yunanyu could not guarantee Lin Xiao's needs, because if it was controlled by Night Owl, there would be a layer of relationship, and they would be loyal to the Night Owl organization, not the Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao still had to go to Lingju country in person to make arrangements. Lin Xiao still had a lot of things to deal with in Tiansheng City, so he asked Yunanyu to arrange people in advance, and Lingju country must be completely controlled. A month later, Lin Xiao finished dealing with the affairs of Tiansheng City and flew to Lingju country in Nanzhou. At this time, Lin Xiao had already obtained all the information about Lingju country. Lingju country is northwest of Xianlang country. The entire country is a large mountainous area with very few plains. The mountains and rivers are broken. Without plains, the number of mortals is less, and the number of cultivators is much less. Moreover, even if there are spiritual veins in this kind of terrain, there are not many spiritual fields that can be cultivated. This leads to the fact that the level of cultivation in Lingju country is actually very poor. Its overlord sect often does not have a spiritual light cultivator sitting in. Each spiritual light cultivator requires hundreds of years of accumulation from the overlord sect, and a spiritual light cultivator cannot lead Lingju country to glory, let alone annex the surrounding countries, so Lingju country has always been in a weak position. The reason why they have not been annexed is that they are too poor and there is no benefit in seizing them, so the surrounding powerful countries turn a blind eye to them. The reason why Yi Xiao planted a hidden card in Lingju country is because Lin Xiao reached a trade agreement with Xianlang country that year. Tiansheng Sect was afraid that Xianlang country would eat up its goods, so it planted a hidden card here to monitor Xianlang country. Unexpectedly, the heir of Lingju country died when he broke through the spiritual light, so Yi Xiao's hidden card became the person with the highest cultivation in Lingju country and directly controlled Lingju country. The dominant sect of Lingju country is called Tiansheng Sect, which has about 5,000 disciples. Now it has been infiltrated by Night Owl. About 1/10 of them are Night Owl's backup personnel. As for the top leaders, they are either their own people or controlled. Lingju country is under Night Owl's control from top to bottom. 10 days later, outside Lingju country, Yunanyu brought a group of people to welcome Lin Xiao. Behind them is the territory of Lingju country. Meet the master. Master, this is Baden. Baden greets the master. No need to be polite. This is Lingju country. Lin Xiao pointed to the mountains behind and said that Lingju country is in a large canyon. That is what is shown on the map. In fact, Lingju country is full of mountains. Mortals and low-level disciples would not have such a perception. Yes, master, this is the border of Lingju country. Lingju country has 13 mountains, which are called 13 passes, showing a vein. The area between two mountains is where the people of Lingju country live. Okay, let's go and have a look. Lin Xiao nodded, and then the group flew to the big city of Lingju country, which is also the ruling center of Lingju country. However, the scale of this city is very small, with only about 2 or 3,000 cultivators, which is about the same level as the large market in Wu country. There is no comparison at all. Baden has married and had children in Chengdu Gate, and he has many wives and concubines, and many descendants. There is a huge mansion in the city, which is the place to entertain Lin Xiao this time. At the door, Baden's descendants and wives are waiting. Master, this is my home. These are all my family members. Yes, Baden has made great contributions, and the sect has to reward you. You can choose 2 sons with the best qualifications to practice in the mountain gate and give your sons the treatment of core disciples. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Baden and his family thanked in unison. Lin Xiao waved his hand and walked in directly. Master, do you think that Baden is inappropriate? No, it's just a precaution. Baden is also a person in a high position. People with power hate it most when others have power over them, so they just create a hostage. Understood, Master. Don't worry. In the future, there will definitely be spiritual light cultivators secretly in charge of Lingju country, and Baden will never have the hope of breaking through the spiritual light in this life. Yunanyu replied. Although Lin Xiao said so, he couldn't help but be on guard. Besides, he also felt that Baden was a bit ambitious, so he should restrict him. He would not train anyone who had a bit of disloyalty, and at most compensate them with money. Let people come in for a meeting. How are you preparing? Everything is ready. Yinanayu nodded, and then a group of people came in and stood on both sides, with Lin Xiao in the middle, Yinanayu on the left, and Baden on the right. This time we came to Lingju country to discuss matters, because the leader has decided to build Lingju country into our Night Owl's secret base. All future disciples recruited by Lingju country will be transferred to Night Owl's reserve personnel, and as long as they pass the training, they will be formal members of Night Owl. And Lingju country will also become a source of income for Night Owl, so we must manage Lingju country well. From today on, Night Owl will secretly take over Lingju country and carry out reforms. Yinanayu looked around and said seriously. This was where Lin Xiao was thinking of a perfect solution to the problem. What Lin Xiao needed was points, and what Night Owl needed was a base. This way, Lingju country could become the sect's secret stronghold, and there would be no problem with confidentiality. It seems that no one has any objection, so I will directly talk about the direction of reform. The first point of the reform of Lingju country is to transform the environment. Mortals are the foundation of cultivators. The number of mortals determines the number of cultivators, so the first step is to improve the living environment of mortals. Therefore, for the mountains within the territory of Lingju country, those that should be flattened, and those that should be filled, so as to artificially create a large plain. This transformation ability does not belong to the scope of mortals, so the power of immortal cultivators must be used. After the plain is built, water conservancy measures and the reclamation of farmland need to be followed immediately. The entire plan must be completed within 20 years. The second point is to improve the environment of cultivators. The reason why Lingju country is not strong is also because of the environment. The cultivators have no way to develop here, so they naturally have to leave. Therefore, there are many cultivators who have left Lingju country, and those who stay behind have become old, weak, sick and disabled. Therefore, it is urgent to improve the cultivation environment of cultivators. This is divided into two steps. The first is to improve the level of the spirit vein as quickly as possible. The spirit plant husband is ready and suitable spirit plants should be planted as soon as possible. The other step is to select elite soldiers and set up businesses to exchange what they have. With the power of the businesses, the specialties of Jugo can be sold, the required resources can be brought in, resources can be earned, and expenses can be reduced. These 2 points are the general plan. We have already formulated specific actions. Everyone has his own task. After the meeting, come to me to receive the task. Do you understand? Got it. Director Yi, our drastic reforms are a good thing, but the treasury of Changjuman can't support these big moves. Now there are less than 3 million Zuan crystals in stock. It's okay. This matter will be handled by the sect. I have raised 50 million Zuan crystals as the first phase of funds. After the completion of the first phase, the second phase will not cost much money. That's perfect. Well, we will need your full support at that time, Baden, so don't be lazy. I definitely won't. Okay, the meeting is over. Everyone come to get the task. Yinanayu nodded, and then issued the task. They have been planning this for a month, and all the tasks have been clearly defined. From the second day, the 3,000 low-level disciples of Tiansheng Sect were mobilized, and 200,000 young and strong mortals were also recruited to expand Lingju city, flatten all the surrounding hills, and then fill in lakes and valleys to create plains. 3,000 immortal cultivators went to flatten the hills, and 200,000 mortals went to transport rocks and the like. While building the plains, various greening and water conservancy projects were also in progress. As for the resources needed for these actions, they were secretly operated by Lin Xiao and Beiqing merchants, and there was no shortage of them, so the reaction in Lingju was not intense, because it did not affect their income. Merchants were also established, with the assistance of Beiqing merchants. Even if they were given some leftovers, it would be enough for Lingju merchants to eat, so all plans went smoothly. Half a year later, the 7 hills outside Lingju city were flattened, and the flat land of Lingju city expanded by 7 times, but it still needs further transformation to become farmland. Of the 13 passes of Lingju country, only half can be left in Yinanayu's plan, but these 13 passes are composed of tall mountains. Even one mountain is enough for them to dig for decades, and it will take hundreds of years to dig it out. Lingju country is closed, and such a big event as reform did not alarm anyone, or it can be said that it is not worthy of alarming anyone. A year later, Changju Gate held an ascension conference, and 150 of the best qualifications were intercepted by Yi Xiao, and became disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao stayed for another 2 months, and seeing that his points had increased, he was relieved. Yi Xiao continued to reform Lingju country, which was a long-term thing. Yi Nanyu cultivated several talents, slowly handed over the affairs to them, and asked a new spiritual monk of Yi Xiao to come and take charge, and then he got out of Lingju country. Yi Nanyu had to go to Zhongsao to make arrangements, not only to compete with the 7 Stars Pavilion, but also with the other 9 families. Things were extremely busy, and Lin Xiao was also going to Xiansu City for a treat. After years of accumulation, Lin Xiao's points once again broke through 1,000,000, and he could exchange 2 9-aperture divine silkworm pills at one time. In addition to taking them himself, he would also give one to Li Muxu, so that she could also refine the membrane as soon as possible. Master, you haven't been back to the sect for a long time. It's time to go back. I don't have time for now. Is everything okay at the sect? Nothing is wrong. Jia Mengren is in charge, and Yi Xiao and Taishi have been transferred back. It's just that you are always not at home, and everyone is uneasy. It makes no difference whether I'm here or not. If I go back, it would not be appropriate for Nanzuan to give orders. So let it be. Okay, you are the master. You have the final say. Arrange things as soon as possible, and then come to Xiansu City to find me. Bring Siki with you, and let her go to Bakesuju to help. I will try my best to let Siki break through to the Lingguang period within 100 years or even shorter. Okay, I'll solve it as soon as possible. Yi Nanyu nodded. Siki's path also determined his path, so Yi Nanyu naturally did not dare to delay. Chapter 543, Bones and Muscles. Lin Xiao returned to Xiansu City and immediately handed the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill to Li Muxu. Li Muxu did not ask much, and went into seclusion almost at the same time as Lin Xiao. He had taken the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill twice, so the third time was naturally a breeze. After Lin Xiao took it, he first nourished his soul, and then tempered the membrane. The membrane of the soles of his feet was quickly tempered, and then he continued to temper the membrane above his neck. The membrane tempering was not difficult. Lin Xiao quickly tempered the membrane of his head. There was still some vitality left, which he continued to use to nourish his soul. When the vitality was consumed again, Lin Xiao decided to try to temper the tendons and bones. The tendons and bones are actually divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the 12 meridians, the second layer is the 108 bones of the human body, and after the bones are tempered, the third layer is the bone marrow. The time spent on each of these 3 layers is no less than the time spent on tempering the membrane. According to Lin Xiao's previous estimate, the tendons and bones alone will take about 1,000 years. Lin Xiao is now almost 500 years old. If he spends 1,000 years to temper his bones and muscles, then it will take even longer to temper his internal organs, which is beyond the lifespan of the Shengsu period. Therefore, he must use the treasures of heaven and earth to speed up the tempering. At this time, Lin Xiao has taken 3 9-orifice divine silkworm pills, and his body has already developed resistance. If he takes more, it will only have 20% of the tempering effect, and it will not be cost effective to use it again. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not choose to use the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, but first changed to an ordinary pill, to try 1 or 2. The 12 meridians are also called the main meridians, including the 3 yin meridians of the hand, the 3 yang meridians of the hand, the 3 yin meridians of the foot, and the 3 yang meridians of the foot. The first meridian that Lin Xiao chose to temper is the hand tai yin lung meridian, which is distributed on the inner side of the upper limbs. In fact, the practice of golden body tempering is not much different from the practice of condensing and opening meridians, because condensing meridians is to condense the mysterious energy behind the 12 meridians, and opening meridians is to connect the mysterious energy of the 12 meridians. However, as soon as he started to temper, Lin Xiao immediately took a breath of cold air because of the pain. When tempering the membrane, it was mainly itchy, as if there were ants crawling on the body, and it would pass if he endured it. But when tempering the 12 meridians, Lin Xiao felt a pain of cramps and peeling skin, and he had to endure it. Once the soul was relaxed, and the vital energy was dissipated, the tempering effect would be much worse, even only 1/10 of the expected, causing a great waste. No wonder the golden body stage is so difficult to cultivate. Just tempering the bones and muscles is enough to make people collapse, not to mention the internal organs. At that time, if there is a slight mistake, the internal organs will be injured. The healing medicine will probably be eaten as food. It is really difficult to cultivate the soul and golden body together. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. The golden body and soul cultivation can stump 99% of the peerless geniuses. It is really not an exaggeration. Those who can do this must be people with great opportunities and perseverance. Tempering is not urgent. Lin Xiao adjusted a little and came out directly. Li Muxu came out a few days earlier than Lin Xiao. When she saw her master coming out, her eyes suddenly burst into brilliance. "Master, have you finished tempering your skin membrane? Can you see that?" "Yes, master, you can see it by looking in the mirror. The skin on your face is dark gold. So that's how it is. It seems that I have to cover it up." Lin Xiao cast a spell and took a look. It was true. The other golden body cultivators did not have this phenomenon. Lin Xiao could not be too high profile. Playing the pig to eat the tiger was the kingly way. "Muxu, how is your skin membrane tempering?" "It's almost over. If you don't take the treasure, it will take a few years." Li Muxu replied. She got a lot of resources from the Li family. Although it was not as good as the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, it was much better than ordinary pills. The speed of cultivation was very fast. "You condense the Zuan Qi first, and I will give you a 9-aperture divine silkworm pill in 2 years. "I know. By the way, I'm tempering my meridians, and I find the tempering process extremely painful. Is there any pill that can relieve it a little?" "Yes, but I hope master doesn't need it." "Why?" "I found the information from the Li family's treasure house. The tempering of the golden body is also a process for us to become familiar with and master the body, especially when using the golden body to fight. You can use the body to resist. For example, if someone attacks your hand, you can activate the golden body and concentrate the defense on your hand, which can increase the defense by about 1 time. If you use drugs to relieve it, then your control over your body will be reduced, and you may not have time to activate it, and you can only passively defend, and your defense will be reduced a lot. I understand. Give me a copy of the cultivation insights you got from the Li family, okay?" "Yes, but master can't pass it on. Some of the owners of these insights are still alive. If they are passed on, it is very likely that the enemy will take advantage of it. Don't worry about this, I know." "Okay." Li Muxu nodded. This kind of perception is not a top secret of the Li family, but just an ordinary secret. The Li family will not embarrass Li Muxu, and Li Muxu can make the decision. "Muxu, give me a few more bottles of elixirs that can quickly improve Daogang cultivation. Siki should be here soon. I want to help Siki quickly improve to the Lingguang period. I don't have this for the time being. How about 10 days? I'll give it to you in 10 days. "Okay, Siki will be here in 10 days. "Master, there is something I don't know how to tell you. Just say it directly. Why are you and I still talking about these empty things? It's still the Li family's business. Li Xiao is familiar with our practices and wants to learn from the Tiansheng Sect. He occupies a place outside and moves a group of people out. Do you think it's feasible?" "It's feasible, but it depends on the location." Lin Xiao nodded. "This method is feasible. If the people who move out live better than those in the secret realm, then it will naturally play a role in publicity, and everyone can make a choice by voting with their feet. It's just that the location is difficult to choose. He wants to place it in Zhongzhou." "Where in Zhongzhou?" "It's not determined yet, but Li Xiao seems to get along well with Su Yuzhang, so it may be within the scope of Su Yuzhang." "Su Yuzhang won't work." "Why?" "The top leaders of Su Yuzhang have already agreed." "Precisely because they have agreed, that's why it won't work. Any power, once it reaches the top, its words are useless. You can't believe their words." Lin Xiao shook his head. "Any power, once it reaches the top, will tend to be like a politician. The words of a politician cannot be believed, even if it is sworn in with a Taoist heart. Then does Master have any suggestions? My suggestion is to go to Tiansheng and let the Li family explore it. We know the least about Tiansheng among the 5 continents in the world of immortal cultivation. We can go and take a look. It can only be Tiansheng. West continent is also fine. Forget about North continent. South continent is our territory. The Li family will definitely have a conflict of interest with us when they go to South continent. Okay, I will reply to Lin Xiao and let him make his own choice at that time. Well, that's it. I'll leave first. Lin Xiao nodded and then went to inspect Baeksuju and Jile Villa. Now these 2 places are important sources of income for Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect. With an annual income of tens of millions of Zuan crystals, Lin Xiao has to pay attention to them. Lin Xiao has taken elixirs many times, and he also needs time to condense Zuan Qi. He can't retreat for the time being. 10 days later, Yunanayu came with Siki. Since Siki joined the Tiansheng Sect, she has no shortage of resources and has received guidance in her cultivation, so she has been practicing very fast and has already broken through to the Daogang stage. Her cultivation techniques are also not bad. The secret techniques of the Hehuan sect she got from Yunzan are very suitable for her physique. Even in the Daogang stage, her cultivation speed is not slow, only a little slower than Li Muxu back then. It is estimated that she will be able to break through to the Lingguang stage in 100 years. However, Lin Xiao and Yunanayu both felt that this speed was too slow, so Lin Xiao transferred Siki to support her again. Siki, which one of the alchemy, talismans, and weapons are you going to learn? In Baeksuju, you'd better choose a skill to learn. First, you can plan for the future, and second, you can condense the mysterious energy, which is beneficial to your practice. Yes, Siki, now we are fully supporting you, but when you reach the spiritual light period, the benefits you get from the sect will be much less. You have to give back to the sect, so it's best to have a skill to rely on. Master, can I go back to Jile Villa? Jile Villa, tell me your reasons. In fact, I still like to play the piano and dance in my heart, and I don't like alchemy, talismans, and weapons. Siki answered carefully. During the years in Jile Villa, although she was forced to do a lot, she also cultivated a hobby of playing the piano and dancing. On the contrary, she didn't like the traditional alchemy, talismans, and weapons. She also felt that she didn't have the talent in this area. She even felt that she would earn more on the platform of Jile Villa. Even the most profitable alchemy may not make as much money as a master performer. This is the star making that Lin Xiao himself promoted. No, Siki, absolutely not. Yunanayu, shut up. What Siki does is her own choice. You have no right to decide. Master, Yunanayu was stunned. Siki was his wife. Well, he felt it would be dangerous to go to Jile Villa. Stop talking so much. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Siki, please continue. Yes, Master, I don't think I have the talent, and I'm not very interested in alchemy, talismans, weapons and formations. It's harder to learn them with twice the effort. It's better to give full play to my strengths. Besides, if the master wants to control the Paradise Villa, he can't rely on management and servants. He also needs to know something about the girl's dynamics. Moreover, if I'm in there, it will be much easier to get the first-hand information. If I remember correctly, the Paradise Villa has become one of the favorite places for middle-level cultivators of the Suyu sect. What you said makes sense. I agree, but you can only go to Furen Garden, where you can only perform arts, but not sell your body. You still have to give face to Yunanayu. Of course, Siki is not a playboy. Okay, I'll go then. What kind of support do you need? Master, have you heard of Tiansheng Sect? Which one? The Sound of Music. When Tiansheng Sect was at its peak, it was about to become a first-rate sect. However, it declined later, and is no longer even a second-rate sect. This sect is famous for the sound of the piano, which can not only cultivate sentiments, soothe emotions, and make people happy, but also kill people. Its sound attack method is one of the powerful weapons for group attack, Siki replied. Tiansheng Sect is a holy place in the hearts of cultivators in the categories of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and has reached the pinnacle of their industry, so Siki also particularly respects them. Chapter 544, Tiansheng Sect. Siki wanted to go to the Paradise Villa, and she had enough reasons to impress Lin Xiao, so Lin Xiao naturally agreed to her, and supported her with all his strength. As for Yin and Yu, sorry, he had no right to hinder Siki's stay or departure. As long as Siki didn't put a hat on him, then he wouldn't be sorry for him. The two of them hadn't even gotten married yet, so it didn't matter. Lin Xiao asked Yin and Yu to get the information about Tiansheng Sect, and found that the inheritance of Tiansheng Sect was also extremely long, and could be traced back to ancient times. In ancient times, when humans were still working like cows and horses for the demons, music was created, and humans were naturally better at music and dance than the demons. At that time, the musicians among humans endured humiliation, and relied on music, dance, food and many other luxurious things, to confuse and mislead the demons, giving the human race the opportunity to develop quietly, which made it possible for the human race to soar into the sky and defeat the demons. The human race and the demon race fought many times, and these musicians also appeared on the battlefield many times. Music is a very magical thing. It can make people feel excited and happy, or it can make people addicted, painful, and degenerate. Therefore, music on the battlefield, such as drums, is also a means to inspire the human race. However, after the human race won the central continent, music became much more depressed. The monks' attention was on developing power and improving their cultivation. This kind of self-cultivation gradually withdrew from the mainstream and later became an accessory for the enjoyment of the upper class. Until the emergence of Tiananmen, the monks of Tiananmen entered the tower with music and expanded the content of music by hundreds of times. Not only can they perform music normally, but they can also be used to kill enemies. The means of sound attack are invisible and colorless, extremely difficult to defend, and there are also special methods of spiritual attack, which have formed their own system. At the peak of Tiananmen, the cultivation of its ancestors reached the peak of the 8th realm, and the combat power was also one of the best in the 8th realm. Moreover, they were fearless in group attacks, and were very powerful characters. It's a pity that the ancestor of Tiansheng Sect did not achieve the supreme cultivation. As a result, after he passed away, Tiansheng Sect continued to weaken, and has now become a third-rate force. Moreover, the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect did not produce much, and the means of managing financial resources were much weaker than those of ordinary sects, so life became very difficult. Low-level disciples relied on playing for others, and being dancers to make a living. It was very difficult to become a full-time cultivator of music. After the establishment of Jile Villa, it built a very good platform for Tiansheng Sect. Many disciples of Tiansheng Sect have made a living by relying on Jile Villa. Most of them are piano teachers of the girls in Jile Villa. Only a few of them come out to perform, and their thoughts are not as open as imagined. Since Siki wants to play the piano and dance, it is inevitable to deal with Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao originally wanted to buy the secret teachings of Tiansheng Sect, but he didn't expect that after several contacts, Tiansheng Sect refused, claiming that he was not a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect and could not learn the secret teachings of Tiansheng Sect. He could only learn some ordinary piano skills. So Lin Xiao had to exchange some inheritance from the system, and then personally participated in the packaging, preparing to promote Siki as the most popular Zither player in G-Leveler. This is a very complicated matter. Although G-Leveler has some experience, it still has some shortcomings in terms of Lin Xiao's requirements, so Lin Xiao will do it himself. Siki's clothing, jewelry, makeup, appearance, gestures, as well as some copywriting drafts, and even the stage lighting during the performance were all arranged by Lin Xiao himself. In addition, Lin Xiao also wrote down some ancient style songs from the previous life for Siki. If Lin Xiao was not good at the music score, he would ask someone to do it. After that, Lin Xiao took charge of Siki's promotional copywriting and completely established the personality. It was under this kind of publicity and promotion that Siki became popular within half a year. Maybe her talent was not the most powerful, but her popularity was the highest, which had completely overshadowed the others of the players in G-Leveler. This made all the girls envious, and Tang Yulin and other shareholders were no longer surprised. No matter what talent Lin Xiao showed, they thought it was normal. Young Master Lin, did you really make up this song White Fox? Did it not really happen? Under the Furin Garden stage, Tang Yulin and other young masters turned around and asked Lin Xiao after watching Siki's performance and singing. This was a performance that Siki had launched not long ago. It was about a white fox demon clan sneaking into the human world and eventually falling in love with a human scholar. It was mixed with many mythological stories from Lin Xiao's previous life. Of course, what else could it be, except that I made it up? Lin Xiao said very calmly. He was a bit of a failure as a plagiarist. The song White Fox was very popular in his previous life, but Lin Xiao could not remember the story clearly, so he mixed many stories together. Unexpectedly, this mixed story was extremely popular with the audience. So after the story spread, Lin Xiao immediately arranged a stage play, with Siki playing and singing on one side, and several performers performing a simple performance of the story. This performance model had existed before in G-Leveler, but it was not mature yet. This time, Lin Xiao was considered to be promoting the development of this industry. As for Siki's performance, it was even more popular. I thought it was real. Do you know how many times I got angry? I really wanted to destroy that damn Taoist sect. Don't get excited. Didn't I tell you? The story is fictional. Any similarities are purely coincidental. TSK, look at the audience below. So many female cultivators are crying for that white fox. Okay, it's my bad. Can I not act it out in the future? No. Why not? I love watching it. You're right. You're awesome. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up. However, what Tang Yulin said was right. It's not good to act too realistically, for fear that some people will take it seriously. It is said that when the white-haired girl was performed that year, someone wanted to rush up and kill the actor who played Huang Shiren. It seems that we have to make some preparations in this regard in the future, so that nothing really happens. Young Master Tang, Young Master Lin, Young Master Zhao Manager Ma, what's the matter? Young Master Lin, Madam Many wants to see you know, tell her to get lost. Young Master Tang, why are you in such a hurry? She's looking for me, not you. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Tang Yulin had already rejected him impatiently, causing Lin Xiao to respond hesitantly. Young Master Lin, you are not allowed to see her. What the hell? Do you really think that G-Leveler can't function without her? Besides, piano skills and performances are two different things. We are not afraid of her. Okay, don't be angry young Master Tang, I'll go and deal with her. Lin Xiao said with a smile. The girl Mei that Ma Zhang mentioned is a training teacher of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting in G-Leveler, and also the leader of a group of training teachers. She is also a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect. The cause of the incident was Siki. Before, Siki wanted to play the piano and dance, and Lin Xiao wanted to package her. However, she lacked the hard skills, so she wanted Tiansheng Sect to give her some guidance, and it would be best if she could buy some of their secrets. However, Tiansheng Sect felt that Siki's qualifications were not enough to become an inner disciple of Tiansheng Sect and rejected her. No matter how many negotiations they made, it was useless. So Lin Xiao exchanged it from the system himself, and then with Lin Xiao's promotional packaging, Siki successfully became popular, which made Tiansheng Sect very unhappy, especially the secret teachings that Siki learned, and they wanted Lin Xiao to give an explanation. Lin Xiao declined, and said that it was obtained from outside. It is normal for some secret teachings to be scattered, since the decline of Tiansheng Sect. But Miss Mei did not accept this statement, and threatened that all the training teachers of Villa would resign. Lin Xiao was not threatened, and had forgiven her for several days. Lin Xiao winked at Ma Zhang, and Ma Zhang quickly knew what to do. A moment later, Lin Xiao met Miss Mei in a private room. This was a private room next to the stage, and the situation below could be seen clearly. Hello, Miss Mei. Young Master Lin, you are finally willing to see me. Miss Mei, what you said is wrong. When have I ever been avoiding you? Stop talking nonsense. Where did you get the 7 emotions and 6 desires? I don't understand what you are saying, young lady. Stop pretending to be ignorant. Siki used the secret technique of the 7 emotions and 6 desires when she performed before. This is a combination of the lifelong experience of all the ancestors of our Tiansheng Sect, the use of sound, to move people's 7 emotions and 6 desires, to achieve the purpose of fighting, is the secret of our Tiansheng Sect. Even for the core disciples, only 3 people are allowed to perform it in each generation. I don't understand, and I don't know what you are talking about, but Miss Mary can take a look at Siki's performance. Can you see some of the shadow of Tiansheng Sect? Your Tiansheng Sect is known for its unique music and art, but it is not as famous as Siki's. Young Master Lin has superb skills. Naturally, I admire him very much, but it has nothing to do with this matter. I need an answer. I have already given my answer. Everything Siki has, is given by me, and I have nothing to do with your Tiansheng Sect. You can't just accuse me of a crime. Are you the only one in the world who can practice music skills in Tiansheng Sect? Others can't do it? I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Then that's what you think in your heart. You are making up excuses. Lin Xiao, don't bully the weak. Miss Mary, we must be reasonable. Although you are at the Dao Gang level and I'm at the Shengsu level, I treat you with courtesy everywhere. When have I bullied you? You haven't bullied me yet. You. If you can't communicate with me normally, you can ask your master to come. We must be reasonable, right? Okay, I'll let my master come then, and see what you can do. Humph, even the Suayu sect cannot bully the weak. That's right, since you're here, why not see the performance? What do you think of Siki's recent progress in piano skills? Miss Mary was furious. In their opinion, Siki's piano skills were still very low and immature. However, they didn't expect that the disciples they had trained with all their strength were not as famous as Siki. This was a slap in their faces. This was the main reason why she was angry. It was a pity that Lin Xiao was not threatened by them, making their biggest killer ineffective. Chapter 545, Fairy Yukin. Miss Mary watched Lin Xiao leave, and she felt so angry that her teeth itched in her heart. However, when she saw the hot scene under the stage, she also felt a little envious. Tiansheng Sect is a declining sect, and its financial resources are very tight, so even a core disciple like her needs to come out to make money, not to mention ordinary disciples. In Miss Mary's heart, if there were no Siki incident, Jiao Villa would be a holy place they really yearned for, tolerant, annexed, equal, and gathering a large number of literary and artistic people, and also with considerable income. It's a pity that the appearance of Siki now has broken all this beauty. Miss Mary still thinks that the sect is the first in her heart. She is a native of Tiansheng Sect, and the sect is her first. After leaving the private room, more than a dozen disciples of Tiansheng Sect surrounded them. They were all disciples of Tiansheng Sect who taught in Jiao Villa, and they were also the elites of Tiansheng Sect. They were good at various instruments such as kin music, erhu, flute, pipa, etc. Big sister, how is the discussion going? The surnamed Lin still refuses to admit it. What can we do? What else can we do? We all go on strike and go home. This. As soon as Miss Mary said this, the others fell into silence because they all refused to leave. Tiansheng Sect was short of financial resources, and they were in urgent need of resources for their practice. In addition, they had never encountered a better place than Jiao Villa. Other places also needed music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but they had not formed an industrial chain. They often appeared at banquets of some dignitaries to perform, but this kind of thing was rare, and they were discriminated against. Many people treated them as ordinary singers and dancers, which made her angry and hateful. In Jiao Villa, they were respected. Although some of the disciples they taught were engaged in the flesh trade, it was not what they did. There were also a large number of like-minded people here, people who really loved these music, and the treatment was quite generous. The stewards, servants, and maids also respected them very much. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they were unwilling to go back. Why, you all want to stay? Big sister, I'm already at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion, but I haven't saved enough money to buy the Dao Foundation pill. Yes, big sister, what shall we do after we leave the Paradise Villa? If we go back to the Tiansheng Sect, we can't even guarantee basic practice with that little monthly salary. Yes, and big sister, the real backer of the Paradise Villa is young Master Tang. His grandfather is an 8th level cultivator and a powerful elder of the Suayu sect. Even if the ancestor of our Tiansheng Sect shows up, he can't do anything to them. Everyone said something, which made Miss Mei choke. Yes, the backer of the Paradise Villa is a Suayu sect, and Tang Yulen's grandfather is Tang Shuwen, a powerful elder of the Suayu sect, a great cultivator of the 8th level. As for their Tiansheng Sect, the entire sect has only 3 golden body cultivators, which even the Tang family cannot compare to. Even Lin Xiao was not as simple as he seemed. The Paradise Villa was now a gathering place for news. They had heard too many legends about Lin Xiao. Many people wanted to seize Lin Xiao's shares, but after so many years, had anyone succeeded? If you don't go back, that's your business. Anyway, I have to go back, Miss Mei said angrily, and then left the Paradise Villa, went to Suyu Sect to sit on the teleportation array, and rushed for 2 days, to return to the gate of Tiananmen. Tiananmen was located in the eastern part of Zhangzhou, not far from the East China Sea. However, Tiananmen was not strong, and there was no immortal cultivation city developed within its territory. There was only a large market, which usually had about a few thousand people. In addition to this market, Tiananmen's financial income mainly came from 2 parts. The first was production. Tiananmen opened up many spiritual fields, planted spiritual medicines and some spiritual plants such as spiritual wood on them, and they would also make various musical instruments with spiritual wood. The level of Dunfuki array of Tiananmen was very low, and there was basically no high level. The second is to perform outside. Many immortal sects and cities will hold large banquets and the like, and then invite Tiansheng Sect monks to perform. The income from this kind of performance is not low, but unfortunately it is rare. For example, birthday celebrations are at least the kind of opportunity that the 8th level monks have when they celebrate their 1000th birthday. So in general, Tiansheng Sect's financial resources are very scarce. Ordinary disciples only have a meager monthly salary, and then they have to find a way out on their own. Disciples from other sects can at least develop in the direction of Dunfuki Zen by finding a way out on their own, but unfortunately their Tiansheng Sect's level in this area is very poor. Master After entering the mountain gate, Miss Mei saw her master, and immediately felt wronged and cried. What's wrong, Juana? Master, I was bullied. Miss Mei was persuaded by her master, and then she remembered what she had to do. She quickly told the whole cause and effect of the matter, especially Lin Xiao's bad attitude, which made her extremely angry. The 7 emotions and 6 desires law, how could this be leaked? Miss Mei's master, Fairy Yukin, also showed a look of astonishment. This is the Tiansheng Sect's mountain guarding martial art, a secret that is not to be passed on. Throughout the ages, only 3 people in each generation of the Tiansheng Sect can practice it, and it should not be leaked. Master, it must be that Lin Xiao who came to our sect to steal it. You silly child. Although the grade of the 7 emotions and 6 desires law is not low, it is only mid-grade earth grade. I've heard of Lin Xiao's reputation. He is a very powerful person. It is impossible for him to come to steal our skills, and he doesn't need it. Then Siki. Is Siki his Taoist partner? Not really. She is the Taoist partner of a disciple of Lin Xiao. That's right. Then master, what should we do? Are we going to suffer this loss? It's not that serious. But Juana, let me ask you, do you still want to go back to Paradise Villa? Master, didn't you disagree with us going to Paradise Villa before? That was before. I'm asking you now, Fairy Yukin replied. Paradise Villa didn't have a good reputation in the beginning. It was just a famous brothel. Tiansheng Sect had its own ethics, and naturally didn't want disciples to go to that kind of place, so as not to lead the disciples astray and pollute the atmosphere of Tiansheng Sect. But later, Lin Xiao reformed the Paradise Villa, and the proportion of Chunfeng Tower continued to decrease. On the contrary, Furen Garden became more and more famous. Under the celebrity packaging method, more and more people went there to recite poems and discuss music theory. Its reputation overshadowed Chunfeng Tower, so it was about to become a holy place for literary people like them. Fairy Yukin's attitude naturally changed. I want to. Why do you want to? Because the Paradise Villa is good, with beautiful scenery, good food, good accommodation, and it gathers all the music lovers in the world. Master, you don't know that many people will find a lot of ancient music scores to please those girls, and those girls will also copy a copy for us. Miss Medi talked about the Paradise Villa. She didn't say anything about the treatment, but talked about the most interesting things about music. The star effect and industrial chain of the Paradise Villa have been established. If you want to sing new songs and new works as quickly as possible, you have to go to the Paradise Villa. There are not only countless audiences, but also many spies from all over the world, who imitate the Paradise Villa. Whenever there is something popular in the Paradise Villa, they will immediately record it with a photo talisman, and then send it back. It will spread throughout the entire central continent in less than half a month. So the Paradise Villa has become the place where they realize their dreams. They all want to show their skills in it, and send their famous songs to all parts of the world, as soon as possible. In that case, Master knows what to do. When the time comes, let your Master Pippa and Master Yuxio go there, and the conflict can be resolved. Master Yuxio, is she back? Yes, the couple came back to retreat. This time they came out of retreat, and reached the 12th level of the Shengsu period. It's time to prepare for breaking through the golden body. Oh, Miss Medi responded, which made Fairy Yukin shake her head. Pippa and Yuxio were her junior brothers and sisters. They were also a couple of gods and goddesses. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. However, Yuxio was very popular in the Tiansheng Sect, where there were more female cultivators than male cultivators. I don't know how many people had a crush on him, even her own little disciple was no exception. Yukin sent a sound transmission talisman, and soon, two figures walked in, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in white, with black hair casually draped behind him, red lips and white face, elegant and handsome, like a gentleman, and the woman was also full of bookish air, and had an elegant temperament. Senior sister, what are you calling us for? Go and help Juana solve a small problem. Fairy Yukin said, and then explained the whole cause and effect. Yuxio and Pippa had been in the world of immortals for many years, and they were very experienced both in character and in character. The problem that Miss Medi found very difficult, they thought was easy to solve. The matter at Giles Villa was very difficult, but it was just a matter of bowing their heads. No problem, senior sister, we know what to do. Well, if you have nothing else to do, just go ahead and check out the Paradise Villa to see how it operates. There's no reason for us to lose to a group of outsiders. Okay, I want to go see it too. I've heard a lot about Paradise Villa these years. Now the whole central continent is imitating Paradise Villa. I have to go see what the original is like. Master, I just came back. How can I not go back so soon? Okay, take a rest for 2 days before going. You two ask Juana and find out the situation before you go. Yes, senior sister. Pippa nodded, then looked at Miss Medi's face with a smile on her face, which made her feel nervous. Could her uncle have discovered something about her? In the next 2 days, Pippa and Yuxio asked Miss Medi about everything in Paradise Villa. After knowing the situation, the three of them set off. 2 days later, Yuxio and Pippa came to Giles Villa. After they came, they did not find Lin Xiao directly. Instead, they took advantage of the convenience of being disciples of Tiansheng Sect to meet the girls of Furen Garden, and then crush the girls here in music with Pippa and Changxiao. Furen Garden is different from Chunfeng Tower. Although the girls of both have learned piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, the people of Furen Garden pursue pure music more, so they were immediately shocked. Only then did they know that Miss Medi and the others were only at the middle and lower level in Tiansheng Sect, and they were still far from being masters. So they all asked Ma Zhang to let Pippa and Yuxio stay. Ma Zhang found something wrong, and told Lin Xiao the news. Chapter 546 Sound Attack. Lin Xiao received the news from Ma Zhang, and came to Giles Villa from Shenzhou City. He happened to meet Pippa and Yuxio teaching their disciples to play in the living area of Giles Villa. The two of them played in person, and all the people on leave in Giles Villa gathered at the door to watch. Lin Xiao also stood outside and listened silently. It must be said that the performance level of the two was indeed much higher than that of Giles Villa. Even Lin Xiao, a cultivator of such cultivation, could be moved by listening to it. The music of the two was extremely crisp, and even the sound of the flute gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Overall, it gave people a sense of music that was inspiring. However, the two had already sensed the appearance of Lin Xiao, so they quickly stopped playing. Ma Zong asked everyone to disperse and leave the place for the three people. Lin Xiao of Jalvala greets you two Daoists. Pippa greets you Daoist. Lin Xiao greets you Daoist. Lin you two Daoists. This is not a place to talk. Would you please go to the restaurant in front for a chat? Then I'll bother you Daoist. Lin please. Lin Xiao invited the two to the restaurant in front. Ma Zong immediately arranged a private room, and the kitchen sent delicious food and wine. You two are Miss Mena's elders, right? Yes, Mei Yuan is our niece, and I came here to apologize on behalf of Mei Yuan. Apology? Why do you say that? Miss Mei doesn't need to apologize. It seems that Daoist Lin still doesn't want to forgive Mei Yuan. No, you two don't think I'm being polite. In fact, I really don't mean to blame Miss Mei. In my opinion, she is just a little girl, and it's normal for children to be a little willful. Lin Xiao's words made the two look at each other. Lin Xiao looked very sincere, but they didn't know if Lin Xiao's words could be trusted, as the two didn't know much about Lin Xiao. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved, fellow Daoist Lin? What do you two think? Fellow Daoist Lin, you are the host and we are the guests, and the guests should follow the host. Well, then I won't be polite. Let me explain first that I got the 7 emotions and 6 desires method from somewhere else. It was a coincidence. I can't say what the specific opportunity was, but I can guarantee that I definitely didn't get it from your Tiansheng Sect. As long as you don't pursue it, we won't pursue it either. It's the same now as it was before. We will treat them the same way we treated them before. We will never make things difficult for them. Thank you very much, fellow Daoist Lin. Mei Yuan is an orphan. She was adopted by my senior sister since she was a child and raised as her own child, so she doted on her. I hope fellow Daoist Lin won't mind. No. In fact, most of you in Tiansheng Sect are born romantic and pure people. This is something that Lin admires very much. People with this kind of character have very few worries. Lin Xiao replied that what he said was true. Mei Yuan and her junior brothers and sisters were pure-minded people and rarely had deep thoughts. Only in this way could they go further in the field of music. People with complicated thoughts could not stay in this field for a long time. Seeing that Lin Xiao was always very sincere, Pippa and Xiao slowly let down their guard and chatted more casually. Lin Xiao also asked about some things about Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao's intention was very direct, just to see if there was any place for the two to cooperate. Seeing Lin Xiao say this, Pippa and Xiao also revealed some basic information about Tiansheng Sect. Although Tiansheng Sect was constantly weakening, it still had its foundation. As long as a strong person appeared, it could still lead Tiansheng Sect to glory. The hierarchy in Tiansheng Sect was very strict, especially the names had very special meanings. For example, Pippa and Xiao were their pen names. Their real names were not this, but they had achieved an important position in Tiansheng Sect, so they were qualified to be called by such names, based on musical instruments. The simplest rule is that the first place is in the level of this instrument. Pippa means the first place in Pippa playing, Xiao means the first place in flute playing, and Mei Yuan's master Yukin is the first place in piano playing. Speaking of sound attack, there are even more vast contents. There are many kinds of sound attack, including main attack and assist. As for assist, the simplest one is war song. In the battle, playing some music can make the disciples on your side high-spirited, forget fear, stimulate blood, and even some timid people can often fight to the death under the stimulation of this music. However, this fighting method often needs to be demonstrated in large-scale battles. The most direct example is the previous wars between the two races. Tiananmen has made great contributions to the human race. Many martyrs have exhausted their spiritual consciousness and coughed up blood to death directly during the performance. There are also many means for main attack, such as condensing into sound blades, using sound to vibrate the air, and cutting sound blades that are invisible and colorless. Even the spiritual consciousness cannot resist them. There is also the use of music to stimulate the inner demons and induce illusions, so that the enemy will go crazy in the battle. Another most dangerous method is to use the soul to attach to the sound of music and directly attack the opponent's soul. They can use music to bless their souls, like a lever, to use the weak to defeat the strong, but this behavior is very dangerous and will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Lin Xiao listened to their words and thought of the movie called Kung Fu in his previous life, in which there were two blind masters who used playing the piano to attack with sound, and the TV series of the six-fingered piano demon. Lin Xiao had a very deep impression. Two Taoist friends. Lin Xiao has an unwelcome request. I don't know whether I should say it or not, fellow Taoist Lin. Please say it. It's like this. Lin has never fought with people who practice music, so I would like to ask you two to learn from each other. Don't worry, Lin Xiao can swear that it is definitely just a learning between fellow Taoists and will never engage in some conspiracy and intrigue. This two Taoist friends. Please help Lin Xiao. Okay, seeing that Lin Xiao was very sincere, Lin Xiao immediately swore that this was just a normal learning, so they agreed. The two flew away from the Paradise Villa and found an empty place before stopping. Yu Xiao said, fellow Daoist Lin, my husband and I can fight against the Golden Body Monk together. Since we are here to compete, how about I do it alone? Of course. Lin Xiao nodded. They were also on guard. Having someone watching from the side could prevent Lin Xiao from plotting anything. In that case, Yu Xiao will start. Fellow Daoist Lin, be careful. Yu Xiao nodded, took out the jade flute in her hand, held it horizontally to her lips, and blew gently. The desolate flute sounded, and the attack began silently. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt the surrounding environment change. Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. He really thought highly of him. He used a big move right away, and even an illusion field appeared. However, Lin Xiao was not afraid, and did not even fight back. Instead, he wanted to see the opponent's attack method. As the sobbing, flute sound continued to come, Lin Xiao felt a creepy feeling in his heart, and even took the initiative to remind Lin Xiao of some terrifying things. The atmosphere around him became more and more weird. Puff in this illusion, a sound blade appeared and hit Lin Xiao's protective shield, causing a ripple. Fellow Daoist Lin, don't make a move. Yu Xiao is about to use his ultimate move. Haha, then I won't be polite. Sky-splitting blade, Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, and then a long sword appeared and countless sword auras gushed out. However, when the sword auras tore Yu Xiao's figure apart, he found that he had already changed his form, and that what he had just done was just an illusion. Lin Xiao felt heavy in his heart, knowing that he had been careless. Yu Xiao had already constructed a domain field through the sound of the flute. In this domain field, he was like a god, and could do many things as he pleased. If he wanted to win, he had to break this domain field, or fight him to the end and drag him to death. Endless. Sword aura. Lin Xiao once again used the sky-splitting blade technique, and more sword auras appeared than before, forming a net and spreading out in all directions. Ding. However, the net-like sword energy still did not force the opponent out. Lin Xiao knew that he was behind him. Without thinking, he turned around and chopped down with a sword and fought with the opponent. Eye technique. Heaven Eye. Lin Xiao pinched his hand seal and wiped his eyes. A purple light shone from his eyes. Lin Xiao caught the opponent's trace. That was enough. Lin Xiao's figure disappeared in the opponent's eyes. Lin Xiao's body movement was more advanced than the opponent's. He immediately caught up with him. He chopped fiercely with the sword technique of splitting the sky, one sword after another, and finally forced the opponent out. The sound of the jade flute changed drastically and became extremely fierce. A beast appeared and pounced on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised his sword and chopped it down. No, that's not right. However, the sword energy passed through the beast, and the beast bit Lin Xiao's body. The protective shield kept flashing, and there was a tendency to be bitten open. Break. Lin Xiao raised his sword again, attached his spiritual consciousness to the sword energy, and immediately chopped the beast apart. Haha, here I come. Lin Xiao laughed. He had already begun to understand the opponent's attack rhythm. He immediately exerted his strength and once again caught up with Yu Xiao, slashing continuously. Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi seemed to be inexhaustible. He used various methods that cost a lot of effort one after another, forcing the opponent into a very embarrassing situation. Stop ahem. Fellow Daoist Yu-Xiao, why did you stop? Yu-Xiao has experienced fellow Daoist Lin's methods. Unless it is a life and death battle, it will be difficult to tell who is better. Yu-Xiao replied. One of the weaknesses of their sound attack is that they cannot fight in close combat. They must keep a certain distance. Lin Xiao chased him and hit him. Yu-Xiao couldn't fight back at all. He was not yet in the golden body stage, and his body was not strong enough, so he didn't dare to take Lin Xiao's methods head on. Unless it was a life and death battle, he could only drag it out to a draw, which was unnecessary. Well, I have also seen the ability of Daoist fellow Lin Xiao. His sound attack is indeed extraordinary. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would probably not be able to pass the first level. Lin Xiao said with a folded hand. He was not exaggerating. Not everyone has advanced eye skills. If you want to catch up with the opponent, you need a strong body movement. If you can't do these two things, you have no chance of winning. Therefore, ordinary Shengsu period cultivators are estimated to die as many as they come. He is not afraid of group attacks. There is not much difference between beating one and beating several. Sound attack is indeed very powerful. At this time, Lin Xiao also had the idea of training some sound attack talents. Even if they can only assist, it will be of great benefit to large-scale wars. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Poems. Only after Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao started fighting, did they realize how strong Lin Xiao was. Ordinary means were useless to Lin Xiao. Those dark means that tempted people's hearts could be suppressed at will. This was enough to prove that Lin Xiao was also a man of great perseverance and a very solid heart of Taoism. This was a sign of great talent and strategy. No wonder he was able to create such a source of wealth as G-Leveler and Beiziju. Strength is status. Lin Xiao showed strength that was not at the peak of the Shengsu period, which won the respect of Lin Xiao and Pippa. The two were more polite to Lin Xiao. The three returned to G-Leveler. Marzan changed the banquet. The three sat down to drink and chat again. When they talked about things, they couldn't help but talk about G-Leveler. The Pippa couple, who knew how much Zhu and Jing G-Leveler earned a year, were extremely envious, because their huge Tiansheng Sect only had a little more income than G-Leveler a year, and it wouldn't take long for G-Leveler to catch up. For a third-rate force in Zhangzhou, the source of wealth was very abnormal. The polarization of Tiansheng Sect is even more serious. The limited resources can only guarantee the cultivation of a few elite disciples. Although there are masters constantly being produced, the overall strength is constantly weakening. The highest level of cultivation of third-rate forces is a golden body stage, but the strength of a force depends on the levels of the divine void stage and the spiritual light stage. Tiansheng Sect has 30% to 40% less than ordinary sects. The top leaders of Tiansheng Sect have always been very worried about this. They want to expand their financial resources, but they are unable to execute them. Fellow Daoist Lin. Pippa sees that fellow Daoist Lin is also an open-minded person. In the world of immortal cultivation, fellow Daoist Lin has the reputation of being able to turn stones into gold. In your opinion, what is the way out for my Tiansheng Sect? Pippa, we are meeting for the first time. How can you ask such a rude question? Ahem. Fellow Daoist Lin Xiao, it's okay. Fellow Daoist Pippa is also worried about the sect. In fact, in Lin's opinion, this question is not difficult. Oh, does fellow Daoist Lin really have a solution? Of course, fellow Daoist Pippa, let me ask you, why is your Tiansheng Sect short of financial resources? Of course it's our business methods that are not good. The production of my Tiansheng Sect is mainly dependent on the sect's spiritual veins, and then we are invited to perform at the major sect's grand events. The rest of the financial resources are dispensable. Then prescribe the right remedy. If the spiritual veins produce, then how about improving the spiritual veins? It's difficult, fellow Daoist Lin. My sect is short of financial resources. We can't spare the resources to cultivate spiritual veins. If we want to upgrade to the next level, the required resources must be more than tens of millions. Where can Tiansheng Sect get them? Pippa shook her head and said, the Tiansheng Sect's spiritual veins have one 7th grade and one 6th grade top grade. These are the main two, not to mention the rest of the lower grade ones. As for these two, it is extremely difficult to upgrade one level, and the consumption is extremely huge. With this resource, it would be better to give more benefits to the disciples. Okay, then let's take another approach. Fellow Daoist Pippa, do you feel that there are very few people in the world of immortal cultivation who love silk music, so business is difficult to do? That's true. There are billions of cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation in Zhangzhou, but what cultivators pursue is the great way, cultivation, and immortality. There are very few people who like silk music. Even for the grand events of the major sects, very few people actually spend on this. Then what Lin could say is that the audience base is too weak, isn't that right? That's right. Then have fellow Daoist Pippa ever thought about cultivating the audience? Cultivate the audience? How to cultivate it? The cultivators' minds are not here. Can you still take their minds away? Of course, why not? Please ask fellow Daoist Lin to teach me. Pippa's expression suddenly became serious. She stood up from her seat and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Xiao did the same when she saw it. Why are you two so compelled? It's right for cultivators in the world of immortals to pursue the great way, but the greed, laziness and indolence in human nature can never be eradicated. In fact, there are very few people who practice diligently, and this has been proved by Paradise Villa. In fact, the biggest shortcoming of your Tiansheng Sect is not that you are not good at business, but that you have not let go of your heirs. Impossible. The top leaders of my Tiansheng Sect are extremely worried. As long as it is possible to develop financial resources for the sect, even the highest heirs can be let go. Haha, fellow Daoist Pippa, there is no need to explain. Lin wants to ask you, who is the audience for the silk music and dance of your Tiansheng Sect? The elite or the common people? Are you the elite or the common people? This, Pippa doesn't understand. Okay, let me explain it to you. Lin Xiao explained the difference between the two. The silk music and dance of Tiansheng Sect are definitely the elite, and their customer base are all the dignitaries in the world of immortals. They have not reached the level of the common people at all. Having said that, silk music is an elegant thing. Ordinary people and the majority of independent cultivators, can they understand it? Whether they can understand it or not, it doesn't matter. We just need to spread it through their mouths. Think about it carefully. If you can reform the content in the future and create more down-to-earth works, then Lin will have a big business to cooperate with you, Lin said with a smile. The promotion of G-Leveler into a star also needs strong support. G-Leveler does not have this foundation, but Tiansheng Sect does. If they are willing to cooperate, Lin Xiao is confident that he can introduce a large number of stars, and they will not be limited to G-Leveler. It will also be very beneficial to compete for public opinion for some things in the future. After Lin Xiao left, only Pippa and Xiao were left. There are more women than men in Tiansheng Sect, and most of the major matters are decided by female cultivators. But Pippa was obviously at a loss at this time, so she had to ask Xiao. Xiao Lang, what do you think of what Lin Xiao said? Lin Xiao doesn't have to trick us. Is there anything in Tiansheng Sect worth his planning? Does Xiao Lang mean to agree to him? We can't agree rashly. Lin Xiao is a very smart and scheming person. I think we should report back to the sect and let senior sister Yukin and the others handle it. Okay, then let's do this. Pippa nodded. Since it was related to the sect's major affairs, Pippa did not dare to act on her own and quickly reported the situation to Fairy Yukin. Fairy Yukin was very interested in this matter. In her opinion, the development of the sect was the first priority. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect had fallen to the point of becoming teachers for prostitutes. There was nothing they couldn't put down. So Fairy Yukin asked Pippa and her husband to talk to Lin Xiao again and find out the details. They did so. Seeing that they had this intention, Lin Xiao no longer hid his plan and told them. The so-called free is the most expensive. The essence of Lin Xiao's plan lies in two words. Free. There are too few people who like silk music. Then I will give it to you for free. Will you listen to it? Invest some resources in the early stage and let the disciples of Tiansheng Sect hold a free performance of 1,800 people. There will definitely be a large number of followers. As long as a few of the 1,000 people develop an interest, it will be considered a success. As long as the audience base is established, who will be afraid that no one likes music? Moreover, the content of music should also be reformed, and more catchy, simple and cheerful songs should be created, which are easy to listen to and learn, so that it can spread quickly. Lin Xiao took out a complete set of plans, which shocked Pippa and Xiao so much that they were speechless. At least they didn't think of this approach. The two passed the plan to the sect. Yukin overcame all objections in Tiansheng Sect and quickly passed the resolution of Tiansheng Sect to cooperate with Lin Xiao. And Lin Xiao was not vague, and immediately drafted a more detailed and rigorous cooperation plan, agreeing that the two would cooperate. Tiansheng Sect would be responsible for packaging and promoting Tiansheng Sect disciples, while they would be responsible for creating specific content, which was a bit like what Lin Xiao did in his previous life's entertainment company. Lin Xiao selected elite soldiers and generals, and the elite of Tiansheng Sect also came to Tiansheng City in large numbers, using Tiansheng City as a base for preparation. However, there were many difficulties. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect were not used to the content reform mentioned by Lin Xiao, and they could not create some catchy and down-to-earth works at all. What they were best at was the kind of large-scale ensemble with magnificent momentum and serious style. Lin Xiao had to personally perform some of the music from his previous life. He could only give a rough idea of many things. After all, he was not a musician in his previous life, so Xiao and his wife had to repair them. As for the results, Lin Xiao could not guarantee them. After 2 months of preparation, the first free concert of Tiansheng Sect in Tiansheng City began. After applying to SYNOPSIS Sect, 180 disciples of Tiansheng Sect performed for free in Tiansheng City Square. Before the performance, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect had already carried out extensive publicity. At that time, there were at least tens of thousands of people watching. Facing these tens of thousands of audiences with different qualities, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect also made many mistakes, but the result was still sensational, because this kind of free thing was the first time in the world of immortal cultivation, and many people saw it as a curiosity. After the performance, Lin Xiao asked the participants to summarize and review, point out the shortcomings one by one, and then make corrections and rehearse. Another month later, the performance was held again, still free of charge. This time the performance was much more successful and received rave reviews, but the income of Tiansheng Sect was still zero, without any income. All the initial expenses were paid by the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, and they did not dare to say it. Lin Xiao just supervised them to rehearse and create. After a year of free performances once a month, Lin Xiao split up the disciples of Tiansheng Sect and formed 6 performance teams to perform for free in various major cities of Xiuxin. Tiansheng City became a creation base, with Xiao and Pippa personally in charge. My 2 fellow Daoists, don't be anxious. It will take some time to prepare. Our Tiansheng Sect has invested 30 million Zuan crystals, and it will not go to waste. Yes, I trust fellow Daoist Lin's ability, but there is no income, and the disciples under you are very nervous. It's okay to be nervous. Next, I will carry out the second step of the plan, which is to package and promote you and your wife. Are you ready? Of course, for the sake of the sect, my husband and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Don't be nervous, you don't have to risk your life, you just need to be able to withstand the pressure in the future. Becoming famous is not a good thing. Fellow Daoist Lin, please feel free, we are ready. Well, today I will give you a poem. 10 miles of flat lake and frost all over the sky. Every inch of black hair is worried about the prime of life. Looking at each other under the moon, I only envy the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Chapter 548, The Immortal Couple. The sky is full of frost over the 10-mile calm lake, and every inch of my black hair is filled with worry about my youth. I look at each other alone under the moon, envying only the mandarin ducks, and not the immortals. What a person who only envies the mandarin ducks, and not the immortals. If a husband has a wife like this in his life, what more could he ask for? Alas, when can I find a lover who truly loves me? I only have 150 years left to live, and there is no hope for the great path. I might as well find a sincere and satisfactory person to spend the rest of my life with, and I also want to live a life that I envy only the Mandarin ducks and not the immortals. Have you heard about it? Pippa of Tiansheng Sect is so happy that she actually found the most handsome man in Zhangzhou to be her Taoist partner. The most handsome man in Zhangzhou? When did Zhangzhou have this thing? TSK, what do you know? That guy from Suayu sect is handsome enough, but in front of Xiao, he is like a firefly in the light of the sun and the moon. That's too exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration. You don't know that Xiao is multi-talented. Not only is he highly skilled, but he also has many other talents. He can write poems, lyrics, and music. His music is very moving. Under Lin Xiao's organized propaganda, Xiao and Pippa were pushed to the top by Lin Xiao. Not only was this poem the main attraction, but Lin Xiao also made up a lot of love stories about them, and then carried out large-scale propaganda. Humans always yearn for beautiful things, and soon spread the word. Lin Xiao also called Xiao the most beautiful man in Zhangzhou, which further ignited public opinion. Male cultivators were dissatisfied, and female cultivators were envious. Before and after tea and dinner, they all discussed the two of them. Xiao and Pippa were originally like a couple of gods and goddesses, especially Xiao, who had the temperament of a handsome man. He immediately attracted the love of a large number of female fans, and even caused a surge in the sales of the Xiao, which made the merchants in Tiansheng City earn a small sum of money. I only envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Master, how come I didn't know that you can write poems? I copied it. Really? Where did you copy it? Let me take a look. Ahem, Mugsu, stop kidding. I'm not kidding. Pippa is going to fight you, you know? Why are you looking for me? She agreed to it herself. Xiao is now loved by countless female cultivators. She has countless rivals in love. Do you want to fight you? If you have the ability, go find those female cultivators. Why are you looking for me? I'm not a rival in love. Healy Mugsu sneered. She was also very envious in her heart. Not all immortal cultivators are indifferent to fame and fortune. There are countless people who want to be famous. There are also many people who like them under the halo. Master, the two seniors Xiao and Pippa want to see you. Please come in. Yes, Master. Not long after, Xiao and Pippa walked in. Xiao still had a sad face. This famous feeling is not very pleasant. People are paying attention to her everywhere, and she can't even go out in the street in peace. Friend Daoist Lin, you've put me in trouble now. Friend Daoist Xiao, we've only just begun. Are you going to do more? Friend Daoist Lin, we were too self-deprecating before. Can you please stop? Pippa also said hurriedly. Xiao was terrified by the title of the most handsome man in Central Continent. She didn't know how many people she had offended. You guys, what the outsiders say is their business, you just don't have to admit it. As long as you don't get accused of something, who can do anything to you? But fellow Daoist Lin, many female cultivators love Xiao Lang now, and these female cultivators also have male cultivators who admire them. What should we do if many people want to challenge Xiao Lang? What are you afraid of? This is Tiansheng City. Who dares to take action in private? Are the Tiansheng City guards just decorations? As for if they relentlessly pursue you, well, let's compete with them in flute playing. A gentleman uses words, not hands. If it comes to flute playing, will you, Xiao, be afraid? If it's a competition of silk music, Xiao is not afraid of anyone. Isn't that enough? Okay, that's the only way. Next, I'll write you a whole poem and say that it was written by you. You don't have to admit or deny it. Just keep an ambiguous attitude. What poem? Pippa crossing. Listen carefully. Seeing off guests at the head of Zunayang River at night. Maple leaves and reeds are rustling in autumn. Lin Xiao recited Pippa crossing. This poem was one of his favorite poems in his previous life. It was also a poem that he was required to recite when he was a student. Lin Xiao had a deep memory and could recite it for a long time. After Lin Xiao finished reciting, the three people present were all shocked, especially Pippa. She was an expert in playing the pipa, and was particularly moved by the pipa scene described in the poem. Fellow Daoist Lin, you really don't understand silk music? You really can't talk about pipa. I can recite the names of 1,000 kinds of elixirs. Do I have to be able to make elixirs? This is amazing. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Xiao, remember to compose music for this poem and perform it when the time comes. Perform? Yes, it's a stage play and it will be performed at Paradise Villa. You still have a month to rehearse. Remember, I will have someone explain when the time comes. This poem was written when you were traveling. You were moved because of the plight of the mortal pipa girl. It was not written for fellow Daoist pipa, so don't get any misunderstanding this. Yes, I get it. Next month is the time to make money. At that time, the profits will be divided into 3 shares. 1 share for Paradise Villa, 1 share for you and me. Lin Xiao nodded. He was almost out of the dry goods in his stomach. In fact, there was not much left, so Lin Xiao felt that it was time to monetize the traffic. After Lin Xiao arranged it, his own disciples were responsible for the implementation. Under the organized propaganda, the reputation of pipa and Xiao continued to rise and soon spread throughout the Zhongsao cultivation world. Especially after the appearance of pipa crossing, the reputation reached a peak, and even many 8th level cultivators had a lower reputation than Xiao. The news that Xiao and pipa were going to perform at the Paradise Villa also broke out. With the help of the Paradise Villa, Xiao and pipa rehearsed intensively, and the news from outside came one after another. A month later, at the Paradise Villa, Lin Xiao, Tang Yulin and other high-level people of the Paradise Villa appeared in the VIP room. Several golden body cultivators found by Tang Yulin appeared around the theater, and a huge divine consciousness enveloped the entire theater. Tonight was a very important moment for Xiao and the Paradise Villa, and there must be no mistakes. Young Master Lin, I admire you more and more. Do you know how much the tickets for tonight have been sold for? How much? Our tickets originally priced at 1,000 Zuan crystals each have been sold up to 10,000 Zuan crystals, and are still in short supply. The VIP room we are sitting in now costs 50,000 Zuan crystals each. I never thought that a mere singing and dancing performance would cause such a sensation. Is the security okay? It's okay. There are 3 golden body cultivators in charge, and several Shengsu period cultivators like you and me, who can ruin the show. The real high-level cultivators don't have time to watch this. Tang Yulin shook his head and said. Most of the audience were below the Lingguan cultivator. The high-level cultivators had a strong heart of Taoism, and would not get excited about such things. There was no problem with security. This theater is a bit small. It seems that we need to start building a bigger one. Remember to ask Ma Zhang to make a report when the time comes. No problem. No one will obstruct this matter. That's good. We can start. Siki is also on stage. Lin Xiao nodded. While everyone was talking, the performance began. The play was Pipa Crossing. Xiao played Bai Chuai. He met the Pipa girl who was crying secretly on the dock. The Pipa girl was played by Siki, and Pipa Daoyao was the real Pipa player behind the scenes, which was considered as accompaniment. There were also dozens of supporting roles. The whole play has been rehearsed dozens of times, and Siki and others have performance experience, so there are no major problems. The big strings are noisy and urgent like rain, the small strings are whispering, the noisy and sharp strings are played in a mixed manner, and the big and small beads fall on the jade plate. There is no narration in this section, but Pipa Daoyao fully performed it with her superb skills, making people feel as if they were there. The whole theater was silent. We are both wanderers in the world, so why should we have known each other before? He can write such a wonderful sentence. This Taoist Xiao is also a second person. Master Lin, I want to treat him to a meal after the performance. How do you arrange it? Master Tang has a request. How dare Lin refuse? But Xianman is short of money, and the income tonight must be settled early. Of course, thank you very much. The 2 major shareholders ordered Ma Zhang, and he naturally did not dare to refuse. When the performance was over, he also calculated the accounts. Tonight's tickets sold 800 tickets. The last seat, which is the cheapest one, is 1000 Yuan crystals, and the best is the private room VIP room, which is 50,000 Yuan crystals. The ticket alone is over 1 million Yuan crystals. After deducting various costs, there are still 600,000 Yuan crystals left. According to the previous agreement, Lin Xiao and his wife received 200,000 Yuan crystals. Although these 200,000 Yuan crystals are not much for the cultivators of the Shengsu period, it is indeed the easiest time for them to earn money. Moreover, they also know that with the popularity of tonight, they will still have a large amount of income if they perform dozens of times, and the various costs will be much lower by then. Tang Xiao and others invited Yu Xiao to a banquet, so he naturally accepted it. He still had to do this socializing. Yu Xiao's elegant temperament and graceful manners also moved Tang Yulin and others. Compared with Yu Xiao, they really felt like a bit of a gentleman. The first performance was a great success. In the following half a month, the performance was repeated every night in G-Leveler. Some people even came every night. The ticket price increased several times, but it was still in short supply. G-Leveler urgently began to rebuild a larger theater. Lin Xiao also drafted many projects for Yu Xiao. Since the traffic was built up, Lin Xiao naturally wanted to squeeze it to the extreme, even using various endorsements, and the capitalist's face was exposed. By borrowing this incident, Lin Xiao also trained an experienced team. In the future such things do not have to be held in G-Leveler, and can be replicated in any immortal cultivation city at any time, which relieves Lin Xiao's dependence on the financial resources of G-Leveler. Lin Xiao is a shrewd and calculating person, so naturally other people are unaware of this level of consideration. They only see that under Lin Xiao's ability to turn stone into gold, money is rolling in, and Lin Xiao's wealth is constantly expanding. Chapter 549 Theoretical Course. Lin Xiao performed 15 shows in a row at G-Leveler every night, and the popularity only slightly decreased after half a month. In these 15 days, the couple earned nearly 4 million Yuanjing. The rapid source of money has already shocked him, and this time plus their previous preparations only took a few months. Lin Xiao's reputation has long spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou world, and the name of Tiansheng Sect has also begun to be familiar to many forces again. Now the only thing that makes Lin Xiao uncomfortable is the title of the most beautiful man in Zhongzhou. This title has brought him too many problems. There are too many people who want to challenge him. And all this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has already returned to Beisuju and continued to refine weapons. Lin Xiao took too many pills, and it would take several years to condense the Zuan Qi. Master, the dividends from G-Leveler and the dividends from the cooperation with Tiansheng Sect have been delivered. This day, Lin Xiao was still refining weapons. Li Muxu came up and gave Lin Xiao a bill. It was the dividends from G-Leveler this year, plus the dividends from the cooperation with Tiansheng Sect, which was close to 20 million. Leave 10 million Yuan crystals, and divide the rest. Okay, I understand. Li Muxu nodded. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were not short of resources at this time, so Lin Xiao had already started to support the other 3 apprentices, giving them several million Yuan crystals every year. With the support of Lin Xiao, the master, Yu Xiangxiang, Jia Mengren and Yuan Royan improved their cultivation very quickly, especially Yu Xiangxiang, who usually asked Li Muxu to teach her alchemy, and her level was also improving rapidly. Otherwise, it would take a long time for her to reach the 5th grade upper grade. Is there anything else, Muxu? Master, Li Su from Suyu Sect challenges Yu Xiao today. Don't you want to go and have a look? Li Su, isn't this the person Hanbo wanted to challenge before? Why is he challenging Yu Xiao? It's this Li Su. Li Su has a childhood sweetheart, who has recently become infatuated with Yu Xiao. She watched 13 of Yu Xiao's 15 performances at G-Leveler. She didn't know this at the beginning, otherwise she could have attended all 15. Li Su couldn't stand it, so he forced Yu Xiao to fight, and challenged him today. Okay, I got it. Don't you want to go and have a look? No need to see. Li Su lost. Yu Xiao is at the peak of the Shengsu period. Li Su is no match for him. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew what level Yu Xiao was at. Li Su didn't even dare to attack Hanbo, who was at the 4th level of the Shengsu period. Now he is raising an army in anger. It would be strange if he didn't lose. Master seems to be very optimistic about Yuxiro. Indeed, why not? With Master's wisdom, it should not be as simple as just earning a few Zuan crystals. I wonder what the deeper reasons are. No comment. You can't even tell me. It's not that we can't tell you, but there is no need to tell you. It's not as complicated as you think. Master, some cultivators from the Li family's enlightened faction have left the secret realm. They have come out. Are the conservatives in the Li family willing? Of course they are not willing. They are making a fuss and cannot be stopped. Most of the enlightened cultivators are middle and lower level cultivators, and they have obtained very few resources from the Li family. The conservatives probably want to set a counter-example. Where is it arranged? In the territory of an affiliated force of the Suyu sect. 30 million Zuan crystals were spent to buy a sacred mountain of the 5th grade, which is a lower grade, with a radius of 300 pieces of land, and about 500,000 mortals. The price is not expensive, but I'm worried that the Suyu sect has ulterior motives. Lin Xiao shook his head. 30 million Zuan crystals to buy such a place is indeed very cheap. It can be regarded as the support of the Suyu sect to the Li family, but it may not be a good thing. Master, how do you think the Suyu sect will act? It's hard to say, but if the Li family continues to send people out, the Suyu sect will definitely not agree, and there is even a possibility of taking action. You have to let Lin Xiao be careful first, and it's best not to be impulsive. Everything should be delayed first. The longer the time, the more beneficial it is for us. Lin Xiao shook his head. He couldn't guess what the Suyu sect was planning, but the longer the time, the more beneficial it would be for them. If they all reached the 8th level, they would have the confidence to take action. I'll pass it on. Got it. You go and rest. I'll think about the 6th level black crystal cannon and see if I can develop it. The 6th level black crystal cannon. This seems a bit wasteful, right? It doesn't matter. We'll talk about it later. Lin Xiao replied. A 5th level black crystal cannon costs 100,000 black crystals per shot, and the 6th level consumes even more. In fact, the Zhongxiaoxiuxin world no longer refines it regularly, because no one can afford this kind of black crystal cannon. If you make 100 or 80 guns, it will cost tens of billions of black crystals in half a day. Young Master Lin. Ma Zhang, you are here. What's the matter? The challenge between Li Su and Yu Xiao is over. Yu Xiao won. Got it. Anything else? Su Yuzhang is not convinced, and a cultivator at the peak of the Shengsu period has challenged Yu Xiao, but Yu Xiao refused. Good refusal. Tell Yu Xiao to stay in Jile Villa or Tiansheng City. Hold your temper. Don't be impulsive. Otherwise the cooperation with us will be cancelled. Yes, young Master Lin. But young Master Lin, how should this matter be resolved? Yu Xiao refused, but Su Yuzhang will not agree easily. Send a message to Tang Yulin. Let him come forward to resolve it. Tell Tang Yulin that Yu Xiao and his wife can bring countless financial resources to Jile Villa every year. If Yu Xiao gets into trouble, the money will be gone. Let him handle it. Yes, young Master Lin. Ma Zhan received the order and quickly left Beizuju to find Tang Yulin. Most of the disciples of Su Yuzhang would give him face if he came forward. Everyone knew that he was Tang Xuan's favorite junior. Li Muxu also went to do things on her own, but Lin Xiao was also busy. Yu Xiao and his wife came to Tiansheng City again and went directly to Lin Xiao. Yu Xiao Daoyao, you are famous again, which is a cause for celebration. Lin Daoyao, please don't laugh at me. I have received a lot of challenge letters now. Haha, what are you afraid of? The more challenge letters you have, the more famous you are. Alas, I don't know whether this path is right or wrong. Yu Xiao shook his head. He had a deep understanding of this sentence. Since being promoted and packaged by Lin Xiao, their Tiansheng Sect has indeed seen a huge increase in income. Just the couple has earned millions of Zuan crystals, and many of the disciples who followed them have also benefited. But it is also troublesome, and the couple already has a feeling of being controlled by Lin Xiao. All of this was given to them by Lin Xiao, and it would be very easy for Lin Xiao to take it back. Their people had never been able to interfere in some core businesses, and stories like the Pippa song were also written by Lin Xiao, which made them feel very uneasy. What's right or wrong, fellow Daoist Yuxiro? The black crystals in the storage bag are real after all, right? That's right. In the past, my husband and I only earned 2 to 3 million black crystals a year, but we earned 4 million black crystals in just half a month. This is all thanks to fellow Daoist Lin. Let's work together to make money, no need to be polite. My husband and I came here today mainly for two things. The first is that we hope to use Big Suju to purchase some resources for us. Our Tiansheng Sect's channels are too weak, and it's difficult to buy some things, even if we have money. The second thing is about in-depth cooperation. On the sect side, senior sister Yukin has already agreed that, if fellow Daoist Lin is willing, she can dispatch another 300 disciples to come, and we will have a deeper cooperation. I can promise you the first thing, but Big Suju is a business, and we will charge some fees. This is the rule. As for the second thing, I hope you will be cautious. Cautious? Why? It's easy to go from simple to extravagant, but it's hard to go from extravagant to simple. Things like acting skills actually have little to do with cultivation, and after becoming famous, people are very easy to get carried away. There are some things you have to think clearly about. What Brother Lin said is true, but senior sister Yukin has already agreed, so we can't refuse. As for personal issues, it depends on luck, and we can't take care of everything. If something really happens, it will be their own fault. We will never bear a grudge against Brother Lin. In that case, let them come. Now they can study in Tiansheng City for half a year, and then form a performance team, and continue to perform outside, to hone their acting skills, and cultivate the audience's interest. After 2 or 3 years, we will select some outstanding talents from them for training. Thank you, Brother Lin, said Lin Xiao. Tiansheng Sect already has hundreds of disciples performing for free outside, and holding hundreds of free performances. He doesn't know what the specific results are, but they have seen Lin Xiao's ability to turn stone into gold, so it shouldn't be fake. Do you two have anything else to say? Ahem. Fellow Daoist Lin, my husband and I hope to hear more of your teachings, and learn a thing or two. We have been thinking about the traffic monetization you mentioned before, but we still don't understand it. Of course there is no problem. Traffic monetization is a big course and a big content. The so-called fame and profit are interdependent. In fact, there are many specific examples in reality, but you haven't observed them, such as some stores in Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao will not refuse to spread this theory. Theory is theory, and practice is practice. There is still a long way to go between the two. Even if the couple can learn it, it will take a whole team to operate it, and they don't have this team. There are many examples of traffic monetization in Tiansheng City. Before, Lin Xiao founded a series of stores linked to Jile Villa, which is the most typical example. The food, clothing and daily necessities of the girls in Jile Villa are leading the trend in Tiansheng City. This is the most typical example. The tickets for their performances can be sold at high prices, which is also one of them. So first of all, you have to be famous. With fame, profit will come naturally. Lin Xiao and Pippa listened to Lin Xiao's words, and every time they felt refreshed and enlightened. Many of Lin Xiao's things were not original to him. There were already specific things in the world of cultivation, but Lin Xiao was particularly good at summarizing them, studying their rules, and then applying these rules to other places. This is what Lin Xiao said about being flexible and good at learning. This ability seems to be innate. At least Lin Xiao didn't feel that there were any disciples of Tiansheng Sect who had this ability. Thinking of this, he felt even more uneasy. In fact, Lin Xiao had already told Fairy Yukin that the people who were good at business management in Tiansheng Sect had mixed into the team of Tiansheng Sect coming to Tiansheng City, but he didn't know how much they could learn. Chapter 550, Joint Attack. Lin Xiao and his wife learned skills from Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also wanted to learn their skills. After many negotiations, Tiansheng Sect has agreed to let Tiansheng Sect send 20 disciples to practice in Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect promised that, except for the core secrets, there would be no restrictions on these people, especially the auxiliary combat methods that Lin Xiao attaches the most importance to. Tiansheng Sect will also teach them specially, to ensure that within a few decades, Tiansheng Sect will have a group of people who can assist in combat. Of course, as the leader of Night Owl, Yin and I also sent 20 secret agents to infiltrate Tiansheng Sect at the same time. During this period of time, Tiansheng Sect's reputation has greatly increased, and its financial resources have skyrocketed. It can accept many more disciples, and these 20 people have already entered. The challenge of the Suayu sect disciples was solved by Tang Yulin, and it was solved very easily. Now Xiao is a major source of income for Villa, and he will not ruin his plan to make a fortune because of this matter. Things are settled, and for Lin Xiao, it's over. Lin Xiao continues to improve his weapon refining skills, and by the way, he also wants to improve the level of talisman making and array formation. No matter which one, it is extremely important to reach a higher level. A lot of black crystals were scattered, and various resources were exchanged for Lin Xiao to practice. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this year, there was no major event in the world of cultivation, but there was a lot of movement in Tiansheng City. The Xiao couple became more and more famous under the continuous promotion of Lin Xiao's team. Although there were many small troubles, it did not hinder the development of Xian'an. Around 500 disciples of Xian'an went to major cities in the world of cultivation to perform for free, and cultivated a large number of silk music enthusiasts. Apart from other things, the sales of musical instruments and magic tools alone were dozens of times more than before, and musical instruments were naturally what Xian'an was best at refining. And these 500 disciples are constantly spreading the word that their music level is very low. If you want to hear better music, you have to go to Tiansheng City and Villa. The elders of Tiansheng Sect, Xiao and his wife, are stationed in Villa. Every once in a while, there will be a concert or stage play. The new theater of Villa has also been built. This is a stage play that can be watched by 5,000 people at the same time. In order to ensure safety, Villa has invested hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals to create a 7th level formation, which is enough to ensure the safety of most people. The guard team of Villa has also experienced more than 100 years of development and has grown up. Most of them have Daogang cultivation, and there are also 2 Lingguangs. Most of them are the night owls of Tiansheng Sect. All plans developed as Lin Xiao expected, but there will be some small episodes, such as Renhang from Tiansheng Sect, who Lin Xiao has always known but never seen. He came to Villa to make trouble for Xiao. Renhang has not changed at all. Even though Luo Yun's affairs have been widely known, he still continues to take concubines. So far, he has 38 concubines. Many of these 38 concubines have put a hat on him. The reason is very simple. As a cultivator at the peak of the Shengsu period, he would retreat for decades at any time. His concubines were lonely and empty, so they naturally couldn't help but have an affair. Even if they knew that they would end up in a miserable situation after the matter was exposed, they didn't care. People always have a fluke mentality. This time, the one who put a hat on him was Xiao. Of course, it was not really worn, but worn in spirit. The cause of the matter was Lin Xiao's promotion of Xiao. When the disciples of Tiansheng Sect went to various places, they naturally couldn't miss Zuanyang city of Tiansheng Sect. 30 disciples were stationed in Zuanyang city for half a year. Every 10 days, they would publicly hold a free concert, and they also had close exchanges with the cultivators of Zuanyang city in private. Lin Xiao had already told them that they should focus on silk music in their daily exchanges and constantly promote and praise silk music. So Ren Hongxin's concubine named Xia, who was lonely, had close contact with the disciples of Tiansheng Sect and developed a strong interest in silk music in a month. Half a year later, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect left Zuanyang city and told Xia that they were just ordinary disciples of Tiansheng Sect and their masters were the best in terms of music playing skills, especially Xia's favorite flute. The best in Tiansheng Sect was Xiao. So a month after the disciples of Tiansheng Sect left, Xia also came to Tiansheng city, came here because of her reputation, listened to a performance of Xiao, and highly praised Xiao. Xia was Ren Hongxin's concubine, and they were still in love, so he was generous to Xia, and had a very rich fortune. Under Xia's Zuanjing offensive, the low-level disciples of Tiansheng Sect fell one after another, giving her many conveniences, allowing Xia to have contact with Xiao many times. Xiao didn't understand what Xia was thinking, because Xiao already had many fans like her. In order to maintain a down-to-earth personality, Yu Xiao would contact these fans every month, talk to them about music theory, and even personally teach them some flute techniques. So Xia was just cheating on him mentally, but Ren Hong didn't think so. He was in seclusion in Tiansheng Sect and had just broken through the golden body stage not long ago. When he came out of seclusion, he was just looking for a concubine to celebrate and do some important things in his life, but he heard from his subordinates that Xia had been staying in Jile Villa for several months and had been making do with Yu Xiao. After hearing this, Ren Hong was furious. He thought he was very philanthropic and was sincere to every concubine, but these concubines were ungrateful and humiliated him. His anger immediately burned away his rationality. Ren Hong came from Zhuangyang City and attacked immediately when he arrived at Jile Villa. Others would be afraid of the power of the Tang family, but he would not. Ren Hong was not only extremely talented, but also had great power in Tiansheng Sect. His master was also a cultivator of the 8th level of Tiansheng Sect, and his power was no less than that of Jile Villa. Yu Xiao had been in trouble many times in the past year, but no one in the golden body stage had been there. There were no permanent golden body stage cultivators in Jile Villa, and they could not stop him for a while. Fortunately, Pippa had never been away from Yu Xiao in the past year to prevent her from making trouble. The two had been married for many years and blocked Ren Hong's first attack together. However, there were many low-level cultivators in the audience, and even the aftermath caused many people to die tragically. Yu Xiao and Pippa looked at each other, and they understood each other. They knew that they could not take action in Jile Villa, otherwise some of the fans they had cultivated with great difficulty would be killed or injured. So they flew out of Jile Villa and stood up in the sky. When Jile Villa was attacked, Ma Zong was terrified. He was only at the Dao Gang stage, and the permanent guards in Jile Villa were only at the Shenzhou stage. So he immediately sent a message to Lin Xiao, Tang Yulin and others. When Lin Xiao arrived, the three had already fought for hundreds of rounds. The three fought extremely fiercely. It was not a competition at all, but they wanted to kill each other. However, the battle was very tense. Although Ren Hong was at the Jinshen stage, he had just broken through not long ago, and his cultivation was not completely stable, let alone tempering the Jinshen, so his strength had not yet completed the qualitative change. The Yu Xiao couple used sound attack, not ordinary attack methods, so the damage to Ren Hong was also high. Before, the Yu Xiao couple said that they could fight the Jinshen together, and it seemed that they were not bragging. In the sky, Yu Xiao and Pippa stood on Ren Hong's left and right, with a large gap between them. Yu Xiao played the flute, while Pippa talked about the Pippa. The sound waves generated by the two had already become substantial, condensing into a net, wrapping Ren Hong up and constantly cutting him. Ren Hong held a long sword, and the sword energy gushed out, smashing those sound waves with a sharp blade. When Ren Hong wanted to attack anyone, the opponent would quickly retreat and keep a distance, while the other person would quickly follow up and change the means of attack. Pippa's soul-snatching sound was more powerful than Yu Xiao's. Under the constant influence, Ren Hong even had an illusion that he was about to go crazy. He knew that this was Pippa's illusion, but he couldn't break it, so he could only suppress it first. The major sects looked down on sound cultivation, thinking that it was not the right way, but they would study it to some extent. For example, the sound wave secret technique of Lion's Roar was available in all sects, but not as thoroughly studied as the Tiansheng Sect. Young Master Lin, what should we do? Tang Yulin also hurried over. Seeing the miserable state of Jile Villa, he was immediately furious, but he couldn't beat Ren Hong, so he could only worry. Have your Tang family members arrived? I have already asked my father for instructions. It may be that they cannot go out, but it is another matter. Ren Hong is a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect, not an ordinary core disciple. He cannot be moved lightly. Tang Yulin replied that in addition to status, the disciples of a large sect also need to be considered by their faction. Ren Hong's faction is very powerful and much more important than ordinary golden body monks. The Tang family does not dare to kill him easily. Send a message to your father, including the Zhao family, to find 3 golden body monks, otherwise the Paradise Villa will be destroyed, and the rules will not be established. How to restrain others in the future. Don't worry, we will not kill him, just capture him. Okay, I'll be stern. Tang Yulin nodded, and then sent back the extremely stern message. Tang Yulin even said that, if Ren Hong was not captured today, the Paradise Villa would not have the face to face the other customers, and would rather close the door. Without this source of income, it would have a great impact on the Tang family, the Zhao family and Tiansheng City. In the past 100 years, since the establishment of Baeksuchu and Jile Villa, SYNOPSIS sect has gained about 10% more financial resources in Tiansheng City. Don't underestimate this. Over the past 100 years, it is also countless wealth, which is even more important to the Zhao family. Even if it is a private cooperation with Lin Xiao, it has to be done. The two families are not far from Jile Villa. When the three golden body monks appeared, Lin Xiao immediately launched a sneak attack on Ren Hong. Tiansheng Sect regards him as an enemy, and Lin Xiao will not be polite. Thief, who are you? Although he was not injured by Lin Xiao's sneak attack, Ren Hong was also shocked. He was furious. Haha, my name is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, it's you, take it, boom boom boom. Lin Xiao took over the battle and became the main force fighting against Ren Hong, while the Yuxiao couple became the auxiliary, and the auxiliary was obviously stronger. Under the sound of the flute and the piper, Ren Hong felt that there were countless mosquitoes buzzing in his head, and it was like carrying a mountain on his back. His hands and feet became slow, and he could only exert 70% of his strength. And Lin Xiao's bravery was also beyond ordinary people. It was clear that Lin Xiao had broken through the Shengsu period for less than 200 years, but his strength was no less than any peak cultivator in the Shengsu period. With the combined efforts of the three, Ren Hong actually slowly fell behind. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.